Welcome back to Meta Fanfic, the place where your favorite worlds get rewritten. If you love powerful, what-if stories, you're in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. What if Harry Potter was the god who forgot himself? Let's dive in. Here is short summary. Reborn as a boy, Harry lives a mortal life unaware of what he truly is. When the Deathly Hallows awaken his forgotten divinity, he must decide whether a god who learned humanity will save the world, or judge it. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry had been furious when he found out and had cursed Dean so badly that even now, years later, he still walked with a limp. As for Ginny, Harry had naturally broken up with her instantly, knowing he didn't have to do anything except tell everyone the truth of what happened to get his revenge on her. Sure enough, once it was found out that Ginny cheated on him, the proclaimed chosen one, she had been instantly vilified by every paper and radio station in the magical world. She even found it hard to walk down the halls without being glared at, much less find a job after graduation. Of course, this had unfortunately caused his relationship with the Weasleys to deteriorate, most of them subconsciously blaming Harry for their sister's problems despite it having been her fault entirely. Nowadays, he only really talked to Bill and Ron, and the latter was only very rarely, maybe a couple of times a year at most. After graduation, Harry had naturally of course joined the Aurors and quickly became top Auror there within the year. He had continued to serve with distinction over the years, eventually becoming head Auror just 2 years ago after the previous one had retired. However, while his professional life was meteoric, his romantic one had slowed to a depressing crawl. After Ginny, Harry tried to date but quickly found that every girl only saw him as the vaunted, chosen one, and instead of seeing him as just Harry. Which had bothered him a lot, to the point at which he eventually just stopped dating altogether, coming to the conclusion that his dream of having a family would never be. Hermione constantly set him up on blind dates, but while some were okay, all of them lacked that spark that could have led to it being something more. He still kept in contact with a few of his previous blind dates, but as nothing more than friends. The nightmares he had certainly didn't help matters. In his dreams he saw battles between beings from the Bible that destroyed entire landscapes with him in the middle. He had seen the rise and fall of empires and things that were beyond human belief. No matter what Harry did, he couldn't ever make any sense of them. Just what did these dreams mean? And were they even dreams? Who knows, he could be some seer or something. Unfortunately though, when he had mentioned that to Hermione, he had barely escaped her lecture on how fake divination is. Today was Harry's day off and he had decided to make the best of it, by starting to visit old friends that he had been distancing himself from ever since he had started having the nightmares of war and death on a biblical scale. He had even tried to take his mind off of the nightmares he had, by watching anime, and so far his favorite was Fate Stay Night, in particular the character Gilgamesh. Sure, he's a little arrogant, but he only became that way after the gods killed his friend, Harry thought as he defended his favorite character. And to hell with anyone who thinks otherwise. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Harry decided to visit George since he was near the alley, and George was one of the few Weasleys that he was still on speaking terms with. George wasn't exactly his cheerful self without his twin, which was why Harry visited often, so that his friend wouldn't spiral into another depression like he first did after his brother's death. Harry stood in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes looking at George with a sad smile. It was still morning and George held a shot of fire whiskey in his hand, quickly downing it as Harry approached. That looked to not be his first shot, and magical alcohol was significantly stronger than most if not all of its muggle counterparts. He looked unkempt with dirty hair and was wearing rumpled, barely clean clothes, and he smelled like he had not changed or had not bathed in a couple of weeks. I tell you, Fred was something special. George slurred slightly as he saw Harry approaching. He was the yin to my yang, the trickster to my mischief maker, the right to my left, Harry suggested with a sad smile upon seeing the mess the last remaining twin had become in his brother's absence. Left, George exclaimed, slightly more cheerful but still very intoxicated, so much so that Harry could smell him from where he was stood on the other side of the room. You're right. George's face turned into a rictus of pain and sorrow. Why did he have to die, Harry? Why? I don't know, George, said Harry softly as he approached the depressed ginger-haired man. But I do know he wouldn't want you to be like this. Don't you think that the best way to honor him is to continue the store that you two built together? You can't exactly do that if you're drunk all the time, can you? George seemed to think about it before sighing. You're right, Harry. As usual. He smirked up at Harry, some of his old mischievousness returning to his eyes. Look, little Harrykins, all grown up. Just need to find yourself a girl and you'll be a proper British man. The two laughed before George started to reminisce once more, this time wondering whether Fred would be married by now if he had lived. Harry sighed and looked out the window at the cloudy day. The weather outside looked to be just as miserable as George was, but then Britain was very wet, so that wasn't much of a change to the normal. I do wish the weather would be a bit sunnier though, Harry thought to himself as he continued to stare out of the windows. No sooner had the thought left Harry's mind than did the rain come to a stop, and instead the sun broke through the clouds, shining brightly down upon London. Harry was slightly stunned but shrugged it off. He noticed that he couldn't hear George's drunken sobs anymore and turned to face him. The former twin seemed captivated by something outside the window. Harry went over to see what he was looking at and saw a large rainbow breaking through the gloom with the sun. Fred liked rainbows, George recalled drunkenly, swaying slightly as he looked up into the sky. We promised to one day each stand at an end and cross over it to meet in the middle, now we'll never get that chance. George dissolved into sobbing again, and Harry decided to leave George alone, but not without alerting his brother Percy, who would hopefully be able to do a better job than Harry of trying to cheer him up. Harry had thought of trying to use the resurrection stone to let George talk to Fred, but remembered that it had vanished along with the cloak and the wand shortly after the Battle of Hogwarts. He had wondered why that was, but had quickly shrugged it off, deciding it was probably better that way anyway. Once Percy arrived, the two exchanged stiff nods, Percy not being on speaking terms with Harry ever since he broke up with Ginny. Before Harry left, deciding instead to go visit Luna Lovegood. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Luna Lovegood, sweet Luna, was just as quirky and odd as ever, and like always managed to make Harry smile with very little effort on her part. As expected, the conversation with her was far from normal. Harry sat with Luna on one of the now fixed towers of Hogwarts. The cool night air was blowing through their hair as they looked up and watched the starry night sky, or what would have been a starry sky had there not been clouds obscuring most of it. You shouldn't feel that way, you know, Luna said to him comfortingly, none of it's your fault, you saved everyone you could, and in the end Voldemort's gone for good. He can't hurt anyone ever again. Harry was slightly perplexed. How could Luna have known what he was feeling? He had been thinking about just that, ever since he arrived at Hogwarts, remembering the deaths that occurred in this very place barely a decade ago. It's written all over your face, Luna replied to his unspoken thought, leading Harry to believe Luna was either far more perceptive than she looked, or that she was instead secretly a Legilimens. Frankly, Harry was more inclined to believe the former. She hadn't been placed in Ravenclaw for nothing after all. I've always liked the night sky. So did Mummy, Luna explained as she looked up to the cloudy sky, tracing some of the constellations that she knew with her finger as she did so, despite not being able to properly see them through the cloud cover. Mummy used to show me the constellations, and last of all she'd point out her favorite star. What was your mum's name? Harry asked, having never actually known Luna's mother's name. Oh, her name was Pandora, Luna explained airily, as she continued to look up into the sky, kicking her legs out as she did so. Harry sighed to himself. I wish the sky wasn't so damn cloudy. A clear night sky is the least Luna deserves after what she went through in the war, he thought with annoyance. Then all of a sudden, a loud sound almost like fast-blowing wind erupted in Harry's ears. Despite that, he felt nothing blowing through his hair, and wondered if he was going crazy. Soon it died down and Luna gently shook Harry's shoulder. He looked to her and she pointed upwards. Harry followed her finger and was amazed to see that the night sky had cleared up and that the stars were shining brighter than he had ever seen them before. One in particular shone brighter than all the rest. That's Polaris, the North Star, said Luna with a slight hitch in her voice as she spoke. Mummy always told me that it was her favorite because it always guided people home even in ancient times. It delivered them home, safe and sound no matter where they were. She turned to Harry with a sharper than normal, or at least for Luna anyway, look on her eye. Recently you remind me of a star. You've been giving off a warm friendly glow. Other people can't see it but I can. Harry's thoughts drifted as he watched the shining stars that glowed in the night sky like jewels on a painting. Eventually he came back to the nightmares that he had been having recently. They were very vivid and were the reason he hadn't been sleeping well recently. Ever since the Battle of Hogwarts, every time he went to sleep, he saw people with different kinds of wings slaughtering each other. Some had white feathered wings, others had black feathered wings, and others had bat-like wings. They were using spears, sword and other weapons and powers against each other. It confused him not only from the gruesomeness of the battle but also about his feelings on them. As if they were familiar somehow. "They're not really nightmares, you know," said Luna airily, breaking the silence. "They're memories. Your memories of the battle that you died in long ago." Luna had well and truly lost him when she said that. He had technically died in the Battle of Hogwarts, but he seriously doubted that these nightmares were of that. Second, he hadn't even told Luna about his nightmares, so how could she know? "Don't worry, you'll understand," reassured Luna as she stood up and dusted a slight bit of the dirt from her skirt. "Say hello to them for me when they come to see you, okay? I have always wanted to see them." With that, Luna Lovegood walked away and went inside the castle out of the rapidly cooling night air, leaving a very confused Harry Potter sitting on the top of the tower in her wake. Opening parenthesis -- closing parenthesis. That particular encounter had been either the most informative meeting he'd ever had or more likely the most confusing he'd ever had. Therefore Harry settled for confusing, but that was just because Luna thought and saw the world differently than most people, and you'd have to possess a pretty unique way of thinking to truly understand what Luna meant when she started talking in that particular manner. Even after all these years of knowing her, he still got lost at times. His next visit was to Andromeda Tonks and his godson Teddy. Teddy seemed to have inherited his mother's metamorphic abilities, which was quite obvious seeing as he changed his eye and hair color on a daily basis. Though luckily it seemed that he had not inherited any werewolf traits from his father, save for perhaps preferring his steaks quite rare. His visit to Andromeda and Teddy was the most pleasant by far, which may have something to do with it not including the grief or sheer confusion of his previous two. Harry was sat on a sofa in the widowed Tonks' living room. Andromeda's half-blood husband Ted Tonks, for whom Teddy had been named, had been killed by Snatchers during the war, which had left Andy completely alone. The Snatchers had been essentially a group of bounty hunter scum who had been formed by Voldemort with the promise of gold in exchange for rounding up Muggleborns, blood traitors and other enemies of the now ex-Dark Lord. They had been disbanded after Voldemort's death and many were now either dead or in prison, although there were still one or two still on the run. After the Battle of Hogwarts, Andromeda had to take care of the baby Teddy after his parents Remus and Nymphadora had both been killed by Antonin Dolohov and Bellatrix Lestrange respectively during the final battle at Hogwarts, thus leaving poor Teddy an orphan. Harry did try to visit his godson, but his recent nightmares made Harry wish to distance himself from everyone at the moment, which unfortunately included his beloved godson. The constant deaths he saw every night were so bad that he feared that if he stayed around someone too long, then they would start having these nightmares as well. It was slightly irrational fear, yes, but considering they lived in a world of magic, then it was maybe not as irrational as it at first seemed. Still, Harry had never been the most logical and these nightmares had him on edge. "You've been rather distant lately," Andromeda stated matter-of-factly, her dark purple eyes narrowed slightly as she cut straight to the very heart of the matter. "Too busy with work to see an old widow." "No, it's not that," Harry assured hastily before sighing, his hand coming up and scratching the back of his head nervously as he did so. "It's just these nightmares. They have me jumpy and paranoid. So much so that I almost killed a suspect the other day due to how jumpy they've made me. I'm afraid I might snap if I stay around people too long." "So why are you here now?" asked Andromeda in confusion, brushing a lock of her lustrous brown hair behind her ear as she did so. "To try and reconnect with the two of you, I suppose," Harry sighed. "With Voldemort gone, things have really changed." "That they have," replied Andromeda easily. The old pureblood laws have been abolished, as have the laws discriminating against werewolves, thanks to Kingsley and Miss Granger, soon to be Mrs. Weasley. So Ron finally got the guts to ask the question, did he? Harry asked rhetorically, feeling slightly happy for his former best friend despite the distance between them. Good for him. Are you going to go the wedding? She asked quietly, her tone gentle as she saw how rattled and on edge Harry seemed. No, I just don't feel too comfortable around people at the moment. It feels like everyone is made glass and I'm stone, and all it would take is one wrong touch and they'll shatter, explained Harry in a low tone, his face turning weary for a second, before he quickly regained his composure. That and parties were never my thing. Years of being forced to sit through Dudley's birthdays while getting extra chores for your own tends to do that to you. How long do you plan to keep on blaming the Dursleys? Asked Andromeda in exasperation, a frown on her face as Harry tried to lay the blame on his bad childhood. I know what they did was wrong, but you have to let it go. That's easy for you to say, Harry snapped angrily, memories of his time with the Dursleys returning full force. You didn't grow in a cupboard under the stairs, working as your relative personal house elf since just after you could walk. You didn't get thrown into that damned cupboard every time you did something freakish. So don't you dare lecture me about forgiving them. Surprisingly, the 6-year-old Teddy remained oblivious to the ongoing conversation throughout Harry's ranting, just happily playing with a few magical toys in the middle of the lounge. And despite what they did, you came out of it a good person. A hero even, stated Andromeda calmly, thought inwardly she felt nervous. What was that power she was feeling? Yeah, the wizarding world got its hero, Harry stated bitterly, though he did try to keep his voice low so as to not disturb his godson whilst he was playing. And all it cost me was a decent childhood free from being chased, degraded, being beaten up and the all-around general friendlessness. Teddy turned to look over at them with a look of confusion on his face, before he shrugged it off as nothing and refocused on his previous activities. Well, you're better than them now, you don't even have to associate with them anymore, Andromeda spoke up in a calming tone. You're of age in both the Muggle and magical world and have access to both the Black and Potter fortunes. Between them, that's more than you'll be able to spend in 100 lifetimes even in the Muggle world. Well, that's not strictly true, Harry chuckled, his mood now lightening. Which part? Andromeda asked, confused before drawing herself up, an angry expression starting to make its way across her face. Don't tell you have already spent your godfather and your parents' fortunes. No, the being better than the Dursleys part, Harry assured, still chuckling, quite amused at Andromeda's reaction and the way she jumped straight to the wrong conclusion. Andromeda sighed before rubbing her forehead. What did you do? Let's see where to start. Wondered Harry rhetorically. I used my fortune to get my uncle fired from his drill company. I paid a few of the neighborhood gossips to spread some rather juicy rumors, if I do say so myself, about Petunia. Oh, and I also got that fat bastard boy Dudley dumped into military school and various other things. Harry chuckled nervously as he had almost slipped up and sworn in front of his godson. Andromeda was stunned at Harry's apparent vengeful streak, so much so that she didn't notice Harry's mistake, but it turned out his vengeance didn't end there. They say money can't buy happiness, but it can buy revenge, said Harry, chuckling darkly. I'm still thinking of ways to make them even more miserable. As Harry said that, he was interrupted by Teddy coughing. What's with him? Harry asked in concern as he looked over at the boy who was now sniffling and wiping his runny nose. Just a cold. He's only had it for a day or two now, Andromeda explained, still slightly stunned at Harry's revelations. Oh, okay, said Harry, calming down. He saw the time and quickly got up. Well, I better go. I was going to talk to Kingsley today about something. Before he exited, he took one last look at Teddy. Poor blighter. I wish his cold was gone, Harry thought to himself before letting himself out. No sooner was Harry gone than did Teddy's sniffles suddenly stop and his nose cleared up. Andromeda was stunned at this and cooed at her grandson's quick recovery, not making any connection between Teddy's recovery and Harry's presence. She simply believed it to be a nice coincidence. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Next up for a visit from your friendly neighborhood Harry was Kingsley Shacklebolt, the current Minister for Magic and currently renowned as the architect of magical Britain's Golden Age. Luckily though, he was still able to make time in his schedule for a meeting with Harry. "Harry Potter," Kingsley greeted cheerfully in his booming voice as he stood up from behind his desk and took Harry's hand in a firm handshake. "How are you? What can I help you with?" "I've actually come here with sort of bad news," said Harry regretfully, an uncomfortable look on his face. "I'm sorry, Kingsley, but I am actually here to tender my resignation from the Aurors, effective immediately." "What?" Kingsley yelled in shock as he heard Harry's shocking news. So much so that he quickly had to sit down to regain his composure. "Please tell me this is a joke." "Sorry but no," said Harry sadly, genuinely feeling guilty for what he was doing. "It's just, I've done some thinking and I'm planning on traveling a bit, you know. I've never even been outside of Britain, and I've always wanted to see the world, like go to America or Japan. I have more than enough money between the Black and Potter accounts, so I thought, why not? The department is more than ready to stand on its own and I don't need the extra money and could do with having some time for myself." Kingsley looked like he understood, but he still had to try and change his mind. "Isn't there anything I can do to make you stay? Permanent flow connection between here and your place, perhaps?" "Thank you, Kingsley, but no thanks," Harry replied easily, his green eyes lightening a bit at Kingsley's response, before he turned the offer down. "Plus, the department is clean now and we managed to get rid of all the corrupt ones. I recommend Susan Bones to take over my position. She's already in line for it, she has the experience and has a good head for that sort of stuff. She'd be great just like her Aunt Amelia. Maybe even better than me." Kingsley sighed at that, but not at all the same. "I understand. I hope you find happiness, Harry, truly I do. And if there's ever anything you need and it's within my power, then I'll be more than happy to give it to you." "So how are things anyway?" Harry asked curiously. "Is the Wizengamot giving you any trouble?" Kingsley's face seemed to brighten a bit at that. "Surprisingly no," Kingsley replied, cheerfulness entering his tone once more. "Ever since Voldemort's defeat, I've been able to eject all of his supporters from all the important positions in the Ministry. Those that do remain are too afraid to speak out for fear of being branded Death Eater supporters. That's a double-edged sword that I'll have to keep an eye on though." "Indeed, the last thing we need is a witch hunt," agreed Harry. "No pun intended." Kingsley simply chuckled and began drinking some butterbeer. Thanks to their silent agreement though, many good things have happened. Anti-werewolf legislation gone, pro-pureblood laws abolished, Dementor use at Azkaban banned, Muggleborn Registration Act torn up and forbidden from ever returning. Kingsley listed off the various things he'd managed to accomplish. Corruption in the Ministry is at an all-time low for once, but much as we'd like, we'll never truly root all of the corruption out. We don't live in a perfect world, unfortunately, but much good has been accomplished and it's all thanks to you." "I didn't do anything major," Harry said humbly, feeling slightly uncomfortable at the praise. "I just did what anyone would have done." "Yes, nothing major," was Kingsley's sarcastic response. "You only defeated the darkest wizard of our age, endorsed me going for taking up office, became an Auror and helped round up the Death Eaters, and generally became an all-around hero. You know, just a bit of small stuff like that. I told you before, I'm not a whether you like it or not, you're a hero, Harry," Kingsley cut across Harry. "Not just to me or to your friends, but to everyone. Be they man, woman or child in the magical world of all origins. Hell, some people are already calling you the new Dumbledore." That soured Harry's mood. "I'm not Dumbledore," Harry snapped. "But you are still a hero, whether you like it or not," Kingsley retorted. "And Britain, no, all the world owes its continued freedom to you. After all, who knows what damage Voldemort could have done if he had taken over Britain, and you can't change that. No magic can." Harry simply sighed and brushed his hair back unconsciously. "Well, whatever, I'll see you around then, Kingsley." Kingsley sighed, and as he watched the reluctant savior walk out of his door, he prepared to get back to work and looked to his stack of paperwork, groaning. One of the downsides of being in charge was all the paperwork he had to do, day in and day out. Kingsley took a form off the stack to do, only to find it fully filled in. He checked it over with his wand and found no signs of magic whatsoever. Kingsley searched all through the stack and cheered as his paperwork for the entire week was completed, leaving him with a lot of time free from his secretary's nagging for him to get his paperwork done. Now instead he could get his flirt on with said secretary. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Harry's second to last visit for the day was to Neville, who was at this time currently visiting his mentally damaged parents in St. Mungo's. Harry stood with Neville watching over the latter's parents. They were sleeping safe and sound. It seemed that Voldemort had not cared much for people in St. Mungo's and thus had left it almost totally undone. The major job that needed doing was undoing all of the pro-pureblood crap that had been spewed by Voldemort's lackeys all over the magical hospital. I like to think that they feel a bit better now that the one who did this to them is gone for good, said Neville, breaking the silence. Neville hadn't really changed much from when they were kids, still with short brown hair and sad brown eyes, though he was a lot taller. And she's never coming back, Harry stated firmly as he looked up at the slightly taller Neville. She's where she belongs. Dead and rotting, in a place where no one will ever miss her or mourn her. The silence returned but Neville broke it again. What did they do with the bodies of Voldemort's army? Asked Neville curiously. Voldemort's name was no longer a taboo, not that it would have had any effect even if it was still under that spell. The very few of Voldemort's army that had survived were now imprisoned in Azkaban, never to leave. Amongst them were Narcissa and Lucius Malfoy. Despite their defection near the very end, they still had committed crimes too great to ignore. As such they had been trialed, sentenced and imprisoned, receiving a life sentence apiece like the rest of the very few Death Eaters that survived. Despite her actions in helping Harry in the Forbidden Forest, he couldn't bring himself to speak out to help her. She and her husband had committed various crimes in their service to Voldemort, and one good act does not undo a lifetime of evil. Last I heard they just piled the dead up out in the Forbidden Forest and burned them all, Harry replied easily. I heard the centaurs were planning on putting wards around the site to keep the evil spirits of the dead trapped there. Good riddance to them all, especially to that Bellatrix, Neville said coldly. Indeed, said Harry agreeably, completely unbothered about talking bad of the dead, when the dead they were talking about were Death Eaters. But it won't fix what she did to them, Neville whispered, dissolving into sobs. Harry put his hand onto Neville's shoulder before seeing the time and deciding it was time to leave. Saying his goodbyes to Neville and his parents, he turned to leave the ward. As he did he brushed his hands across the Longbottoms' faces. After Harry had gone, Neville was snapped out of his sorrow by the echoing of a loud thunderclap and a bright flash throughout the room. Neville, a voice croaked. Neville looked up and saw that his mother had spoken. Yes Mum, it's me, Neville replied, not expecting any answer. This had happened before, moments of lucidity that passed as quickly as they came. Neville, my son, she said again, shocking Neville as she stood up, weak but with the light of sanity in her eyes. You've grown so big and strong. Neville was stunned. Taking another look he saw that his parents' usual demented looks were gone. His father similarly had returned to his normal state of mind. With that, the Longbottom family hugged each other tightly. They were reunited at last. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Last but certainly not least on his list to visit had been Hermione Granger, soon to be Hermione Weasley. Harry sat on a desk opposite Hermione's, watching her work with a bemused smile. The Department of Magical Advancement was a recently created part of the Department of Mysteries that focused on advancing magical Britain culturally, magically and technologically. With Hermione in one of the lead positions, they had made some significant strides, including allowing items like mobile phones and some computers to run off of magic, thus allowing them to work in heavily magical areas like Hogwarts and the Ministry. Currently, the bushy brown-haired witch was fiddling with a Muggle laptop. She had made sure Harry kept up with things in the Muggle world, nagging him that it was even more important with him potentially dating Muggles now. Harry had to agree, and anyway, it seemed like a smart thing to do. Now Muggle studies had not only been updated in Hogwarts, but it was a mandatory subject for all years. Wizards and witches would now be able to blend in better when they were going through the Muggle world. Of course, the subject magical world studies had also been included, in order to keep things fair and to appease some of the more traditional witches and wizards. The strides we've made recently have been amazing. We already have a power source that can provide free clean energy ready for if the time comes when we rescind the Statute of Secrecy, Hermione explained excitedly as she worked. Harry was almost sad to have to ruin her good mood. He had noticed the lack of ring on her fingers and assumed the worst. "So, how are things with Ron?" Harry asked the inevitable question. "I heard he had proposed recently." As Harry predicted, Hermione's mood soured significantly. "We didn't work out," Hermione explained bitterly. "I spent some time after he proposed just doing some thinking and found out that we're two completely different people. I like books and runes and getting things done. Ron likes sleeping and eating and just lazing about doing nothing. He has the emotional range of a teaspoon and we're just not meant to be. I'll tell him tomorrow morning. No matter what he or anyone says, we're over, and I don't think anything can or will change that, magical or otherwise." Harry simply nodded as Hermione let out a cry of frustration. "What's the problem?" Harry asked his friend, hoping to keep the conversation going. "This Merlin-damned laptop is the latest model and I can't figure out the problem it's having. It keeps rejecting the magic that is sent through its circuitry, which keeps causing the mana regulator to fry itself," Hermione explained with a grunt. Harry was lost, but Hermione was ultimately in her own world now, so Harry decided that it was probably the time to leave. He tapped the laptop twice with his hand. "Well, I know you'll figure it out eventually. Besides, I need to go now, but don't worry, I'll talk to you more tomorrow." Hermione simply grunted in response, but after Harry had left the room she was broken out of her frustration by a whirring sound. She opened her eyes and saw that the laptop had turned on and was working fine. Hermione took a look and saw that her problem was not only fixed, but when she looked at her notes she saw the answer to the problem written down, in her own handwriting. Despite not remembering writing it down at any time, she was skilled enough at Clumens to be able to block out memory charms. Hermione then thought, as the news of Neville's parents miraculously regaining their regular state of mind, Teddy's cold simply vanishing according to Andromeda, and according to some reports the cloudy night sky in Scotland had simply cleared up without any wind at all. Hermione thought hard and her eyes widened in realization. She panicked and rapidly began writing things down. She had to work fast. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Meanwhile, whilst all this was happening, two winged beings, one a handsome-looking man with 6 pairs of golden wings and the other an beautiful woman with 5 pairs of white wings, stood in an elegant and bright chamber made of pure white marble, looked down at Britain through a viewing globe. "Did you feel it, Gabriel?" the man asked, looking happy and excited, his previously sad green eyes now alight with joy. "Yes, I did," replied the now named Gabriel happily, a brilliant smile lighting up her inhumanly beautiful face. "So it's really him. The time has finally come, Michael. We should go find him fast," stated Michael quickly. "With all that's been happening, the other factions will have to realize that something's going on soon. If they get their hands on him first, it could be disastrous," Gabriel said worriedly. "It could very well spell the end of angels and heaven itself." "Then let's go," Michael said as a bright white portal appeared in front of him and Gabriel. With that, the two archangels vanished, leaving the room empty. The globe continued to show a young man walking down the street. He had emerald green eyes and completely wild black hair and glasses. Something seemed to dart around in the shadows unnoticed by the young man as he walked down the road. The globe then cut off just as something began approaching the young man. It was late evening and Harry was walking down a quiet road in the cool summer's night air. It was surprisingly cold for a summer night. The weather most summer days and nights for Britain had recently been on the warmer side of things, so the fact that it was cold right now was rather strange. Suddenly, Harry's casual walk came to a stop as his instincts suddenly screamed at him to move. Acting on his instincts, Harry jumped backwards. Just in time it appeared as a blackish red orb exploded right in front of him. "Ah, I missed," a feminine voice suddenly spoke out in disappointment. Harry turned as he heard the voice, but as he looked for the source he could only see a dark silhouette standing in the shadows of a nearby building. "No matter. Humans are always tastier when they're alive and squirming anyways. Who are you?" Harry demanded, a frown on his face as he prepared himself for a fight, whilst at the same time trying not to show how unnerved he was by her words. Was she a vampire? But he'd never seen a vampire use the magic she had just used. The owner of the voice slowly came into view and Harry's eyes widened as he took in the sight. Her upper body was human, and obviously female, with large breasts uncovered by any upper body wear. The one strange thing on her upper half were her 2 solid red eyes that both unnerved. and internally enraged him, more than even Voldemort's eyes ever had. However, her lower half was anything but human, looking almost spider-like and grotesque, as well as also looking very disproportionate compared with the rest of her body. "Oh, forgive my manners," the foul creature before her giggled. "My name is Lannis. Not that it will mean much to you. After all, the dead have very little worries. What are you and why are you after me?" Harry asked seriously as he slowly backed up, being careful to make no sudden moves which might cause the creature before him to attack. Hopefully, his questions would let him have an idea as to who had sent her, as well as also giving him space to draw his wand. "What did I ever do to you?" "Oh, why, nothing, of course," Lannis said with a deranged giggle. "You see, even though I'm a mid-class stray devil, I'm still hunted. This is why I need more power so I can survive if any of my hunters catch up with me. I felt your power all the way in the south of France as I was munching on some stupid humans and came here as soon as I could. After all, with your power I could defeat even the 4 great Satans, and best of all, you haven't even awakened it yet." As she said this, her crimson eyes glowed and she smiled a deranged smile, her teeth sharpening into fangs. "Now hold still while I eat you, little human." With that explanation, Lannis opened her mouth extremely wide and approached Harry, who cursed as he couldn't find his wand. He probably left it at home, too lost in his thoughts to notice. As she got closer, Harry began to panic slightly, desperately trying to think of a way to fight back. As if in answer, he felt a warm feeling welling up inside of his chest. The feeling grew larger and hotter as Lannis got closer until it felt like his insides were on fire. All of a sudden, a large booming sound resounded through the area, even as a bright light filled Harry's vision, blinding him temporarily. Suddenly, he realized that Lannis was screaming. "No, what is this light?" The agony as she screamed was clear in her voice, and he could hear a strange sound in the background. "No, wait, stop. Help me. Someone please, no." The light cleared away and in Lannis' place stood a grayish statue of her. It took Harry only a second to realize what had happened. He had somehow turned her to stone. Accidental magic, maybe. Suddenly, the wind blew and the statue started to crack, before it quickly crumbled away, revealing that she was not turned to stone like he had first thought, but instead to ash. The light had turned that Lannis creature that had attacked him into ash. A few years back, Harry would probably be upset that he had killed someone, but the reality of the war with Voldemort followed by hunting his supporters afterwards had dulled him to the shock that came with killing someone. It happened, and while he would prefer another way, he wouldn't risk one of his friends dying just because it made him queasy. He'd already lost enough as it was. And considering this Lannis thing was trying to eat him, he wasn't sorry to see her gone. A steady clapping cut through Harry's disbelief at what had happened. Harry turned to see a lean, dark-haired man dressed in shorts and, strangely enough, a Hawaiian t-shirt. "Now that was an impressive light show," the man whistled mockingly. "But I take it that's your first time doing something like that, am I right? Don't feel too bad, she was only a stray devil. She's killed hundreds before you, she was basically no better than a monster." "All right, so who are you then?" Harry asked rapidly, looking for an escape route. For some reason, he sensed that whoever this was, he was not friendly, and Harry once again cursed himself, leaving his wand behind like a fool. My apologies, my name is Rahab," the man introduced himself with a bow, the man's long dark hair falling into his eyes as he said so. "I am a fallen angel." With those words said, a pair of feathery black wings erupted out of his back in a burst of dark feathers, and dim-looking red spear made of what appeared to be pure light appeared in his hands. "Now this is nothing personal, but a power like that could be a serious threat to us fallen angels, so, well, you are going to have to die," the man said casually as he walked toward Harry with a slight strut, summoning another spear of red light in his other hand as he did so. "So don't take this personally. If you want to blame someone, blame the god who gave this poog." Rahab had been interrupted by something, to be specific, several somethings, which happened to be a half-dozen bright spears which were made of white light that suddenly struck the fallen angel, and were left protruding through his chest. A woman with luxurious curly blonde hair and an incredibly wide and voluptuous figure, wearing modest robes of purest white and the most glorious silver wings that Harry had ever seen. She had in all 5 sets of wings compared to the man's single set, and somehow Harry knew that that made her much more powerful than the man in the Hawaiian shirt before him. She was the most beautiful female Harry had ever seen, and Harry couldn't help having a certain reaction while looking at her. He was a man after all. She was floating above Harry and to his right, giving Harry a good look up her dress, causing him to blush and look away. "You have no idea how ironic that statement is," the beautiful blonde woman deadpanned as she looked at the other man like he less than a cockroach, the look of disdain on her face not taking away from her unnatural allure. "What the hell?" Rahab gasped through blood that was pour out of his mouth caused by the spears of light that had punctured his lungs. "The Archangel Gabriel, what the do you want with a filthy human like him?" "Don't forget me," another voice spoke up. As he heard the soft melodious voice, Harry turned toward its source and saw a handsome yet slightly effeminate-looking man with long blonde hair and green eyes standing not far behind the fallen angel. Unlike the woman beside him, he had 12 glowing golden-colored wings growing from his back and spread out behind him. "Damn it, Michael too," Rahab gasped through wheezing breaths as he collapsed to his knee. "What could be so special about him that you two would come for him personally?" "Just die, fallen angel scum," Gabriel responded coldly. With that, Rahab dropped downwards onto his chest as Gabriel's spears vanished, his body disintegrating into nothing just as it hit the ground. After the rapid defeat of Rahab, the 2 other angels landed in front of Harry gently and approached him cautiously. Harry tensed as they approached, but the man named Michael held his hands up in a peaceful manner. "Now I know you're not exactly trusting at the moment after having nearly been killed twice, but please trust me when I say that we wish to help you," Michael said in a soothing tone, his hands held up in a peaceful and placating manner. "Yes please," Gabriel interjected with a hint of desperation in her tone as she gazed at Harry almost pleadingly. "Let us help you. You're in terrible danger as long as you remain like this, and by letting us help you, you'll be helping us as well." With the night Harry had had so far, he knew this was a bad idea. But something in the back of his mind told him that he could trust the 2 people in front of him implicitly. Harry had always followed his instincts, and this was going to be no different. "How can I help you?" Harry asked warily. He might somewhat trust these people, but he was still preparing to bolt just in case these 2 individuals before him proved hostile. "Because from what I can see you seem to be doing pretty well by yourselves." "Well, the thing is you're kind of sort of well, Michael trailed off, seemingly unsure how to explain what he wanted to say. "You're God's successor," Gabriel said bluntly with a slightly exasperated sigh, after seeing that Michael wasn't going to say anything anytime soon. As Harry heard that, he froze for a moment before speaking. "God's successor? Well, I suppose technically speaking, you're God, or more like God's reincarnation," explained Michael hurriedly, hoping to explain the situation before Harry jumped to the wrong conclusion. For you see, he foresaw his own death. He knew he was going to die, so he created a fallback. His plan was that he would reincarnate himself as a normal human and regain his memories once 3 certain objects he created were reunited. "A wand, a stone and a cloak," finished Harry blankly, his mind racing as he tried to counter their arguments but couldn't find any, despite how absurd the story sounded as he thought back on what had been happening to him recently. It was obvious now that he thought about it. He did vaguely recall from his days in Sunday school bits about the Bible, so he knew that the 2 beings in front of him were not only angels but were most probably 2 of the most famous angels in Christianity. Though the fact that Gabriel, the second most famous angel after Michael, was really a woman was amusing for some reason. When he had heard the stories in the Bible, he had always assumed Gabriel was a man. Turns out he was wrong. Moreover, something deep inside Harry told him that they weren't lying. It was as if a question he had long wanted answered was finally, well, answered. A question he didn't even know he had. But still. "So, I'm God," Harry said blankly, running his hand through his messy black hair as he did so. At his words they both nodded hesitantly. "The big man, you know, the whole, parting the Red Sea and killing the firstborn son of every Egyptian, that God?" Again both angels nodded, and Harry smiled before speaking with a slight chuckle. "I see," he said, nodding sagely before almost comically falling backwards as he fainted. I have to say he took the news much better than I had expected him to," said Michael with a nervous laugh. as he looked down at his reincarnated father as he lay face up on the ground. Indeed, I thought he would either attack us or try to run or something. Gabriel agreed happily, all of our previous frostiness having disappeared with the death of the fallen angel who had threatened Harry, before she suddenly let out a slight squeal. "Oh, I'm just so happy. Dad's back." Michael rolled his eyes but also smiled happily, his eyes twinkling slightly in joy. "Well, come on then, let's take him back home," Michael ordered quickly. "We want to get him somewhere safe where no one else can listen in or interrupt as he gets his memories back and accustomed to his new form." Nodding joyfully, Gabriel lifted the human god off of the ground and opened up a swirling golden portal, bordered on its edge by intricate gold script. She waited for a second, looking at the person in her arms before she went inside the portal with her precious cargo. Michael stayed behind and narrowed his eyes at the seemingly empty street. Nodding to himself as he saw that there had been no witnesses, he turned around and entered the portal. The portal hovered for a second before closing, leaving no trace of the three having ever occupied the street, other than the quickly dispersing ash that had once been a fallen angel and a stray devil. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. The throne room of God, heaven. 1 hour later, Harry awoke to find himself in a comfortable sitting position. Now Harry didn't really make it a habit to sleep while sitting up straight, or to sleep while sitting at all for that matter, therefore he knew that something was off. He did after all have many talents, but this unfortunately was not one of them, and yet here he was awakening from a heavy sleep while sitting up straight. As Harry woke up, he blinked and cleared his eyes of sleep, only to find himself sat on a beautiful and intricately crafted golden throne with some sort of white fire burning near the back. Harry widened his eyes as he took this in and leapt off of the throne and onto the marble dais it was sat on. The moment he did this, however, he instantly felt weaker for some reason. Turning back to the throne, he studied it before remembering what the two angels he had met had told him and what that meant this throne was. "This is so not happening," Harry denied, even as he reached a hand out and touched the throne, feeling the warmth it seemed to emanate, confirming its existence. "This cannot be happening, all of that was just a dream, yeah, just a dream, and I'll wake up any second now, any second." He continued as he let go of the throne and closed his eyes, hoping that he would just wake up back in Potter Manor. "This isn't a dream," a familiar voice spoke up from behind him. Turning quickly, Harry looked around to see both Michael and Gabriel standing there several meters behind him with sad smiles on their faces. "Neither of you could possibly be real," Harry continued to deny, not wanting to accept the truth despite it being literally stood in front of him now. "I'm afraid it is," Michael replied sadly, his compassionate side seemingly understanding Harry's plight. "We are archangels of heaven and you are God, and yes, before you ask, as in God from the Bible." "That's absurd and impossible," Harry denied again, even as he felt the truth of Michael's words resonate in his soul. "If you are one of George's pranks, then very funny. You can stop this all now." "We can prove that this is real," Gabriel assured with confidence even as she took a tentative step towards him. "How?" Harry asked cautiously, still desperately trying to convince himself that this was some sort of joke. "Just sit on the throne, focus and listen," Gabriel instructed gently, a soft smile on her face. "You'll be able to hear their prayers if you do." With a slight frown, Harry reluctantly complied, sitting on the throne and closing his eyes. After focusing for a few seconds, he could suddenly hear them. He could hear millions if not billions of voices whispering in his mind, all asking and requesting various things all across the world. Their voices were never ending, echoing loudly in his head, getting his attention and proving once and for all that what the angels told him was true. Harry clutched his head in pain, hoping the voices would stop, and suddenly they did. He knew they were still there, somewhere in the background of his mind, but it was like he put them on mute for the moment. There are this many people who pray to God. Harry wondered to himself in awe. There are so many, and yet so many ask for such petty things. It's pathetic. I just wish I could hear at least one person who truly deserves help. Suddenly, as if in answer to Harry's unspoken wish, the voices vanished, all except for one. "Thank you, God, for everything you have given me, and I know that this is just a test of my faith. But I promise that I will be faithful, and perhaps someday you will forgive me of my sins. Amen." A young female voice echoed with a mix of sadness and yet utmost devotion. "Who was that?" Harry asked out loud, getting the two angels' attention. I wish I could see what she looked like. Again, as if by magic, Harry's powers responded to his wishes, creating a misty white portal which showed the image young, a girl around 15 or 16 years of age with long golden blonde hair and green eyes. Her hair flowed all the way down to her back, with split bangs over her forehead and a single golden strand sticking out from the top, sloping backwards. Her main attire consisted of a dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents. A white veil was worn on her head, the veil half covering her face. A brown satchel was also slung on her right hip, and she also wore brown boots with black straps shaped in an X-shaped pattern. And finally, to finish her ensemble off, she wore a simple silver crucifix around her neck. Michael shifted nervously as he saw the image and Harry's reaction to her prayer. So who is she? Harry asked once more, having noted Michael's slight nervousness. It somewhat reminded him of Ron whenever he got caught doing something he shouldn't have by Hermione. That's Assia Argento, my lord. She wields the sacred gear known as Twilight Healing, Gabriel explained promptly once she saw Michael was not going to answer. She was a faithful nun but was expelled from the church after she healed a devil with her sacred gear. Wait, first, 3 things. Harry interjected with a frown. First, you said I was God's reincarnation and I'm getting my powers and memories back thanks to the Deathly Hallows, right? What would have happened if I never united them? Second, what's a sacred gear? Third, why did she heal a devil? Was she defecting or something? For your first question, Michael said calmly, the Hallows would have found their way to you one way or another. You were born into Ignotus' line, assuring that you would eventually get the cloak. You were purposefully born into his line because the cloak would keep you alive long enough to receive the others. The Hallows themselves are a part of you and would have found their ways to you one way or another. Even if you hadn't known what they were. But what if someone else had united them before me? Harry asked insistently. Maybe this was all a mistake and someone else was God. Then nothing would have happened, Gabriel said, crushing his hopes. The Hallows gave some power, which was diluted as time passed, but only in your hands would they have reacted as they were meant. If you weren't God, then sitting in that chair would kill you instantly. Harry sighed at that. He had hoped that it had been a mistake and someone else was really God, but it seemed like a fool's hope. Though that last part made him eye the throne a bit warily, he decided to continue on with her questioning. Right, so what are sacred gears then? Well, sacred gears are part of your system to enact miracles on Earth, Michael continued. They each have unique abilities and come in different types and categories. Only humans or human hybrids are born with sacred gears. Angels and devils can obtain them, though, by resurrecting a human or human hybrid as one of their own. Gabriel paused in thought before continuing. Though I have heard that the fallen angels have devised their own ceremony that can extract sacred gears, though it is apparently at the cost of the owner's life. As for Asia, Michael started nervously. Well, no, she wasn't defecting. Far from it, she's extremely devoted to God. Well, to you, Michael gulped as he saw Harry raise an eyebrow at him, as if sensing where this was going. But we had to expel her. We didn't want news of what she had done to compromise people's faith, so I was forced to expel her in order to keep the people's faith. Harry grit his teeth at that and glared at Michael with a steely, causing said angel to quail slightly. We're going to have a talk about this later, Harry said with a frown, feeling a welling sense of natural authority and power welling in him as he spoke, which caused Michael to gulp before Harry turned to Gabriel. So if I'm God, what now? 'Cause I really would like to get to help this Asia girl. The two archangels looked at each other and nodded. Well, first close your eyes and brace yourself, Gabriel instructed. We'll release the memories into you, after that God's power should sort itself out. A few seconds ticked by and suddenly Harry was suddenly seized by a massive headache. Thoughts, concepts all flowed into his mind. Sacred gears, angels, devils, fallen angels, yokai, dragon gods, pantheons and many other things kept coming. It was a strange feeling, knowing what, or rather who he was now. He was Harry Potter, but at the same time he was God. He was one of the original existences. He was brought into being at the very beginning of creation, alongside 3 other primordial entities. The Great Red, who took the form of a great red dragon and was the primordial god of fate and time. As well as Ophis the Ouroboros dragon and the primordial god of infinity and the void, who usually took the form of a large black serpentine dragon. And also Trihexa, also known the apocalyptic beast, the primordial god of chaos and destruction, who took the form of a large beast made up of numerous different animals, a true abomination. And then finally him, Hari, or Yahweh as he had been known, as the primordial god of creation and existence, the youngest and weakest of the four original existences, and the one who had taken the form of what is now known as a phoenix. Alongside these world-shaking memories, many others flowed into him of a life he had and at the same time had not lived. It got really confusing as his short human life merged with his long former life, merging the two together as the power and knowledge of a being beyond human comprehension merged with his human counterpart, beginning to overwhelm him. The pain was such that he almost gave in. But the will that led Hari through darkness and back into the light still burned within him. He steeled his will and gritted his teeth, taking the pain, unwilling to succumb. He was Harry Potter as well as Yahweh, he was no either one, he was both, and he was not about to bend to some memories from hundreds of years ago and let it erase his life as Harry Potter. If the memories of the war against Voldemort didn't break him, then this wouldn't either. Once the headache passed, Harry took a deep breath as he focused back on the matter at hand. He could sense that Asia, the girl who had just prayed to him, was in danger and he needed to get to her soon. "Alright, so, how do I do stuff?" Harry asked impatiently as his head continued to throb painfully and his body burned. Those memories didn't exactly come with a how-to guide. Well, in theory you just need to focus on what you want to do and you should be able to do it, Gabriel explained unsurely. There are limitations, of course, because if every god out there was omnipotent then there probably wouldn't be a universe around right about now. But be careful or you could end up hurting people unintentionally. Gabriel continued as she explained what little she knew of God and his power and his limits, knowing that he was not like most divine beings. Alright, so, just focus on what I want to do, but also watch my limits because I'm extremely powerful but not all powerful. But be careful so I don't hurt anyone. Got it? Harry responded before he focused for a moment on what he wanted. There was suddenly a bright flash of golden light which was quickly followed by a loud crashing sound as Michael was smacked on the head by a large grand piano. "Ouch!" exclaimed Michael, rubbing his head. "Before you say anything, I meant to do that. Consider that part of your punishment for Asia." An amused Harry explained before he fixed Michael with a glare which silenced any complaints he might have had about the odd punishment. "Also, looking back on my memories, I think I need to revamp the system. We're going to institute a 3-strike system before angels can fall, and they can only earn a strike if do something really bad, like murder or something along those lines, otherwise they get a lesser punishment." Harry ordered thoughtfully as the two angels nodded, thinking back on some of his previous rules and thinking them a bit too harsh. Oh, and do away with that stupid purification ritual thing. It's voyeuristic and creepy as hell. Also, as long the angels get married beforehand, then they can have with their husband or wife with no punishment. I mean, damn, I was such a dick for making that rule. So yeah, make it so. With those last orders, Harry vanished in a golden flash of light to save one of his faithful. God, that was weird to even think about. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Abandoned church, Kuo town. Harry arrived in Japan almost instantly in a flash of light. The second he appeared, he instantly hid his power signature, not wanting to attract the attention of the devils here just yet. Even with the memories of God helping, he was nowhere near as strong as God was before his death, and God was incredibly powerful. He needed to practice and sort of get back into the groove of things. He was sure wielding infinite power would be like riding a bike. Turning his mind back on his wayward lamb, he decided that he'd better find Asia fast before something bad happened to her. He wandered about the city for a little while asking people if they had seen Asia. He even conjured up a picture of her using his new powers. So far he'd unfortunately been met with little success. Ever since he arrived he had kept practicing with his newfound powers, and he had found that wizard magic was like a simple parlor trick to him now. He could even change his appearance, regardless of the fact that he was never a metamorphagus before, but he supposed that came with the territory of being God. Realizing that he was getting attention, Harry decided to put his new ability to good use. He walked into an alleyway and turned into an 18-year-old version of himself only. without glasses and dressed in a smart white shirt, black suit trousers and a black waistcoat. People were less likely to question a teen walking around town than they were an adult for some reason. Whatever the reason, it helped him right now, and so he continued his search. Eventually he got feeling tugging him towards an old abandoned church and ran toward it as quickly as he could. As he ran, he decided to randomly create a magic shotgun in his hands in the hopes of keeping a low profile, though he did hope he wasn't going to be too late. Damn his saving people thing. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. The fallen angels and exorcists were in the abandoned church, and all of them were gathered around the ritual circle that would remove the sacred gear, twilight healing, from the excommunicated nun Asia. Rainer simply grinned in anticipation as she waited for the ritual to take place, looking up at she did with only a slight twinge of guilt as she looked at the nun who was tied to a crucifix, but she was quickly shaken from her thoughts by gunshots. Suddenly, the room shook from what sounded like a thunderclap or an explosion. The exorcists were losing their cool, and even the tied-up Asia was wondering what was going on. Suddenly the door exploded off of its hinges after being kicked in by a black-haired, green-eyed Westerner who was holding a shotgun of all things. "You know how they say a church is a house of God?" the Westerner asked with a British accent. "Well, I have just one thing to say to all of you." He promptly cocked the shotgun as he stopped hiding his power signature, letting the sole fallen angel in the room instantly know who he was. "Get off my property," Harry yelled as he began to shoot the stray exorcists, blasts of golden light erupting from the muzzle of his shotgun as he fired, turning the exorcists it hit to dust. Rainer was frightened. Hell, most of exorcists were crapping themselves in terror as they felt the power rolling off of the man before them. She knew who she was staring down and knew she didn't have a prayer of a chance against him. The aura of sheer power and holiness he was putting out was unmistakable. The last time she'd felt it had been before her fall, when she had been in the presence of the Holy Father. She'd never forget that feeling. To their credit, not all of the exorcists ran away in fear. Some had attempted to fight but had been blown away by the shotgun, which fired bursts of golden light instead of bullets. Not that this made it any less lethal to anyone unlucky enough to be caught in the way, as they were atomized by the heat and intensity of the light. Rainer remained paralyzed with fear as all this was happening, hoping beyond hope that he was feeling merciful as she fell to her knees. Freed Selzen, a white-haired, red-eyed exorcist, had decided to simply abscond the moment the man arrived. He may be crazy, but he wasn't stupid enough to fight such a clearly overwhelmingly powerful enemy, so with that in mind he had decided to run as far as he could and as fast as he could. Whoever it was clearly outmatched everyone here, tossing them around like rag dolls. This guy had to be either a really powerful exorcist with a sacred gear or maybe a really high-ranking angel. Either way, Freed was not sticking around to find out, and he promptly jumped through a window, smashing it in the process. When all of her exorcist subordinates having been dealt with, either being killed or having fled, along with her fellow fallen angels having also flown off after they had felt Harry's power, Harry approached the kneeling Rainer, who looked as if she almost ready to wet herself in fear. She could not move nor run away, Rainer's own fear preventing it. As for Harry, he was about to kill her as well when he paused. As he met her eyes, memories from his previous life as God entering his mind, memories of creating this very woman out of love and the pain her fall caused him. Looking into her mind now, Harry saw that she had fallen out of love. Love for a man that would never love her back. He could sense the regret in her spirit and the small part of her that longed to embrace him, her father, again. Could he really condemn her for simply making the mistake of loving the wrong person? Sure, she had done terrible things, but then so had people like Severus Snape, and he'd been absolved in the end, hadn't he? The part of him that was still Harry felt pity for the little girl before him, and so he changed his mind about killing her, if only in memory of whom she once was and what she could once more be. Still, she needed to be punished to drive the lesson home. "Now as for you," Harry declared in a booming voice as he projected. "I strip you of your wings, I punish you to live as one of the humans you've tormented until such time as I deem you worthy of your regaining your wings once more." With that declaration, a burst of pain exploded from Rainer's back as she looked back and saw as her precious wings vanished into nothingness. She quickly found herself forced back into her Yuma Mono disguise once more as the divine light of God was ripped from her body. Her fallen angel powers were gone as well, no light spears, no superhuman strength, no nothing. She was nothing more than a normal human girl now. And yet, a part of her felt relieved for some reason. At least this way maybe she can regain redemption. After dealing with and punishing Raynor, Harry turned to the tied-up Asia, who was looking at him with wonder and tears in her eyes. "Is it really you, Father? Have you come to answer my prayers?" Harry's eyes softened as he looked upon the girl who, over all the people in the world, did not deserve to suffer as she had and yet never lost her faith. If everyone in the world were as pure as she was, maybe people like Voldemort would never exist and maybe there wouldn't be any hate and war in the world. "Indeed it is, my daughter, and wasn't it weird to call a girl who was technically maybe 10 years younger than him his daughter? Despite all you have suffered, all you have gone through, you have never lost faith. For that alone, you deserve my personal presence in your rescue." Asia had been quickly untied and was kneeling before him, looking down humbly. I did only as any good believer would do, Father. I'm nothing special and tears came to Asia's eyes as she remembered her excommunication from the church. "I sinned in healing that devil." "No," Harry said firmly as he heard her self-condemnation. "Go, my faith is based upon salvation and mercy. To all and not just those who are Christian. In truth, you are perhaps one of my truest and most faithful followers, maybe even above some of my angels." Asia was shocked at his words and tried to humbly deny it. Father. And for that, Harry gently kneeled till he was at Asia's level. "I bless you as one of my true holy maidens as I haven't done since Holy Maria herself. May all those who gaze upon you know you walk with my grace and my favor. One of the few humans who can stand as an equal to one of my archangels." With that, Harry laid a gentle on her brow, infusing her with his holy energies and doing as he said. Now Asia would be capable of miracles beyond just her sacred gear as long as she maintained her faith. Her prayers would heavily damage devils even if they weren't made for them specifically, and she would be shielded from everything but the most dark or powerful of attacks by the Holy Spirit itself. As for Asia, she felt like crying in joy as she felt God's favor descend upon her. It was everything the priests at the church said it was and so much more. She could feel his love and mercy cover her like a veil, and she knew now that she could walk into hell itself and he would still be with her. Harry froze as he felt 3 devil signatures approaching and furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. 3 devils approach for some reason. It seems as if my rescue of you has not gone undetected and they wish to take advantage. Asia looked up in confusion before an idea came to her. Can you tell me who it is that approaches, my lord? Harry wanted to tell her just to call him Harry, but decided that would be for another day. Besides, it was expected of him to have some formality now. Their names are Kiba Yuto, Kaneko and Issei Hyodo. Asia's eyes widened at the name of her sort of friend and she looked up at God in supplication. My lord, I know I shouldn't ask, but please spare them. Issei was kind to me. I know he came only to rescue me and not for anything evil. He may be a devil, but he's still a good man. Harry looked down at Asia for a moment before sighing and smiling down at her naivety. Very well, Asia. I shall spare them and they shall not be harmed today. However, I will send you somewhere safe while I speak to them. I shall come to you once I'm done. He turned and narrowed his eyes at the shaking form of Raynor. As for you, my fallen daughter, you shall go with her and protect her with your life. Though she does not need it since she is protected by the Holy Spirit, consider this part of your repentance. Understand? Raynor nodded her head quickly, terrified he might change his mind and wipe her from existence. Raynor quickly walked and stood beside Asia, knowing that not obeying would mean her imminent destruction. With that done, Harry waved his hand and a golden circle appeared beneath them, which quickly whisked Asia and Raynor in a flash of light, leaving the church empty of everyone save him. Sensing the devils approaching, a mischievous smile crossed his face. I may not be able to hurt them, but I never said I have a bit of fun with them. Time to let the inner marauder out, I think. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. He promptly set to work, first by morphing his clothes from his shirt and waistcoat combination into something a bit more clerical. This included a traditional British reverend's garb, including a black shirt and trousers, with a black cassock and a white clerical collar. A leather-bound Bible held firmly in his hands and a simple silver crucifix hanging around his neck. Issei burst into the church hoping he wasn't too late to rescue Asia. However, any thought of rescue was stopped when he felt his body become racked with pain. Distantly, he heard a voice with a British accent echo from the front of the church. And when he thus had spoken, he cried with a loud voice, "Lazarus, come forth." And he that was dead came forth, bound hand and foot with grave clothes, and his face was bound about with a napkin. Jesus said unto them, "Loose him, and let him go." The powerful British voice finished as it read the Bible passage. The moment he stopped speaking, the pain stopped and Issei looked up to see the owner of the voice. The owner of the voice was a slightly older foreigner around Bushu's age with black hair and emerald green eyes, wearing a black cassock with a strange white collar where a tie would usually be, and a silver cross hanging down from his neck. "Oh, hello there, my children," the man greeted cheerfully, seemingly only noticing the three devils now. "Are you here for a blessing or to confess your sins perhaps? I'm afraid this church is still undergoing renovations, so if you've come for Mass you'll have to come back at a later time." The priest gestured, with his arms in a sweeping motion around the church which had pieces of scaffolding in places. "So congregation won't be starting for a week or two yet. But please come then and I'll be glad to serve all of your spiritual needs." As he heard that, Issei stood up and glared at the priest. "Who are you and where is Asia?" he demanded angrily and obnoxiously. "What have you done with her?" "Ah, forgive me, my child. The name that I go by is the Reverend Harry Black, but you may call me Father Black," the priest said as he introduced him with a slight bow and an annoyingly calm and soothing voice. "As for Asia, was it? Ah yes, there was a young lady of that name here, but she has since been relocated." "Where did you take her, you bastard?" Issei demanded again as he took a threatening step towards the priest in front of him. Now there's no need for such language, my boy," Harry admonished with a disappointed tone, his eyes twinkling in a very Dumbledorian way as he did so. "Especially in a house of God." Issei lost his cool at that and charged at the annoying and sanctimonious priest. "Hand her over right now," Issei screamed out gratingly with his fist raised as he closed in on the priest. "Issei, wait," Kiba, a lean good-looking young man with blonde hair, called out, hoping Issei would heed him. "Idiot," Kaneko said simply, running after him, her short white hair streaming behind her as she did so. In response to Issei's attack, however, the priest merely flipped through his Bible nonchalantly, apparently not concerned with Issei at all. Eventually, the palm closed in on Harry and his fist traveled on its path to his face and missed the priest completely. Issei was stunned. It seemed as though the priest had not moved at all, and yet Issei had missed. His fist was still extended past the priest's shoulder. Harry simply gained a dark smirk and put his hand in front of Issei's face. Using his thumb as a base, he moved his middle finger back and flicked Issei in the forehead. But this was no normal flick, and Issei was sent speeding into the wall next to Kaneko. The priest then in response resumed flicking through his Bible, whistling him to himself as he did so. "Issei," Kiba called out to his downed comrade, before he summoned a demonic sword of his own creation. "Holy Eraser." With that, Kiba charged the priest with Kaneko reluctantly at his side. But yet again the Reverend Black remained entirely unconcerned. "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning. Through him all things were made, without him nothing was made that has been made. In him was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it," Harry in priest mode said as he continued to read the Bible passage. Kiba and Kaneko collapsed in pain upon hearing the holy verse, skidding into a heap onto the smooth stone floor of the church. Even as the priest stopped reading the verse, a holy aura began flooding the church. It was unmistakable. Angels were coming, and lots of them. "Kaneko, do you feel that?" asked Kiba, getting a pained nod from the girl who was sprawled out on the floor beside him. "Grab Issei and let's get out of here." Kaneko nodded and retreated to the entrance, dragging the dazed Issei by the ankle and dragging him along the floor as she did so. As they were retreating, the holy presence was getting stronger by the second, and they would soon be neck-deep in angels if they didn't leave now. Kiba ran backwards, keeping his eyes on the softly smiling priest as he did so, his sword raised before him in case of any sudden attack from the priest who had not moved an inch during the entire fight. "Can you not feel it?" Harry, Black, asked loudly as they fled. "The presence of God is all around us, he never truly leaves the side of those us that are truly faithful." Kaneko, deciding to speed up, suddenly flung the now protesting Issei over her shoulder in a fireman's lift as she ran out of the church with him. "No, let me go." "What about Asia?" Issei demanded angrily, flailing in the girl's arms as he tried to escape her grip. "I'm sorry Issei, but we can't fight angels, especially not with how many are coming," Kiba explained as he now turned and fled the church, running alongside Kaneko as he did so. "Do come again if you feel like confessing your sins, my children," came the priest's mocking voice as it trailed after them. "The house of God is open to all sinners and saints alike." Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. As he watched the devils retreat, Harry couldn't stop laughing. Watching that boy try and charge him, then flicking him away, was priceless, especially since the little shit was making demands of him without any forethought at all. The priest outfit worked too, as it made them underestimate him from the very beginning, so much so he might keep the guys going, at least for the moment. Harry eventually brought his laughter under control and summoned a few more angels, who immediately answered his summons. "Yes, Lord, what is it you require of us?" one of them asked, the angel in question wearing shining silver armor and having 2 pairs of white wings. "I need a few of you to hold down the fort and get repairs on this church underway, and make sure the church is notified that this place is to have a priest attending to it," Harry clearly ordered. "The devils have been allowed to run free for too long. They have even begun encroaching on the human world, and it's time to bring them to heel. For now, shore up all of our territories and make sure everything is secure. I have some other business to attend to." With those orders given, Harry opened up another golden portal, left through it, though not before he noticed another devil presence leaving, one that he almost missed due to the fact they were masking their power so well. Diodara Astaroth, his name was all Harry could get out of the devil before he teleported off, but it was enough for Harry to look into. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Kuo Academy, Occult Research Clubroom. Rias Grimoire, the heiress to the noble underworld House of Grimoire, was not pleased. Her newest pawn Issei Hyodo, along with her knight and rook, had gone off to the church to rescue a nun that Issei had befriended, which was not what bothered her, as it was her plan to begin with. She had even been preparing for herself and Akino to sweep in and clear out the remaining fallen angels and reincarnate the sacred gear-wielding nun who they had, unfortunately, not been in time to save. Only for her plan to secure her territory and gain a new piece for her peerage to fail before it even began. Apparently they had gone in expecting fallen angels, but had instead been met with a priest or exorcist of some kind. Either way, whoever it was had completely wiped her pawn out with only a flick of his finger, if what she was told was accurate. Kaneko and Kiba were not even able to get that close, as the priest or exorcist or whatever he was had begun reading Bible verses which had caused them both too much pain for them to get close enough to attack. On top of that, angels had been preparing to enter the church and slay the intruding devils. Luckily for her though, her peerage had the sense of mind to retreat and thankfully weren't pursued, otherwise they would have all been killed and she would never get out of her engagement to Riser Phoenix. But still, the fact that heaven would send such forces into her territory was troubling. She would have to speak with Sona about it in the morning. Rias had of course reprimanded the 3 and sent them home. Issei's face had seemed heartbroken, which was unfortunate, but now, more than ever, they could do nothing. With the forces that were now probably arrayed at the church, she doubted even Sona and her own peerages combined would be able to come out victorious against such odds. "Are you worried about heaven's forces occupying that church?" her queen, Akino Himehime, asked, the beautiful long black-haired girl, with violet eyes and a voluptuous figure as sharp as ever. "Yes, why would they bother to make such a daring move into our territory like this?" Rias wondered aloud, completely oblivious to the fact that the human world belonged to the gods and yokai of that world and not to devils. "They haven't been this audacious in centuries, so why now? Heaven's finally on the move after all this time, huh?" Akino replied with a touch of worry. "Seems to me like something has happened to make them bold. I wonder what that could be though," asked Rias as she looked out of the window. "I bet that priest thinks he's really clever." "You mean Father Black?" Akino wondered in curiosity. Is there something that bothers you about him? Yes, where did he come from? Someone like that should have been picked up if they were moving to the area. Rias replied in irritation, as the reports she received from the underworld usually highlighted any dangerous individuals in the area, which is how she knew where stray devils in her territory were and that fallen angels had set up a temporary base. I have never heard of the name, and why would he be sent here into devil territory, and why heaven would be willing to send angels to protect him? Is he really that important? And if so, why send him here? It doesn't make sense. Well, it has always been said that the best hiding place is in plain sight, pointed out Akino hesitantly. And this could be heaven's way of saying, we've put our people in near your territory, what are you going to do about it? No, that last theory doesn't much make sense to me. Big Brother always said that heaven wouldn't want another war, but he never did say why, Rias replied, shooting the theory down as she swept some of her crimson-red hair out of her face and looked pensively out of the window. Well, what else could it be? Akino asked in confusion, her violet eyes narrowed slightly. I don't know, but I want you and the others to be on guard and watch for their next move, Rias ordered sternly. I'll inform Sona if she doesn't already know. Of course, President, Akino said dutifully, bowing her head slightly as she did so. Oh, and Akino. Yes, Rias. Watch yourself, Rias warned. There were many fallen angels and stray exorcists in that church before heaven occupied it, and whoever or whatever heaven sent made them all run like they'd seen the Ouroboros dragon coming for them in a foul mood. So you think the infinite dragon god is behind this little fiasco? Akino inquired with an amused smile on her face. Of course not, Rias stated in exasperation. If it was Ouroboros dragon, then Issei, Hiba and Kaneko would have been vaporized before they could even get close. No, we are certainly dealing with something powerful, but nowhere near that powerful. With that, the conversation ended and Akino left the room to carry out her orders, leaving Rias staring up at the full moon, thinking to herself about the current situation, and how if possible it could be turned to her advantage. Kuo Academy, Student Council Room. Lady Sona, we have a situation. Momo Hanakai, a second-year student at Kuo Academy and one of Sona Citri's bishops, said as she approached her king, who was currently sat behind her desk in the school council room. Momo was a young girl with long white hair and pretty green eyes. If it is about the disturbance at the abandoned church, then I am aware. Sona replied, still concentrating on the report in front of her. Turns out Rias has lost control of the situation. My lady, Momo replied curiously. Rias asked for a favor from me. She asked that I leave the abandoned church and the resident fallen angels in it to her. I of course agreed in return for a favor. Sona replied, still not looking up, her short dark hair hanging slightly downwards as she looked down at the report. But it appears Rias has failed in containing the situation, so much so that heaven has become involved and are establishing their own base in Kuo. The embarrassment from this, if it gets out, will be great. Kuo is the beginnings of the first devil colony on the human world, and was put under our management for just such a reason. Rias and I are the younger sisters of two of the Mao and are heiresses to two of the most important pillar clans in the underworld. What will you do then, my lady? Momo asked, slightly taken aback as she heard what Sona's duty here was. It's simple, I will do nothing. Sona replied simply, finally looking up as she said so. Momo almost face-planted at that before replying, what do you mean nothing, my lady? The fault for our current situation is not mine, it is Rias's, therefore any backlash will fall on her and her house, which is what I will make clear in my report to my sister and the Elder Council. Rias and I might be allies, but I will not allow my and my house's name to be dragged through the mud due to her mistake. Sona replied tonelessly, regretting that she had to do this but knowing at the same time she had no choice. So that's it, we will do nothing? Momo asked, still incredulous but not surprised by how ruthless her king could be sometimes. No, we will monitor the situation to make sure it doesn't get any worse, which is where Tsubaki is now, keeping an eye on the church and its new occupants. But we will not directly intervene unless we ourselves are threatened. Sona continued as she met Momo's gaze with a resolute one of her own, her amethyst eyes flashing in warning behind her glasses. Yes, my lady, the white-haired girl said, nodding her head. Good, now we will just see what comes of this whole fiasco. Sona finished as she turned back to her report. Hermione Granger was not having a good day. Just yesterday, she'd figured out that her best friend, one Harry Potter, had gained some sort of power from the Deathly Hallows. Now he'd vanished and no owls could find him for some reason, no matter how many she sent out looking for him. She had looked through all sorts of books, many of which were still opened on her desk, and had found absolutely nothing as to what it could be. The Deathly Hallows artifacts were shrouded in mystery, as were their creation, though she had found a few references to reincarnation and the aspect of death. Either way, she needed to get a hold of him fast. Everyone had heard how the rain the day before yesterday had suddenly stopped and become sunny around London, or around Diagon Alley to be more specific. The problem was that everyone agreed to seeing Harry there at the time, which in itself was not that suspicious. But the strange happenings didn't just stop there. Last night the clouds in Scotland had rapidly cleared up for no apparent reason, allowing the starry sky to be seen unobscured. The problem was that it had happened only in Scotland and there had been no justification for it. There hadn't even been any strong winds reported at the time. And again there were reports that Harry was present visiting Hogwarts at the time. Then, Andromeda had told her that Teddy's cold had simply vanished, as if the boy had never had it in the first place. It had happened while Harry was visiting and she swore she saw Harry look at him before Teddy lost his cold. After that Harry visited the minister, and when he left all of Kingsley's paperwork was done. Kingsley hadn't even used magic or any special quills either, and Kingsley, despite being a great minster, hardly ever got his paperwork done. And of course, who could forget Neville's parents suddenly regaining their sanity after more than 2 decades without any improvement in their condition? But despite that and the fact that experts had tried and failed to do the same thing, they had gotten up as if nothing had happened, all sign of cruciatus damage gone. People were saying it was a miracle and the same experts remained baffled. But once again her distant friend had been present at the time. And how could she forget his visit to her, where he tapped the laptop she was working on his way out of her office, only for her problem to be suddenly fixed. The laptop now ran perfectly, and to top it all off, Hermione knew how to avoid the problem in the future. It had taken a while for Hermione to connect the dots, but she eventually came to the conclusion that Harry clearly had a strange power of some sort. She had to warn him to leave for his own good before people decided to try and capture him to study his powers. Hermione could only stall for so long before someone else with a few brain cells put 2 and 2 together and figured it out. But she was frustrated. Nothing she did could find her wayward best friend, and the less said about Ron the better. "Oh God!" screamed Hermione in frustration as she only just refrained from slamming her head into something hard. Harry suddenly appeared next to her. Yes. Within a second of Harry's arrival, Hermione reasonably enough let out what could be called the world's loudest scream of surprise, which inevitably led to Harry being on the receiving end of the physical aspect of Hermione's shock. Slap. Harry rubbed his right cheek, which now sported a red handprint on it. Whilst Hermione had her hands to her chest in an attempt to slow down her now racing heart. "You know," Harry began slowly as he rubbed his slightly red cheek. "I don't think I deserve that. You surprised me," Hermione shrieked before slapping him on the arm again. "What the hell were you thinking, you idiot? You're lucky I didn't curse your balls off." "Well, you're the one who called me, remember?" Harry replied in complaint before gaining a slight smirk on his face as he waited for Hermione's reaction. "No, I didn't. I said, oh God," Hermione said slowly with a bit of confusion on her face, afraid her friend was drunk or had finally gone round the bend. "Yes, hello," Harry replied cheerily, waving mockingly. "Here I am." "Harry, I am not in the mood for jokes," Hermione growled, frustration leaking into her voice as Harry just waltzed in speaking nonsense, especially after she had attempted to send so many owls and messages to him. "Do you know how long I've been trying to get a hold of you? It's no joke, and I've kind of been pretty far away. It wasn't technically a lie. First he was in heaven for a while, and then he was in Japan. Harry, I will say this once more, okay?" Hermione said, her hand on her hip and her other pointed at Harry commandingly as she took a lecturing pose, before she said in her best lecturing voice, "You are not God." "No, I am," Harry insisted with an even bigger smile on his face as he was no doubt about to baffle and annoy her. Trust me, it's a long and complicated story involving the 3 Deathly Hallows, which were actually weaker than they were when they were created, especially after use by humans, and me being the reincarnation of God, but at the same time I'm still the original God, like the one from the Bible. 10 Commandments, parted the Red Sea, 10 plagues of Egypt, God yada yada, you know who I mean. Did George slip you something? Hermione asked in response, an unamused expression on her face, really not in the mood for games. No, I can prove it, watch this. Harry waved his hand and a bronze statue of Hermione reading a book appeared right in front of her. Hermione simply gave him a look of annoyance. I can do that too, genius, it's called magic. Hermione took her wand, waved it, and a statue of Harry holding a sword appeared next to Harry's statue of her. All right, how about this then? With a wave of his hand, a small glass of a clear goldish liquid appeared on the desk. Hermione dipped her finger in it and put it into her mouth, tasting it. Her face still had annoyance on it. Champagne, again, I can do that too. Hermione waved her wand and again a glass of champagne appeared and Hermione remained unimpressed. Harry scratched his head, struggled to think of something before a word in one of Hermione's books caught his eye. Gamp's Law of Elemental Transfiguration. Harry widened his eyes and smacked himself on the forehead. That's it, Harry exclaimed excitedly. What's it? Hermione replied, beginning to get both bored. You've decided to give up. Nope, try doing this with magic, challenged Harry, and suddenly a large slice of a chocolate cake appeared on the desk. Hermione's eyes instantly locked onto the cake, a glint entered her eyes and she licked her lips. Quick as a viper she grabbed the cake and bit into it, chewing a large chunk while glaring at Harry. Harry James Potter, she growled after swallowing the piece of cake in her mouth. You know I have a sugar weakness. Do you believe me now? Harry asked smugly. You could have performed some sort of alternate summoning method to get this, or maybe it was disillusioned the whole time, Hermione replied, attempting to rationalize the blatant disregard for the laws of elemental transfiguration. Harry sighed to himself. It was time to bring out the big guns. All right, try to explain this. Harry snapped his fingers and all of a sudden, Hermione found herself sitting on something metal and hard. She opened her eyes without knowing she'd even closed them and saw the earth below her. She was sitting on a satellite, orbiting the earth. She did the only thing a rational person would do in her position. What hell have you done? She screamed, despite there being a lack of air in space for the sound to travel. How are we up here? Do you believe me now? Harry replied with mirth in his eyes as he watched Hermione flail around. Yes, now put me back right now. Hermione demanded, thumping Harry's chest. Harry complied and snapped his fingers, and both of them were back in Hermione's office, with Harry casually sat on Hermione's seat behind her desk while she was stood in front of said desk. All right, Hermione said after catching her breath. So let's say for a moment that I believe you're God. Don't you realize what this means? I can throw a party at the Vatican and no one can stop me. Harry joked cheerfully. Hermione gave Harry a flat look before grabbing hold of a book that was about 40 centimeters thick. She promptly slammed it onto his head before he could defend himself. Harry rubbed his head. Despite being God, that had hurt a lot. He saw the unamused look on Hermione's face and decided to get serious, for now. No, do you know how much good you can do with this power? Hermione asked rhetorically. But never mind that, you have to leave the country. Why? Harry asked in confusion. Listen, Harry, despite the popular belief of some, the wizarding world is in fact not comprised of entirely morons, Hermione explained calmly, ignoring her friend's look of disbelief. All these strange things that you've been doing are getting attention, and eventually someone will start putting 2 and 2 together, and when they do, they won't get fish, understand? Right up until fish, and then you lost me completely, Harry replied seriously. Honestly, listen, people will figure out that you have powers, and if they find out that you're God, they'll start demanding things from you. Even if you give them what they want, word will spread and society will spiral into chaos and you'll never get a moment's peace, Hermione explained with aggravation clear in her voice. Oh, well, that is bad, Harry realized. Gee, you think? Responded Hermione sarcastically. Okay, but before I go, I did have a reason for being here other than to annoy you, Harry said as he decided to be a bit more serious. Really? Hermione replied suspiciously. Yeah, I am here to offer you the chance to be an angel. Harry said bluntly, not even trying to lighten the blow of his offer. What? Hermione gasped out in shock, her eyes wide as she stared at Harry. You heard me, I want you to become one of my angels. The why is simple, you are both a good person and are quite intelligent. And like you said before, I can do much good with my power, and this offer is the start. I would like you to become an angel and work with several others in research and development. Just think, by doing it not only will you be able to make an impact and help improve the world as a whole, but you will also bring some human perspective to table. Harry offered, as he explained his reasoning to Hermione. Wah, but what? Was Hermione's articulate response, before she pulled herself together. What would the cost be? All power has a cost. The cost is simple. I will reincarnate you as an angel and you will come to live in heaven. You will still be able to come to the human world whenever you want. But will also be immortal. Harry replied, before an amusing thought occurred to him. In fact, the only real price is that you will have to call me Big Daddy, because you know I will technically be your father. No, Hermione replied immediately. Is that no to being an angel or no to calling me Big Daddy? Harry replied with a casual, easy-going smile. Yes to being an angel, and no to calling you Big Daddy. What about Papa H? No. Lord Father? No. Sugar Daddy? No. Hermione replied even louder as she reached over and slapped Harry on the arm. Fair enough, just Harry then. Harry replied whilst laughing heartily. I will give you some time to sort your affairs out and have a longer think before I turn you into an angel. Say I will come back tonight. Sounds good. Hermione replied with an exasperated laugh. Now go, before someone sees you. Oh, all right, I'll get going. I have something to do in Japan anyways, Harry stated, chuckling as his friend attempted to get rid of him. God. But one last thing, what are the laws like on summoning devils? In the wizarding world it's highly illegal and can earn you the death sentence, Hermione replied, easily calming down slightly from the shock of the last half an hour. It's been that way for centuries because Muggles started saying we got our powers from deals with devils, so it was made illegal everywhere to put a stop those misconceptions. Every ICW country complies with that law, even the ones that aren't in ICW have that law, and there's only very few countries that aren't ICW. In fact, you can count them on one hand. Got it, Hermione, and thanks, Harry said cheerfully before handing Hermione a note. Goodbye, and I will see you in a bit. The process is pretty quick, because you know I'm God and all that. But anyway, this is the town I'm staying in, just in case you want to visit for whatever reason. Just go to the church and ask for Father Harry Black. Hermione took the piece of paper that Harry had given her and thrust it into her pocket. Father, Hermione paused before glaring, have you been impersonating a vicar? No, Harry said unconvincingly. It probably would have been more convincing if he'd changed out of his reverend's outfit before coming. Harry Potter, Hermione sighed in exasperation. Why are you impersonating a priest? It's a great cover. No one will suspect a thing, Harry defended. And besides, technically I am God, so I am infallible. Meaning I am incapable of erring. You can't just say you're infallible and do whatever you want, Hermione shrieked. She loved him, but she swore she lost a year of her life every time they spoke. Well, I can, because you know, I'm infallible. Harry explained with a grin. Oh, Harry, Hermione said with a sigh before she slapped her forehead. You're going to keep using this as an excuse, aren't you? Yep, Harry replied cheerfully. You're just the worst. Hermione sighed at him. Heretic, Harry accused, pointing a finger at her. Just get out of here. Hermione chucked the book she still had in her hand at him. Harry vanished, causing the book to slam onto the ground with a heavy thud. Idiot, she sighed with a smile on her lips. With her greatest concern out of the way, she began clearing her books and notes about Harry away. Already making plans for how she could help humanity when Harry turned her into an angel. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Andromeda's house. Wow, Harry, I am surprised, 2 visits in a week. If you keep this up, I may think you are trying to smother me. Andromeda said as she led Harry into her sitting room. Oh, Andy, you know you love me. Harry replied with a chuckle before he sat down on the sofa. So you claim, Andromeda chuckled. So what's the reason for your visit? Well, some big things have happened recently. Harry began, before he gave Andromeda a quick summary of what had gone on in the last few days, and about him being God. Fortunately she was much more open to the idea than Hermione, though that might have been because he led with transporting her into space and back. "So, you're God," Andromeda said blankly as she stared at Harry. "Yeah," Harry responded with a smile. "And I have an offer for you." "An offer?" Andromeda asked curiously. "How would you like to be an angel?" Harry asked with a smile. "What? Why would you offer me this?" The brown-haired woman replied questioningly. "Because you are good and deserve it," Harry said. "Oh, and also because I am God and can turn whoever I want to into an angel." "What would being an angel mean?" Andromeda replied. Being an immortal being, with awesome wings who watches over humanity and heaven." Harry said. "But what about Teddy?" Andy asked. "As long as he remains a nice kid like he is at the moment, I will make him the same offer when he comes of age. As for the moment, you can still live in the wizarding world for as long as you want. You will of course need to keep an eye out for danger and make sure the wizards don't endanger themselves or the rest of the world. But other than that you can do what you want," Harry explained to Andy as she still looked at him stunned. "I am not sure," Andromeda began as she considered Harry's offer. "Well, just think about it, Andy. I will say this though. If you do become an angel, then you can visit heaven whenever you want, meaning you can visit the human souls who go to heaven. Which would include Ted and Nymphadora. Don't think this is me trying to manipulate you though. If I could I would take you to visit them now. But mortals can't visit heaven." "Well, they can, but it is a one-way trip. Once they go to heaven and enter the pool of eternity they can never leave." "Oh yeah, the pool of eternity is the place where the souls of the good go and where they have a tailor-made world just for them," Harry finished, smiling as he saw the look of shock and wonder on Andromeda's face. I can see them again," Andy whispered, her eyes tearing up as she spoke. "Yes, Andy, you can," Harry replied smiling. "And Teddy will be given the same offer?" Andromeda asked just to confirm. "I give you my word, as long as he remains a decent person I will give him the offer," Harry assured. "Then yes," Andromeda said as she smiled, her eyes watering as she did so. "Are you sure?" Harry asked just to be sure. "Yes, Harry, I am sure." Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Abandoned church, Kuo. Harry appeared in the church with a small flash of light. As he did so he saw that the people from the church had arrived. They were currently scurrying around being directed by the angels clad in silver armor as they began fixing up the place, though it did look like it wouldn't be long till it was all fixed up. Even now the stained glass in the windows were being replaced and the stone columns were being repaired. As he appeared in the church, Harry was sure to maintain his Father Harry black disguise as one of them approached him. A man in a black suit and white shirt with a simple black tie, with the only thing giving away his connection to the church being the Vatican symbol on the breast pocket of his suit jacket. "Ah, you are Harry Black, correct?" asked the man as he separated from the rest of his group. "Yes, that is the name that I choose to go by," Harry replied cheerfully. "So may I ask what your mission is here that warrants reopening and renovating an abandoned church?" The man asked curiously. "I am going to attend the local academy as a student in order to assess the situation and keep an eye on the devil heiresses and their peerages that attend the academy," Harry replied with a friendly smile. "And you don't need backup?" The man inquired in confusion as he heard Harry's mission. "What if you get into trouble?" "If I get into trouble, then our Lord God is all the backup I need," Harry replied in a false pious tone, barely hiding a smirk. The man was lost for words. He tried to say something but eventually sighed and walked away. When he was out of sight, Harry went into a back room and changed into the Kuo Academy male's uniform, which consisted of a black blazer with white accents over a white, short-sleeved button-down shirt with vertical linings, a black ribbon on the collar which was a ridiculous replacement for a tie in Harry's opinion, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. "Well, time to meet my new classmates," Harry stated cheerfully. "I'd better walk, I don't want to expose myself on the first day after all." With that in mind, Harry left the back room and began making his way to the front door, but paused just as he was about to open the large double doors. "Oh, that reminds me, be sure to prepare a room for 2 females both close to each other," Harry ordered seriously. "Asia Argento and Yuma Mano will be staying with me and attending Kuo Academy with me in a couple of days. Just as soon as I make sure it's safe for them." Asia Argento. One of the other men fixing up the church asked in confusion. You mean the W.I.? The man was cut off by long rapier-like sword embedding itself into the wall next to his head. He had not even seen the young man move. Everyone had stopped working to look at the scene in shock. They were all stunned except for the angels, who were unsurprised, and instead looked amused by their father's actions. If you ever call her that word again, Harry said with venom dripping in voice, it will be the last thing you ever say as an employee of our Lord God, am I clear? Why yes sir, stuttered the man fearfully. Good, now back to work everyone, Harry said cheerfully as the smile returned to his face. He began whistling a cheerful tune as he left the church, a skip in his step as he walked. The man in question dropped to floor still in shock. The long rapier remained embedded several inches into the newly reinforced stone wall, the blade still shaking slightly from that force it was thrown at. A warning and testament to the young man's strength. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. As Harry arrived, he saw the large school building. It was impressive, but Hogwarts was better in his opinion. He had made sure to create fake records and to arrange everything for his transfer to the academy as a new student in the same class as those Issei and Kiba boys' homeroom. He had made sure that when he changed his clothes that he kept his silver cross out for all to see. It was sure to bother the devils and grab their attention. Harry wanted the devils to know he was there, and if they didn't approach him then he had a plan to get their identities during lunchtime. He had only stepped onto the campus and had already begun attracting attention from the students as he approached the main gate. Who's that guy? Is he foreigner? I didn't know we had a foreign exchange program. He's sort of handsome in an exotic way. I know way better than the Ed trio. Yeah, but anyone's better than those three. True, that's a given. The mutterings continued even as Harry walked into the new school building. Harry walked up to the principal's secretary and spoke in perfect Japanese, because well, he's God. Excuse me, I am Harry Black, Harry said suavely, introducing himself in a very James Bond-like way. I am new and transferring in as a student in my second year. Do you happen to know where my class is? Yes, you are in this class, the young-looking secretary pointed out with a slight hint of pink on her cheeks. Class 2F. Class 2F, thank you milady, Harry said with a charming smile and a slight bow, before he turned on his heel and then proceeded to make his way up the stairs nearby, heading up to the next floor, passing several students as he did so, including one blonde-haired boy called Kiba Yuto who glared at him hatefully as he passed. Harry simply gave him a taunting smirk in reply. It looked like Kiba was doing his best to restrain himself from lashing out at Harry as he entered the room and stood by the blackboard as told by the teacher. The bell finally rang as everyone went to their seats. Some students looked at him with curiosity, some, mostly boys including Issei and Kiba, glared at him. Harry simply smiled at them, which caused some of the female students to blush. What could Harry say? He's one why God. Now class, we have a new student here with us and I want you all to make him feel welcome, the teacher ordered. He's just transferred from England so he could easily help those of you struggling in English. Now please introduce yourself to the class. Hello, my name is Harry Black, Harry said, introducing himself to the class with a slight bow. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I hope we get along splendidly. What the hell are you doing here, you bastard priest? Issei demanded obnoxiously, standing up and slamming his hands on his desk as he did so with an ugly look on his face, a bald boy standing up beside him. I resent that. I'll have you know that my parents were happily married when I was born, Harry retorted playfully, unbothered by the enmity he was receiving from the waste of a human in front of him. Perhaps you should get your facts straight before making such accusations, Mr. Kiba face-palmed at Issei's foolishness. More than a few members of the class laughed at Issei's stupid remark, while Issei himself seemed to realize his mistake and blushed. Yeah, well, we don't need any more pretty boys stealing all the women, so go die, asshole, demanded the bald boy as he spat insults at Harry. He was a regular human and not even a threat, so Harry ignored him. Matsuda, Issei, shut up, roared the teacher angrily. She had decided enough was enough and tossed her eraser, which smacked both S on the head, bouncing on one after the other and causing them to fall back into their seats before it somehow flew back to her hand. Harry was impressed. He had nothing to do with that. Apparently the teacher was very skilled with that eraser, which was impressive for a normal human. Now Mr. Black, please go sit by Mr. Yuto, the teacher pointing toward said boy. Harry nodded his understanding and walked down the aisle toward his assigned seat. Harry took his seat and smiled charmingly at Kiba, who simply glared at him more darkly. Having had enough of aggravating Kiba, Harry focused on the lesson which had now begun. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. It wasn't long before lunchtime rolled around and Harry found himself sitting in the cafeteria. He was currently sitting in a place where he had a decent view of everyone else. So far he had only seen Issei, Kiba and Kaneko. Some inquiries had informed him that they were all part of the Occult Research Club, which seemed to be very exclusive in who it let be members regardless of the rule which said that no club may deny people from joining without a very good reason. So a plan formed Harry's head to identify the other devils in the academy. He smirked and clasped his hands together, invoked his powers and prayed. "O Lord, bless this food that you gifted all of us. Amen," Harry prayed with a sly smirk as he kept an eye out on the surrounding students. The reaction was instantaneous. He had just blessed all the food in the cafeteria and he watched as several people reacted badly, like they were eating spicy food that had just burned their mouths. Harry laughed internally. So the devils were apparently the entire student council, Rias Grimori, then again that was fairly obvious considering she was a devil heiress, and Akino Himahima, the vice president of the Occult Research Club. Harry made note of all of the devils who seemed to try to sneak glares in his direction. Harry simply replied with a smile which seemed to irritate them even more. With his task accomplished, Harry finished his food and put his tray away. But not before he was confronted by Kiba Yuto, who was still sporting a dark glare. "Ah, Mr. Yuto, have you come to confess some sins?" Harry asked in a mock sanctimonious voice, receiving an even darker glare in return. "Rias Grimori would like to meet with you. Now if you please," Kiba growled, attempting to keep his anger in but couldn't help putting a hand on Harry's shoulder to enforce the order. Now that ruined his mood. Harry had been ordered around a lot in his life as Harry Potter, and now that he had become God, a mere devil dared to give him orders. He didn't like that, not one bit. "I do not take orders from you or your president," Harry growled in return as Kiba quickly withdrew his hand, which had been burnt as if it has been dipped in holy water. "So you may inform her that I will meet with her when school has ended and not a second sooner, understand?" Kiba gulped. Normally he would be more confrontational, because as far his senses told him, Harry Black was a normal human. Therefore he was not much of a threat to a devil like Kiba. Yet his instincts were screaming at him to leave, to be anywhere but here. It made no sense to him which was. Why it was so confusing to him. So he decided that now would be a good time to inform Rias about Harry. So he decided to run fast to the Occult Research Club room. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Harry had gone into a bathroom and changed his clothing after school had ended and everyone was going home. Now he was wearing a red long overcoat with a charcoal suit and black riding boots, a bit flashy, yeah, but he was God, so. With this in place, Harry proceeded to leave the bathroom and found his way out of the main school building. A student was kind enough to direct him to the old school building, which was where the Occult Research Club was based. He opened the main door and walked into a luxurious room. All of the Occult Research Club members were present. Akino was standing by Rias, who was sitting in an armchair. Issei was sitting next to Kiba on the couch and both were glaring at him like petulant children. Meanwhile, Kaneko gave him a look that was clearly trying to assess him. "Thank you for accepting my invitation," Rias said with forced politeness, though there was a clear undertone of irritation of being forced to wait so long. "Now can I ask what the church is doing in my territory?" "You may," Harry replied with a mocking smirk as he sat in the empty armchair and leaned back, completely unconcerned. He could tell his seeming unconcern despite being surrounded unnerved them, and he smirked wider. There was a beat of silence before Rias sighed. "What is the church doing in my territory?" "Well, first off, your territory really?" Harry responded mockingly. "Yeah, no. Kuo does not belong to you, nowhere on the human world does, it all belongs to humans, yokais and gods." As Harry said that, Rias seemed to swell in outrage, a scowl on her face as she heard Harry's comment. Before she could say anything about it though, Harry continued speaking. "And secondly, Harry responded easily. None of your business. Oh, and why not? Rias asked with a raised eyebrow, still annoyed by Harry's previous comment. Because it's simply not the business of devils what we in the service of the Lord do on a world that is ours to begin with, Harry retorted easily. It takes some nerve to speak like that to me, Rias replied arrogantly and with an annoyed tone. Don't you know what family I am from? I do, Harry countered in a bored tone. I simply don't care, because neither you nor your peerage is any threat to me whatsoever. That's a very bold statement to make, Rias said, narrowing her eyes as she took in his relaxed, uncaring demeanor. Perhaps you don't know who you're dealing with. Again, I could care less about devils or how you rank yourselves, Harry said sharply. To be perfectly honest with you, I suggest you simply stay out my business. I am here to assess the situation. After all, do you honestly think that our side would let the Red Dragon Emperor go to your side without keeping an eye on him? I see, so you're here because your side is worried, Rias said smugly, jumping to the wrong conclusion upon hearing Harry's words. Worried? You're funny, Rias Grimoire, Harry chuckled condescendingly. Not one of you in this room even rates a major threat right now, if ever. If we wanted, we could simply assassinate your pawn and track down the Boosted Gear's next host and take them to our side. It's that simple, though judging from how pathetic he seems, it will probably not be necessary. The atmosphere in the room became far more tense at the threat. Kiba looked ready to leap into action, and Issei looked like he was a minute away from another over-the-top and dramatic outburst. Is that a threat against a member of my peerage? Rias said, her eyes glowing faintly with destruction magic as she spoke. No, it's a simple fact, Harry replied in boredom. Our side is in a much stronger position now, and frankly you would be wise to not underestimate us. We've already found a way to begin bolstering our numbers. I take it you've heard about God's instruments, the so-called Deathly Hallows, correct? Of course every devil worth their salt has, Rias replied warily. The wand that God used enabled him to cast his miracles effortlessly, was said to bolster one's power by an order huge magnitude. Legend has it that a low-class devil could become as powerful as an ultimate-class devil with it. We've sought after it for centuries, but it, along with the cloak and stone that was said to be able to call back the souls of the deceased no matter where they were all said to be lost in the human world and had their power weakened by human use. That is correct, Harry said calmly. Except all three are now in our possession and they are back to their original strength. Why are you telling me all this? Rias asked with a glare as she tried not to show how shook up the news made her. What does your side possibly gain by showing your hand to us like this? Who can say? Harry replied with a casual shrug. Maybe it's simply the will of God. Well, this has been fascinating, let's talk again, shall we? With that, Harry stood up to leave, not even bothering to look back at them. He had met them and got an initial estimation of them, and he was not impressed. The girl Rias seemed strong enough for her age but not noteworthy, her peerage was average at best, they had potential but were not using it. The boy Kiba was so blinded by rage and anger he was stagnant in his development. The Neko Shokuniko was denying her true self and power, something which if she didn't get over it soon would lead to her development as a fighter and person stagnating. The same could be said for the human and fallen angel hybrid Akeno Himahima. She too was denying an important part of herself and would never reach her full potential until she got over it. The less said about the boosted gear wielder the better. So overall he was unimpressed. Rias Grimoire may be strong enough for her age and pedigree, but she was pretty useless at managing her peerage. Though she was still young and immature, so that could be explained away. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. As Harry left the old school building and headed along the forest path which led to the main school building. As he was walking, he sensed the presence of several people approaching him. At first he thought it might be one of Rias's peerage. That thought was quickly banished as the person entered his field of view. I'm surprised to see you here, Mr. Black. As he heard the voice, Harry turned towards it and saw that the voice belonged to one of the other devils he had identified at Kuo Academy and Student Council President, Sona Citri, or Sona Shitori as she was calling herself whilst in the human world. She had black hair styled in a short bob cut and violet eyes which she hid behind a pair of red glasses. She was beautiful and intelligent, and was, according to the school gossip, the third most popular girl in Kuo Academy under Rias and Akeno. I should be the one saying that Sona Citri, or should that be Shatori? Harry grinned at her as he looked her up and down, before his eyes looked behind her and saw two other girls, one with long white hair and green eyes and the other being a tall busty dark-haired girl with glasses and long hair that reached her knees. After all, as the student council president, you have a lot of responsibilities, correct? It's Shatori, whilst at school Mr. Black. Sona replied, seemingly unconcerned by his knowledge of her true identity. As for my presence here, it is my duty as student council president to welcome new students to the school. As you wish, milady, Harry replied with a flamboyant bow, though I do applaud you on coming out and meeting me in a neutral setting like this, and not summoning me to your lair like the Grimoire heiress has just done. Arius, she has good intentions, but she unfortunately doesn't think things through very much, nor does she have much forward planning. Sona replied blandly. Now if I may ask, why are you in Kuo town? What is your purpose here? Why to come to school? Of course, education is very important after all. Harry replied blithely. Indeed. Sona replied with a slight frown, before continuing blandly. I am sure after all that it is completely normal for a powerful and mysterious British agent of the church to attend a Japanese high school. I don't know what you are insinuating, Miss Shatori. Harry replied with a smirk as he saw the calculating intelligence in Sona's eyes as she tried to figure him out. I insinuate nothing, I am merely engaging a new student in polite conversation. Sona replied. But I will ask that you avoid pulling stunts like you did in the cafeteria, as this is a very liberal school which encourages many religions and cultures, but would prefer you do such things in private just in case you offend others. If that is your wish, I will of course try to oblige. Harry responded with a smile. Good, well, I will not hold you up. So I will simply say welcome to Kuo Academy, Mr. Black. I hope you behave whilst you are present here. Sona replied before she started to walk past Harry, heading in the direction of the Occult Research Club. Thank you, Miss Shatori, it was God to speak to you. Harry replied with a smile as Sona passed him, enjoying the look on her face as she passed and heard his cringeworthy pun. A week had passed since Harry's short meeting with Rias Grimoire and her peerage and his coincidental meeting with Sona Citri, or as she is called in school, Son Shatori. Since then, Rias's group had become very wary of him, and for good reason. Harry hadn't exactly been sensitive to the feelings of that pawn Issei. Normally he would have just told Issei that Asia was safe. Instead he had been purposely cryptic and generally a bit of a dick, and while he did think pretending to be a priest was fun, perhaps he should cool it down a bit as his personality and memories were still merging. Luckily though, Harry's relationship with Sona and her group was still good. This probably has to do with him not deliberately antagonizing her. To make things worse, in the meeting he'd threatened to simply have Issei assassinated. This was completely out of character for him, which led to him beginning to realize that something was wrong. So he used his powers and search inside himself. It didn't take long before he realized the problem: God's emotions. Well, technically his past life's emotions. When God died at the end of the Great War, he'd had a lot of resentment towards devils and fallen angels, and it was still very strong. Now those emotions had returned along with his memories and were beginning to bleed into Harry's current actions, hence his earlier threats and his rather dark sense of humor. Therefore, Harry sought to solve the problem as best he could. He couldn't just rid himself of his emotions like flipping a switch. They were a part of him, and trying to do so would only make him more unbalanced. Luckily, Harry had already dealt with something similar after the war against Voldemort. He had gone to a squib psychologist to help him deal with his emotions from the war, and had even learned occlumency to help compartmentalize his emotions and to sort it all out. He employed occlumency now to help him deal with the emotions from his previous life by understanding the reasons behind it. Occlumency might be a wizarding skill, but it was still useful for him. He started to understand that the reason that God hated the devils so much was not because of what they were, but because of the effect that they had on humans. They encouraged vice, hatred and desire, uncaring as to the effect it had on humanity as a whole. Harry absently wondered how many psychopaths or serial killers were created by devils, fulfilling people's desires again and again until the person felt entitled to whatever they wanted. The fallen angels were similar, if to a lesser degree. After all, they gave humanity knowledge of things before they were ready for it, messing with humanity's natural growth. Worse yet was that by giving them such knowledge too early, war and death were the inevitable result. A good example was when Azazel gave them knowledge of weapons of war to aid in their hunting. He meant well, but by giving them knowledge without the wisdom to use it, he unintentionally damaged their growth. Even today, humans tended to rush forward, learning things without really thinking of the consequences or repercussions of what they learned. The atomic theory is a very good example. After all, it led to the creation of the atom bomb. A devastating weapon that was created and used before the creators were wise enough to understand the dangers of using the weapon, and the damage that could be caused by the technology spreading. God, or as he was going by now, Harry, had gone to war with them for this very reason. If they hadn't insisted on continuing to interfere in humanity's development, he would have left them alone, probably. Yet they had, and eventually, he could no longer stand aside and let it happen. And in his absence, things had become even worse. Not only were the new four great Satans even stronger than the originals, but they had even created the evil peace system, an abomination that was even worse than simply fulfilling contracts. They turned normal humans into devils, which was bad enough, especially if they did it without that human's consent. However, what made it worse was that they tended to hunt down sacred gear holders to turn to their side. Sacred gears had been his creations made out of a portion of his own essence. He had created them after seeing the devastation the war was causing, and had thus decided to create something for humanity to defend itself in case the worst happened. The sacred gear holders were meant to not only defend humanity from the deprivations of supernatural beings, gods included, but also to help guide humanity to a better future, to allow humanity to reach their full potential. Yet here were the devils, poaching the sacred gear holders for no better reason than to satisfy their vanity and pride. They could easily repopulate their species with any old human off the street, heck, even beautiful men and women, but that was not enough for their pride. No, they had to pick the best of humanity for their own selfish gain. However, Harry knew he and heaven were in a bad position at the moment. Even with the system giving the angels the upper hand, this was easily negated by the existence of fallen angels. And with devils in possession of sacred gear holders, much less Longinus users like the boosted gear, they had a good chance of actually hurting him if it came to it, maybe even killing him if he remained in his weakened state. No, he would have to tip the scales further in his and heaven's favor. He didn't want another war and sincerely wished for peace, especially since he had seen that the devils had begun to change in the intervening years since his death. Maybe it was the inclusion of former humans in their ranks, or maybe it was going to happen anyway, but devils had become more, dare he say it, humane in the past 2 centuries. Regardless of this, if peace was going to occur, it would be on his terms. Heaven could not be the weaker faction, but instead the one calling the shots. Both Harry and God had their pride, and neither would bend to the whims of anyone, much less devils who were clearly in the wrong. He had already taken certain steps to ensure they would be in a much stronger position. Telling Rias, and consequently through her brother Seer's ex Lucifer, about the Deathly Hallows was meant as a way to distract them as to what he was truly doing. The first thing he did was close the gates of heaven, forbidding any of his angels from going down to earth or even communicating with earth until he said so. This was to stop any rumors of his return from leaking while he built up their forces and their power base. After which he created 10,000 new angels. It had taken a lot out of him, and he'd had to miss school that day, but it was worth it. They were even now being trained by their brethren in their powers and being given an education. During the war, new angels were basically thrown to the wolves like cannon fodder, much to his shame, without any instruction or training. Raynor had been one such angel and would have died if Azazel, his fallen son, of all people, hadn't saved her. It was probably that caused her to fall in unrequited love with him and to later fall. Unfortunately, none of the new angels were above 6 wings in power at the moment, much less seraph or archangel level. Andromeda and Hermione had both joined the ranks of the new angels as angels with only 1 set of wings. He had managed to empower his seraph even further after assuring their loyalty, and they were now all 12-winged, much like Michael. With Michael himself being much stronger as their leader, but now any of them could defeat or at least fight on a par with a Satan, and Michael could probably go toe-to-toe with a superdevil if necessary. However, that was just the beginning. Harry had then changed the system to account for the existence of the evil peace system. Now, any sacred gear or holy sword wielder that was resurrected as a devil lost their sacred gear, holy sword. In the latter's case especially, he did not want them in the hands of devils. The holy swords were his own personal creations to help human exorcists stand a chance against more powerful devils. They had no place in the hands of devils. And for the sacred gears already in the hands of the devils he had a plan. The devil magic that the evil pieces gave to sacred gears users interfered with his influence over them and thus stopped him from extracting them from reincarnated devils without doing so personally, which would kill said reincarnated devil. That was not to say he had no power to influence them though, as he now had changed the system which removed sacred gears' potential to balance break and also linked their overall power to the user's faith in him, God, Harry. Which kind of reincarnated devils over as they blasphemous and were unable to pray to God without feeling immense pain, meaning that the sacred gears in the possession of the devils would slowly lose their power over time and would eventually become dead as his essence stopped giving them their power. He was also thinking of creating more sacred gears and holy swords based on some anime and films he had seen during his time as Harry Potter. It would be awesome to create holy swords and weapons like the ones from Fate Stay Night. Those were thoughts for another time, but for now, Harry was sure that no more sacred gear holders would fall into devil hands and the ones they already possessed would slowly become useless. It was bad enough that boosted gear wielder, one of the few gears capable of killing him at his current level, was now a devil, while divine dividing, its opposite and counterpart, was in line with the fallen. He might have begun to weaken them, but the process would take a while as his power had to compete with the devil sacred gear wielder's latent power. He didn't even know where the other Longinus were, which set him on edge. Rias had been right in a way. The fact that so many sacred gears capable of killing him were unaccounted for did worry him. Harry may not like the fact that he's now God and therefore responsible for billions of people, even those who did not pray to him, as he was the primordial God of creation and existence, but he didn't want to die. And as he was now, he was very vulnerable for the moment, at least until he regained his full power and his formerly mortal body adapted to his true level of power, because as it was at the moment, his physical form would disintegrate if he released even a quarter of his true power. He may have the memories of being God, but not the skills or the muscle memory. He was trying to fix that by sparring with his seraph, but while he was learning quickly, he had still to beat even Gabriel, the most non-aggressive of his seraph, in physical combat. Still, he should be up to his previous skill within the month if he continued to relearn everything at his current rate. By then, his plans should have taken root and he would reveal his return to the world. All of this would be unneeded if he could access all 100% of his power. A god's power usually came from their believers, and the more followers, the more powerful said god was. Harry himself though was not just the god of Christianity, Judaism, and all their various branches and denominations, but he was also first and foremost one of the original four existences and the creator of humanity and the majority of beings on earth. In total, Harry called on the belief of almost 95% of the world's religions and people, both natural and supernatural, empowering him far more than any other pantheon. God of gods. That was the title the other pantheons had given him, and rightly so. At his prime, only Great Red and Trihexa of 666, as he is sometimes called, surpassed him, and that only because their power was limitless while Harry's was not. He had been powerful enough to even seal away Trihexa alone, albeit using thousands upon thousands of forbidden seals to defeat his sort of older brother. Yet his power had caused the other pantheons who did not know the truth of him and his origin to fear, especially when he released his people from the Egyptians so easily, the dominating religion of the region at the time. Their fear had reached such a level that they threatened to sponsor the devils and fallen angels against him out of fear. The reason he couldn't create archangels just yet was because he was still not at 100%. Before the war, he'd had to seal Trihexa away using thousands upon thousands of forbidden seals. The effort had drained him of the majority of his power. Worse yet, the other pantheons saw his weakness and looked to take advantage of it, with the exception of Asgard and the Olympians. To prevent this, he signed a treaty with the other pantheons that bound him at his current level of power, about equal to twice a normal godly king. This eventually led to his death at the hands of the 4 great Satans due to his exhausted state, though he at least took them down with him. The energy he'd used never returned thanks to him signing the treaty with the other pantheons soon after sealing away Trihexa. To prevent them from joining the devils and fallen angels to kill him in his weakened state, he'd signed the treaty binding him to his current level of power at the time unless certain conditions were met. In return, the pantheons were bound to not interfere with his territory, and all those who fell under his religion if not his true domain. It had been a hard decision, but in the end, he would rather have died against the Satans, knowing humanity would no longer fall under the cruel rule of people like the Egyptian gods or Aztec gods than risk the other pantheons interfering and bringing even more devastation due to the war between them. His best friend, Odin, and his girlfriend at the time, now ex-girlfriend, Demeter, would have no doubt aided him, but that would only have brought war to their people, with both the Greek, Roman and Norse pantheons getting involved. Something he did not wish at all. It had been soon after the treaty's signing that the Great War had broken out, Lucifer and the Satans believing they could win now that he was weakened. Of course, they had been wrong, and heaven would have won the war in the end. After all, how can one win against a never-ending army that had the elemental advantage? However, he had gotten cocky and faced all 4 Satans at once, wanting to finish it. His arrogance became his undoing, and he would have died for good if he hadn't created his reincarnation and Hallows plan as a fallback before the war had fully started. If Harry had his full power as the god of gods, then he wouldn't need all this subterfuge to maintain heaven's superiority. Heck, if he had his full power, then not even all the Longinus, fallen angels and ultimate class devils combined could give him so much as a bruise, much less kill him. But he didn't, and so he was forced to do all this to boost heaven's position. By the time any of the other factions found out what he was doing, then heaven would be in the strongest position instead of the underworld. Either way, Harry was very busy as he took his responsibilities seriously. His office in the back of the church was cluttered with thousands of papers filled with ideas strewn about. One wall had a large board with papers attached with the more viable ideas, with lines interconnecting a few where some ideas overlapped. However, by far the worst time consumer of all was the laptop. Harry had gotten the idea from the movie, Bruce Almighty, where he'd connected the incoming prayers to an email's inbox. Every single night after school, since he didn't need to sleep, he would sit down and read and answer all the prayers. There were never less than a few million at a time, and more incoming every second. Luckily, most prayers were either giving thanks or asking for something stupid, so he could either skip them or ignore them. However, once in a while he got a prayer from someone in need of real help, and he either sent an angel to help indirectly or went himself, more the former than the latter. Harry never really understood how much worse other people had it compared to him, but he must have been alerted to over 1,000 incidences of child abuse in the first night alone. Luckily, all he had to do in most cases was have police get a hunch and investigate to help the child in question. Police had mysteriously gotten much more competent in the last week, and justice had gotten a lot harsher, that was for sure. Harry was currently using the time before going to school to create another sacred gear. He was concentrating on the final phase, which was giving it physical form, when the doors opened and Rainer walked in, followed by a happily bouncing and excited Asia. Today both of them would be going to school with him after some begging on Asia's part. He also saw it as a way for Rainer to begin to redeem herself by not only learning to be a normal person by going to school but also protecting Asia. Both girls paused and their eyes widened at the sight before them. Between Harry's hands a globe of pulsing yellow light similar to lightning was taking form. The globe seemed to have the consistency of jelly as Harry molded it for his purposes. There was a flash of golden light, and in Harry's hands was a small golden bracelet with a lightning symbol engraved on it. Harry inspected his work for a moment before nodding and placing it in his treasure room. He had made his treasure room to hold all his newly created sacred gears and holy swords until he was ready to release them into the world when he revealed himself. In honor of one of his favorite anime characters, he made it so it appeared behind him much like the Gate of Babylon, with ripples of gold appearing whenever he tossed something in or took something out. He felt like such a badass. Maybe he should look into making a set of armor similar to Gilgamesh to complete the look. He could even start calling people mongrels and everything. But that would probably get awkward and tacky. Or instead maybe could create his own sword similar to Ea. Every other chieftain god had some weapon to symbolize their domain and authority. Heck, even his best friend Odin had his spear, Gingnir. And don't get him started on the Greeks and their obsession with symbols of power, he wanted something too, damn it. Though instead of Ea he might use the sword of Gryffindor and enhance it with his divine energy to create it into the ultimate symbol of his power. Harry was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of something dropping. He looked up to see it had been Raynor who had dropped her book bag in shock while beside her. Asia was on her knees, praying in reverence for some reason. "Why, you're really him," Raynor whispered in shock as she gazed at him in wonder. "I had my doubts, but you're really my God." Harry felt the longing in Raynor as she accepted that he was indeed her father, and he smiled at her. "Yep, I'm your daddy." Harry put on a puppy dog look and stretched out his hands to her. "Aren't you going to give old Papa a big hug?" Raynor flushed bright red and scowled at his words even as Harry felt her joy at them. Shut up. Don't say such embarrassing things." Harry's bottom lip quivered as he pretended to be about to cry. "But I want to hug my cute little Ray Ray. I never got to pamper you before because of the war, and I want to do it now." Raynor blushed even further and visibly fought from doing what she secretly wanted and getting a hug from her father. Shut up. You're embarrassing. Plus, I'm a fallen. How can you love me after that? So, Harry shrugged easily, dropping the overdramatics. "Just because you all fell doesn't mean I stopped loving you. In fact, my love for you made the betrayal hurt all the more, which is why I was so aggressive against you. You hurt me and I lashed out, but that doesn't mean I stopped loving you. Each and every one of you were my children and meant the world to me. Even you, my precious sweet little cutie Ray Ray." Raynor blushed and fought back a smile at his words. A warmth had filled her chest at hearing that from her father, the first time she'd ever heard such loving words from anyone, really. The fact it came from her father, someone so powerful, wise and important to her, made it all the better. Wanting to change the subject, Raynor turned to what she and Asia had seen when they entered. Anyway, what was that you made when we entered? It looked and felt sort of like a sacred gear." "That's because it was," Harry confirmed easily as he stretched out lazily. "I've noticed that devils have been basically poaching the sacred gear holders by turning them into devils, so I've been making more. I've also changed the system so that if someone with a sacred gear is turned into a devil, then they would lose said sacred gear and the ones who already possess sacred gears would slowly weaken. I can't do much more about the ones they currently have, not without killing them anyway, but they'll no longer gain any more sacred gear holders." "Aren't you worried about the ones they have?" Raynor asked in worry. "You told me that idiot Issei has the boosted gear which is supposedly capable of killing you. Even if you do use the system to weaken the boosted gear, he may still be able to use it to kill you." "Issei," Asia said meekly. "I met Issei before, he wouldn't do that. He seems like a nice person. I'm sure he wouldn't hurt you, father." Harry smiled softly at Asia after sending Raynor a warning look when he saw her about to say something scathing. "Maybe, but either way, I've taken steps to make sure it doesn't happen. Anyway." Harry clapped his hands and used his powers to change his clothing to the Kuo Academy clothing in a flash of golden light. "Time for school. But first." Harry walked toward Raynor and laid a hand on her head. Raynor felt a rush of energy and a pair of large gray wings erupted from her back. Raynor marveled at them for a few seconds before turning to Harry with a look of confusion. "Consider yourself on probation," Harry said seriously. "I'm giving you these powers so you can defend Asia in case anything happens with the devils. If you prove yourself, then they'll not only become permanent but even white if you so desire." Raynor's eyes widened at his words and she looked down, conflicted. Seeing her hesitancy, Harry laid a gentle hand on her shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. "Think about it and remember that no matter what, I'll always love you, my daughter." Raynor blushed and quickly changed the subject once more. "Anyway, what are your plans now that you're being active again?" "I plan to make peace between the three factions," Harry replied, feeling the power he used to create the sacred gear returning. "But first I need to get Heaven back to full strength and then I'll deal with the other two factions. I'm pretty sure none of them wants war, and with the warmongers pretty much gone, peace is quite viable." It just requires someone to make the first step. Even with it viable, that doesn't mean that the devils or fallen angels are going to agree to peace for nothing, Raynor pointed out cynically. Devils especially are very selfish and are going to want something in return. Don't worry, Harry replied. I have a feeling that a great opportunity will present itself to take care of the devils soon enough. Azazel, if I'm right, should be easy enough to deal with. According to my memories, besides being he always was the inquisitive type, so I'm pretty sure there's something I can offer that will placate him, and he's pretty peaceful too, so that helps. If you say so, Raynor responded with a sigh. But the devils have been on top for over a century now. I doubt they'll agree to a peace where they don't end up with the superior position. Well, their superiority has come to an end, Harry said firmly, his face darkening as old feelings of anger and resentment rose up within him. By the time I'm done, it'll be heaven who'll hold the superior position. I won't allow them to do as they please any longer. It's time to bring them to heel. Both Asia and Raynor felt bolstered by his words, not only because of the strength behind them but because of the conviction. Perhaps things would change for the better now. Oh, and don't think I won't be keeping an eye on you, Harry warned seriously, even as he pushed down the emotions his godly memories gave him. I truly wish to welcome you back home, but if you abuse this chance then you won't get another. Harry's eyes shone white for a second. And I'll punish you, personally. I understand perfectly, Raynor assured with a gulp of fear. Good, I've prepared Asia's records for school. I just need an alias for you, Harry stated as he summoned the papers into his hands. Put me down as Yuma Amano, Raynor said with a slight sigh. She was not looking forward to seeing that Issei again, especially considering their last encounter. It's the name I always use whenever I enter the human world. Don't worry, Harry said reassuringly as he saw her worry about meeting the devils again. The devils won't try anything during the day, and they don't have the balls to attack this place. So you're going to be fine. I'm not so sure of that, Raynor mumbled, mostly to herself. I said you'll be fine, Harry said firmly. You're under my protection, so if they try anything then they'll have to go through me. He smiled and winked at her. I won't let anyone hurt my cute little Ray Ray. Raynor blushed at that and pushed him away, desperately trying to hide her red cheeks. Whatever, stupid. Let's just go. Harry snickered as he confirmed his hypothesis. His cute little Raynor was a tsundere. Oh, he was going to have so much fun with her. Turning to a confused Asia, Harry smiled. Let's go to school then, Asia. I'm sure you'll love it. As they left and Harry made Raynor's transfer papers, he couldn't help but be excited for the shenanigans to come. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Kuo Academy. The group had made good time, and Harry, or Harry Black as he was known at school, was standing outside the gate with Raynor, also known as Yuma Amano, and Asia Argento, all in their respective uniforms. So this is school. It's so big, Asia remarked as she looked around, her emerald green eyes sparkling in wonder, having never so much as seen a school before. Meh, it's okay, I suppose, Raynor said with a sigh, having seen much grander and more impressive than this during her years alive. I just wish I didn't have to come back to school again. You had to go to school a lot before? Harry asked in amusement, feeling her boredom. You have no idea, Raynor mumbled lowly. Though this would be the first time I go to a school where devils who want to kill me attend. Oh, relax, Harry said cheerfully, a brilliant smile on his face. Nothing will happen to you. None of the devils will dare attack you in public with so many witnesses. Maybe not the others, but I don't think Issei will care much for consequences when he sees me with Asia, Raynor responded with dry amusement in her voice. He'll probably attack first and ask questions never. Look, you're a hot girl, right? Harry said with a sigh. Use that to your advantage and make sure you and Asia stay with the crowds. You'll be fine. And what will you be doing? Raynor inquired with a raised eyebrow. I will be causing mischief, annoying Rias, and who knows, maybe earning something. Harry explained with a laugh. Mischief? Raynor asked in confusion. Why on earth would you even, with devils, you know what? Raynor shook her head as if shaking an image from her head. I don't even want to know. Just please don't get me involved in this. The bell rang, signaling everyone to get to class. Come on, it's class time, and you two are in the same class as me, Harry said with a big grin to the two girls under her protection. And just how do you know? Raynor was cut off as a thought came into her head and she mentally face-palmed. Oh, God, right, deadpanned Raynor dryly. You know everything. That and I just read the teacher's minds, explained Harry easily before turning serious. Oh, and remember both of you, no revealing my true identity. I am the Reverend Harry Black as far as everyone here is concerned, even the devils have no idea of my true identity and let's keep it that way for now, understood? Yes sir, Asia and Raynor said in stereo although Raynor sounded less enthusiastic than Asia did. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. As expected Issei was not happy to see his ex-girlfriend Raynor or Yuma as she was going by, the girl that only he and his devil companions remembered. While he was happy to know that Asia was safe and sound, he was not happy that she was hanging around his murderous sort of ex-girlfriend. So to try and keep her safe, he was quick to confront the two at lunchtime. What do you think you're doing with Asia? Issei demanded obnoxiously of the fallen angel-turned-bodyguard as he marched up to the two girls, a thunderous expression on his face. Hello to you too darling, Raynor greeted sarcastically. How have you been sweetie? Missed me? Do you two know each other? Asia asked in confusion as she looked between Issei, the boy she had met only once before, and Raynor, her now literal guardian angel. Yeah, she's the reason I became a devil in the first place, Issei explained, his face contorted in anger as the memory of the night Raynor killed him came through his mind. Well, that's all in the past now dear, Raynor said condescendingly with a grin now emulating Yuma's voice. I've been told to keep this nun safe, so that's what I'm going to do. Raynor narrowed her hands at her, not really ex-boyfriend. So hands off. I won't let you hurt her, you evil, Issei said with a growl, taking a step towards Raynor, the fingers on his right hand twitching almost as if he was desperately trying not to summon his sacred gear. Not so fast darling, Raynor warned seriously. If you take one more step I swear I'll scream and you'll find yourself neck deep in UAL harassment and assault charges. She smiled evilly at her ex. When that happens you'll be sent to prison where I'm sure you'll lose your virginity, though probably not the virginity you were aiming for. Turning pale white at the mental image, Issei quickly denied it. But I haven't even. That's right, you haven't yet, Raynor agreed easily. And even if you don't, who do you think this crowd of people will be more inclined to believe? Me, the sweet, innocent new girl, or you, the well-known and deeply despised? Issei froze and looked around. Several girls in the crowd and even some guys were giving him unhappy looks. Some of the guys looked ready to pounce, even some of the kendo club had their shinai ready should he make a wrong move. One or two of them also seemed to be taking practice swings as if they were preparing themselves. That, my darling, is what we in the business call checkmate, Raynor said smugly, folding her arms under her generous bust, pushing it up as she did so. This was when Asia had had enough. Come on, stop it, yelled Asia with surprising assertiveness. I don't know what happened, but Yuma is my friend and without her you and I wouldn't have even met Issei. She called me here originally and gave me a place to live. So can't you at least accept her as my friend? I'm not asking you to be friends with her, but are you going to let something that happened and wound up giving you a new life make you abandon our friendship? Issei thought for a few seconds. On one hand, Raynor had killed him and the memory of that night still haunted him sometimes. On the other, Asia was right. Without Raynor he and Asia would never have met and become friends. So after thinking it through, he came to a conclusion. All right Asia, Issei said slowly. I'm not going to forgive Yuma, but I won't let her come between our friendship, okay? I'm glad, Asia said happily. I knew you'd see it my way, you are a good friend. Issei noted that for a moment Raynor looked slightly unhappy, but the expression was gone as quick as it came. So knowing that Asia was safe, he walked away to find Kiba and tell him the good news. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Meanwhile, Harry, or Harry Black as he was currently calling himself, walked down the school corridor with a slight skip in his step. As he walked, Harry paused slightly as he heard voices coming from the student council room. He swore he heard the name Harry mentioned, so he withdrew his invisibility cloak from his pocket. One of the perks with being God was that his pockets were bigger on the inside without having to use magic, which could be detected. He then put the cloak over himself and felt the world change around him. At full power, the cloak had the ability to phase the user out of the current dimension, making them unable to be detected by the 5 main senses, magic, and even allowing them to pass through solid objects. But years of use by humans weakened this to mere invisibility. Harry, however, had taken the time to recharge the power of the cloak, restoring it to its full glory. Maybe now that the Hallows had served their purpose, he could turn them into pseudo-sacred gears. After all, he didn't need the cloak to do what he was currently doing, although doing it himself would attract attention due to the power he would let out. He'd think about it later. For now, he phased through the wall and entered the student council room, where Sona seemed to be speaking with her peerage. Standing near the back to get a good view on everyone, he listened in on Sona Citri and her peerage. Unsurprisingly, he was the topic of discussion. About Harry Black, have we discovered anything more about him besides what we have already found out? Asked Sona seriously. I find it hard to believe that the church would make such a bold step only to send a normal human like Harry, therefore there must be something unusual about him. No ma'am, Saji Genshiro, a skinny blonde boy and a newly reincarnated pawn himself, said as he bowed slightly submissively before Sona. We've been so far unable to discover anything other than that he lives at the previously abandoned church along with the fallen angel Yuma Amano aka Rainer and the stray nun Asia Argento who wields the sacred gear Twilight Healing. So a fallen angel and a heretic nun, mused Sona thoughtfully. Any possibility that he's affiliated with the fallen angels and not the church? No, President. It was Tsubaki that spoke up this time. When Harry first came to town, he was seen storming the church by some of our familiars with only a shotgun. Shortly afterwards, the stray exorcists in the church were seen fleeing. Among them was one Fried Selzen, who is well known for his capacity for violence no matter what the odds. It would take something very powerful to make him flee. And yet all of our senses say that Harry is nothing more than a mere human, replied Sona with a confused look. Maybe his wields a powerful holy sword. Tsubaki replied questioningly. That is a strong possibility. Sona relied, jumping on Tsubaki's suggestion. Maybe we should have a closer look at the church and find out their numbers. I thought you wanted a hands-off approach when dealing with Harry Black and the new situation in the church. Saji spoke up. We are, but we also need a projection of their potential numbers for my report to my sister. Sona replied primly. Tsubaki, you and Momo will send your familiars to investigate, do not get caught. This could be problematic, Harry thought to himself as he heard her plan. Before he raised his hand and gently placed it on the door handle, before placing a massively overpowered and overly complex locking charm on the door. It may be petty, but they were trying to spy on him. With that said, he pulled one of Weasley Wizard Wheeze's portable swamps out of his pocket and unleashed it. Hearing the cries of surprise and seeing several members falling into the rapidly expanding and badly smelling swamp, Harry stealthily left the room and went down the corridor before taking the cloak off and stuffing it in his pocket. He laughed to himself as he did so before checking the clock, happy about his petty revenge on Sona for planning to spy on him. It's home time, Harry observed calmly before heading towards the entrance. As he walked, though, he felt a surge of unfamiliar devil power coming from the direction of the Occult Research Club room. Heading in the direction of the room, Harry suddenly blurred from existence momentarily before appearing outside the club room. Slinging the invisibility cloak over his shoulder, Harry quickly phased into the room only to see a blonde-haired devil emitting massive amounts of heat and fire who was wearing a red blazer and ruffled white shirt. Riser looked with a superior look on his face. Riser has, blah blah, blah blabbity blah blah. Everyone in the room's eyes widened as the distinguished pure-blood devil in front of them suddenly started uttering gibberish. Riser didn't look pleased either, if the look of fury on his face said anything, while Harry simply held in snickers as he continued to mess with Riser. Having recognized him almost instantly as a phoenix by his power and arrogance, some of the devil he despised the most for them having the sheer temerity to claim dependency from phoenixes, one of his most important and revered creations. Blabbity blab blah blah, Riser said, unable to get anything understandable out as he continued to try and speak, his arrogant expression turning into one of shock and fury. Ka ka poo poo, pee pee. The rest of the devils in the room didn't know what to make of it, and most didn't even try to keep grins off of their faces as they watched Riser struggle. Not even Riser's peerage were able to hold in their giggles and laughter as they watched Riser struggle, though his queen Eubeluna and his sister Revel seemed to be trying not to laugh for Riser's sake. Ahem, Riser cleared his throat before glaring at the room in general, daring anyone to say anything before trying to ignore what just happened and continue. As I was saying, the marriage will go ahead. The devils in the room quickly lost their levity as they heard Riser's statement, with Rias drawing herself up to retort. So the wedding will be in A, Riser spoke out, only to be cut off once again as Harry placed his hand under his armpit and began doing armpit farts which came from Riser in the form of real ones. Patently copying the film Bruce Almighty as he did so, serves the Phoenix right anyway. FFFFPPBBTTBBBT. Riser went red, unable to hide his embarrassment as he staggered slightly and leant against the couch to remain standing. PRRRT. PRRRRRRRVT. THPPTPHTPHPHHPH. The last one ripping the fabric of his trousers as he shit himself, causing all the devils in the room, even Graphia, to burst out laughing at the arrogant Phoenix's rage and embarrassment, with those closest to him cringing away as a foul smell struck their senses. I think he shit himself. Kaneko suddenly spoke up tonelessly. With the Phoenix poser sufficiently embarrassed, Harry stealthily left the room, taking the cloak off and stuffing it in his pocket. Laughing to himself as he did so, it may be harsh but he was a devil with a full peerage of all girls. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. That was priceless, Raynor said through bouts of laughter as she walked besides Harry as they left the school grounds. Did you see the look on that shitty stuck-up devil's face? Yep, that was priceless, Harry agreed happily as the two left the school's grounds. Oh, by the way, did you record it? Got it all right here. Raynor held up a phone with a recording of the prank in HD. Uploading and done. Pretty soon the entire underworld will know of Riser Phoenix's humiliation. Secretly, Harry was glad that Riser was gone. The guy was an asshole, he only needed to see him once to see it, plus he was a Phoenix attempting to force a young devil girl into marriage, which was ironic considering marriage was a holy union between two people and was usually done in the presence of a religious deity or figure. The two eventually saw Asia waving at them from the gates. Hi guys, where were you two? Asia greeted cheerfully as they approached. I've been waiting all this time. Oh, we were just delivering joy and laughter to the world godly style, Harry explained with a smirk. Yeah, I don't think everyone was too happy though, Raynor said, also smirking. Oh, and why do you think that? Asia asked with concern. Because his feathers were all ruffled by the end of our delivery, Harry said, fighting back his mad laughter. And he smelled awful too. Almost like he shit himself. Raynor couldn't hold it anymore and she along with Harry cackled madly, which only added to Asia's confusion as they continued on ahead. Hey guys, yelled Asia in panic as she saw them walking away. Wait for me. So the healing nun ran to catch up with the former fallen angel and the wizard turned god. Harry had soon returned to heaven after his rather immature stunt with Riser. As much as he wanted to know what the deal with that bastard was, he had duties to attend to in heaven, and he didn't want to remain in the area. He did have a sensitive sense of smell after all. Upon leaving Kuo, he had left Raynor behind to watch over Asia while he was away. That was not to say he had not made other provisions. Before he had left, he had also placed a powerful holy barrier around the church and the surrounding area just in case. Not even the devil's familiars will be able to come within 100 feet of the church's grounds, which is good considering that devils mostly used their familiars as spies and scouts. When Harry had finally returned to the serene and peaceful realm of heaven, he called for a meeting of his seraphs, his most powerful children, known to the mortals of ancient times ironically as the Burning Ones. They are the angelic elite, the mighty guardians of the throne of heaven, bedecked in their ornate golden armor and wielding holy blades and the power of light. They were basically his badass personal guards. They were also the ones who maintained the system set forth by him, Harry God, after he had died, the few who remained having shouldered a mighty burden. But now that Harry God was back in the driver's seat, their burden was no longer necessary. The remaining members of the seraphs were the Archangel Michael, Gabriel, Raphael and Uriel, who were also sometimes known as the Four Great Seraphs, equal in power to the Four Great Satans of the devils. The other 6 seraphs were Metatron, also known as the voice of God, who apparently was currently living as a ninja in the human world due to his fascination with the profession, Sandalphon, who was Metatron's somewhat more normal twin, and Raguel, Raziel, Sariel, as well as Remiel. Things in heaven had changed ever since Harry's decree about the 3 strikes before falling system and the abolishment for the need for that creepy and over-the-top purification ritual. Some of the angels were not as uptight as they used to be. Now they were more carefree, prone to joy and laughter as they reveled in emotions that they had previously and so desperately tried to control. That's not to say all of them had changed overnight. After all, that would have just been absurd. Angels were a long-lived race and as such were slow to change. Some of the mid and lower-ranked angels still walked around like they had a spear of light firmly up their asses. Harry had decided to give the more uptight of his children a few years to unwind and get used to the new system before he took any drastic actions. The real kicker came from reproduction. Apparently one of the many couples had become pregnant. This was thanks to Harry God's return, because apparently God was needed in order for angels to reproduce the normal way. Certainly angels could do it without God, but even if they did, then nothing would come of it no matter how hard they tried, so that made the act kind of pointless. Especially when you take into account that angels who were supposed to be benevolent, pure beings who didn't or weren't supposed to in any way act selfishly or needlessly, and who were supposed to carry out the will of God. Doing the act for pleasure would just cause them to fall. Something that was prevented at all costs before his return. However, Harry was currently in 2 minds about the whole thing. After all, they were his children and they were sleeping together, and although angels were celestial beings with no genetics, Harry was still being influenced by his prudish human side and so was a bit uncomfortable about the whole thing. All in all, though everything looked much better, angels could finally reproduce normally, and with his stone of resurrection, Harry could change any human he wished into an angel. Of course, it would defeat the purpose if he changed people that had no wish to be angels. An unwilling soldier was generally useless in battle, and heaven didn't need cannon fodder, it needed good useful troops. Luckily though, he had already found willing humans, Andromeda and Hermione. Both of them were now angels and were really settling into their new states of being. Hermione had already found her niche in Harry's kingdom. She had become one of his muses, an angel of inspiration. Andromeda though was still currently on Earth looking after Teddy and keeping an eye on the wizarding world for Harry. Either way, both of the humans turned angels were doing well, which was actually the reason behind his current meeting with the Seraphs. "I have been thinking about our current position in terms of combat troops," said Harry quietly. "Even with the many angels I have created and the more I plan to create, we simply don't have the ability to match the underworld in our current state." The Seraph looked concerned and Uriel spoke. "Why do you think this, my lord? Our numbers, thanks to your efforts, far outnumber the current amount of devils, even including the ones they've forcibly conscripted to their side." "Because what they lack in numbers," said Harry with a sigh, "they make up in quality. While the number of devils is still below what they used to be, the percentage of those with ultimate class strength is large. Almost 30% of their current forces have ultimate class strength, and of those, at least 50% equal a Satan. Compared to the Great War, where only the 4 Satans had Satan-level strength and there were maybe 24 ultimate class devils, they are much stronger than before." "Then what do we do?" Remiel asked worriedly. "Luckily, I've recreated an option to make up for this," Harry said reassuringly. He then waved his hand and 10 packs of cards appeared before each seraph. "These are the angelic equivalent of the devil's evil peace system. I call them the Brave Saints. Instead of chess, I used playing cards as a basis for it, not sure why, it just seemed like a good idea at the time. But anyway, this system, unlike the devils, who boost their reincarnated devils depending on the chess piece, the reincarnated angels won't receive a boost per se. Rather, by working together with other reincarnated angels to create a hand, they will receive a certain boost in power depending on the hand." The Seraphs reached out and took their suit, inspecting them curiously. "For now, only you Seraph will have a Brave Saints deck," said Harry seriously. "Later on, if everything works out, then I'll allow it to filter down to lower ranks. I'll probably make it a requirement to have at least 6 wings to become a king of your own suit though." The reason being this gift I am giving you is very powerful, and although I trust all of my angels, I am still being cautious. As can be seen by the devil's flagrant use of their evil peace system, the power can be abused, and I refuse to allow that to happen with my brave saints system. Are there any requirements for those we can reincarnate? Michael asked in curiosity, idly flicking through his little deck of cards as he did so. I'm glad you asked, Harry said with a sigh before leaning back in the throne. As you saw, I've changed the system since I've returned. I made it so anyone reincarnated into a devil loses their sacred gear to make sure the devils can no longer get their hands on them. I have also manipulated the laws that govern the sacred gears reincarnated devils who already possess them without doing so in person, which will also kill the user and reveal my existence and start a war, so not a great option. But anyway, the power of a sacred gear is now dependent on the faith of the user. The more they believe in my ideals, the stronger their connection and control over their sacred gear will become, and the less faith they have in my ideals, weaker their control and connections to my sacred gears will become. Also, I should say that the humans reborn as angels will also lose their sacred gears, but with a few differences. Harry leaned forward as he continued to explain. They will lose the sacred gear itself but will gain an angelic equivalent to their sacred gear's power. For example, a twice critical holder will gain the ability to double their power for a limited time, much like what their twice critical allowed them to do. This ability will be a permanent part of them, not limited to a sacred gear, allowing more freedom than they normally would. The downside would be that they would have trained themselves to reach a level of power with it equivalent to what they had before. Other than that, finished Harry calmly, my only requirement would be that they be good people, whether or not they are Christian, Jewish or any other of my religions. Obviously, I would prefer they not fall after we go out of our way to reincarnate as angels, so I suggest you give them some sort of test to prove they won't fall into temptation before reincarnating them. Very well, my lord, chorused the seraph. One more thing, said Harry before they can leave. I have my own suit to reincarnate angels. While I could easily do it without help and have already done so to 2 humans I met during my mortal life who I believe deserved chance to ascend, my own suit of brave saint cards is special. How so, my lord? Asked Gabriel innocently, her green eyes gleaming with curiosity. The 12 I plan to reincarnate will be reincarnated not as ordinary angel but as archangels, Harry said, surprising them greatly. As you remember, before the war there were several archangels, each in charge of their own aspect of heaven. I will be returning this system to reduce the weight on Michael's shoulders. Michael, said Archangel, stood at attention. Once I reincarnate all the archangels, you will be in charge of them. In terms of hierarchy, they will answer only to me or you, but will not be able to order anyone not in their area of domain. You seraph will return to your previous positions as well, and like before, only I will be able to order any of you, but you will be above all others. Understood. Yes, my lord, chorused the seraph, some looking very relieved. With all the deaths from the Great War, they'd had to take up the jobs of the fallen to keep heaven running. It had been meant as a stopgap gesture, but with God's death, it had become permanent since they had no other way to increase their numbers and refill the empty positions. Now, however, with God, Harry's return, that looked to change. There is one final thing to do before this meeting is over. Michael, Harry gulped and steeled his nerves for his choice. Prepare God's thunder for immediate use at a moment's notice. The seraphim all froze and gasped and began muttering amongst themselves again in terror. God's thunder, gasped Michael in shock. But my lord, that hasn't been used since the start of the Great War. The other factions might see it as an act of aggression and another war could start. You don't mean to reignite the war, right, Father? Asked Gabriel in fear. No, yelled Harry in denial before sighing and speaking more quietly. No, the God's thunder is not meant for the devils or fallen, but rather for another potential threat to the heavens. I'm sure you're all aware of Ophis, correct? The seraph's eyes widened and they all took a step back in shock. The Ouroboros dragon, you wish to use it on her? Harry grimaced as he heard the fear in his children's voice when they mentioned the name of their aunt, Harry's older sister Ophis. Yes and no. It has recently been come to my attention that Ophis has created her own faction, so to speak. I don't know the name, but I do know that 3 of my Longinus holders can be found amongst the group, one of them being none other than the true Longinus. Harry nodded grimly at their looks of fear. Exactly. I don't know what she plans to do with this group, but it cannot be for anything good. I fear we may even have traitors among our ranks, so she could already be aware of my survival. If necessary, I want the God's thunder ready for use in case her intentions towards us are hostile. Michael looked troubled but nodded. As you command, my lord. It will be ready for your order as soon as possible. Thank you, said Harry gratefully. You were dismissed. With that the seraphim left to carry out God's orders. Once they left, Harry agonized over his decision. God's thunder was nothing short of an apocalypse-level device. He had unleashed it in the beginning of the Great War on the underworld to signal the start of the war. It had completely devastated the underworld, and it was the reason there were no bodies of water in the underworld anymore. God's thunder had evaporated them all to the point that even now, none had returned. He had meant to destroy the devils in one fell swoop, but enough had survived by escaping to Earth to continue the war later. Either way, the effects had been so horrible that he had sworn never to use it again. Yet here he was preparing it for use once more. He only hoped it would become unnecessary. Deciding that he needed a break, he decided to pay a visit to his favorite devil brats. After all, he was a student again, and as a good pupil he should go to school. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. The mountains near Kuo. It was cold where they currently were, up high in the mountains near Kuo. Rias Grimoire and her peerage, the Occult Research Club, had come up the mountain to stay in a large country estate that had recently been purchased by the Grimoire family. They were in the midst of training for Rias' upcoming raiding game, an event that was shaping up to be the most important of her young life, for the results of the upcoming raiding game would decide whether or not Rias would marry Riser Phoenix. Currently Rias and her peerage were gathered around in an open clearing on the side of the mountain, all of them looking expectantly at the newest member of the peerage, Issei Hyodo. Issei was currently looking very uncomfortable as he stood slightly separate from the others, all of them looking expectantly at him. The reason being was that he was finally allowed to activate his sacred gear, which he had initially been forbidden from using since he got to the mountains. Issei was allowed to use it now, but what was he supposed to do with it? Your opponent will be Kiba, Rias said calmly, ignoring Issei's discomfort and confusion. Yes, Issei said shakily as he got ready, raising his fists as Kiba leisurely approached him, a confident look on his face. Kiba soon started closing in on Issei after Rias ordered him to do so, no long trying to psyche the boy out. Kiba soon stood directly in front of Issei, who was looking slightly alarmed that he would have to soon fight the blonde swordsman. Kiba had been a devil for far longer than him and so would obviously be much stronger and much more experienced. How can he be expect to beat him? Not that he wouldn't mind doing so, as knocking Kiba around a bit was the dream of many of the male members of Kuo Academy. Issei, activate your sacred gear before the spar. We'll start the fight 2 minutes after you activate your sacred gear. Rias instructed imperiously as she looked over both of her servants with a critical eye. Why? Yes. Issei agreed nervously as he shifted around uncomfortably on the spot. Issei closed his eyes before he raised his fist, concentrating hard as he tried to bring forth his sacred gear. He stood in this pose for a few seconds, which soon turned into minutes as he tried to activate the boosted gear, trickles of sweat running down his face as he did so. Eventually, after a few minutes, he felt a throb of power on his arm. Looking at it, he saw the red gauntlet appear on his arm. Though it did look a bit different, the green gem mounted on the gauntlet seemed dimmer than before, almost diminished. Shaking his head and ignoring the slight peculiarity, Issei instead focused on the fact that he had made his boosted gear appear on his left arm just like Rias ordered him to. Taking a deep breath, Issei activated it. Boost. Boost. The sacred gear made a sound after his words, and then he felt power coursing through his body. With this, Issei felt his power expand slightly, not as much as the last time, but of course, considering his already pathetic level of power, the way he saw it, any boost in power was a good one. Then, after waiting 20 seconds, slightly long than he remembered, but he rationalized that was probably down to his lack of experience. Boost. Issei's power soon increased again. He felt the sacred gear channeling more power to his body. While it was okay that his power was getting increased, there were things that he needed to keep in mind when he used his boosted gear. Initially, he thought that there were no limits to his powers, but that was not the case. Once, Issei activated his boosted gear to see how far he could increase his power, but after a few minutes he'd fainted. The reason for this was simple. Issei's body couldn't handle the power when it increased beyond a certain level. When Issei asked Rias why this was, she explained as best she could. For example, think that you are a truck, Rias had explained calmly. If you carry more material than the truck can carry, what would happen? It won't be able to move right. The same thing applies here, too much power and you'll pass out, unable to move at all. The material in question was his power. If the quantity of power keeps on doubling, then the truck, his body, would decrease in speed, lose stamina, and by the end, it won't move, pass out. So in other words, if the power gets too much, then it puts stress on his body. That's why he had fainted the last time he used his sacred gear a couple of weeks ago. Issei's body is a vessel which couldn't withstand the increased power. That's what happened when Issei activated it for a few minutes the first time. Even if there are no limits to the sacred gear, the user does have limits. That was the sacred gear's weakness. Well, it's more like his weakness. It's not the sacred gear's fault. Issei was the one that made the 20th power up after the president ordered him to power up. At that, Rias ordered him to stop his sacred gear. Let's go boosted gear, Issei shouted as he faced off against Kiba, his body shaking slightly as power flowed through him, the sacred gear on his arm flickering on and off ominously as he did so. Explosion. This sound represented the stop of the power-up and acted as a sort of stopper so the sacred gear would stop boosting. Once the power-up stops, he could fight with that power for a certain amount of time. The length of time he could use it, however, depended on his actions during the power-up. The more he moved, and the more he attacked, then the less amount of time he had. This also affected Issei's stamina, and if he was in a tired state, then the time he could use the power would also be shorter. One of the ways to use the sacred gear would be to make sure he didn't receive any damage. So right now, when he had no damage and was at full stamina, was the best time to use the gear. Issei's power was growing while it was getting a boost, but it was still unstable compared to the time when he stopped the boost to use the power-up for a limited time. If Issei moved around too much, there were risks that it might change him back to his normal self. So it was better to stop the boost than to continue to use the power-up. It would also be wise to run and hide while getting a boost. Now, his body was in an unthinkable state because of the 2 minutes boost. The power that he felt within his body wasn't normal and his body was instinctively rejecting it. This would pass as he used the power more often, but for now, it was yet another weakness. Issei, I want you to fight Yuto in that state, Rias said firmly as she looked curiously at the power emanating from Issei. The power was large and intense, but not as much as she thought it would be. Yuto, I will leave you to be his opponent. Push him hard, make him use his gear to its fullest potential. The two faced each other. Kiba had a determined look on his face and held his wooden sword in a ready stance while Issei, who was slightly nervous, put up his own fists and prepared to fight. I won't go easy on you, Kiba said firmly as he twirled his wooden sword around in his hand. Good, Issei replied just as firmly. I wouldn't get stronger if you did. With that signal, Kiba seemed to vanish, his sheer speed astounding Issei as he remembered that Kiba was the knight and that gave him a serious speed advantage. He appeared just above Issei, who managed to only just block Kiba's strike with the boosted gear. The knight remained in place just long enough for Issei to kick him away. Okay, try using it all on him now, Rias ordered from where she stood watching over the fight. Issei opened the hand of the boosted gear and small red orb the size of rice ball appeared. Gah, that's all I have, complained Issei as he saw the small red orb. Kiba began charging for a second attack, getting Issei's attention. Trust yourself, said Rias forcefully. Now go for it. Issei went for it and punched the orb, which suddenly turned into a large red beam. Kiba's eyes widened as he tried to get out of the way. He mostly made it but was clipped on the shoulder and flung away like a rag doll. The beam didn't stop and kept going until it tore a large chunk out of a nearby mountain. Looks like it worked, said Akino with a chuckle. You broke the mountain, deadpanned Kaneko with her usual blank face. There is something wrong, Rias said as she looked at the damage Issei had done. Issei's power, though impressive, is not as powerful as I thought it would be. As he heard what Rias said, Issei sent her a look of exhaustion before collapsing to his knees. Maybe he just needs more training in the use of the gear. Rias hypothesized before she turned back to her peerage. Do it again, Kaneko. You will now fight Issei. Nodding in understanding, Kaneko put a pair of pink fighting gloves on and got into position facing Issei. Good, now again, Rias said as Issei staggered to the boosted gear on his arm still present. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. Council chamber room. Enter, Sona Citri's voice called from inside her office as she heard a knock on door. Harry opened the door upon hearing her call. Entering the room as he did so, Harry was now wearing a Kuo school uniform in order to better fit in with the other students and to draw less attention. Sona was currently sitting behind her desk within her rather stately office. Lining the room were more desks with other students currently either working or talking amongst each other. The students were mostly girls save for one blonde-haired guy who was feverishly working on his paperwork. To Harry, they were likely Sona's peerage and fellow council members. Tsubaki, the girl sitting at the desk right next to Sona, was holding a clipboard and seemed in the middle of giving Sona a report, although now she was simply watching him both curiously and cautiously. Ah, hello Father Black, or can I just call you Harry? Sona asked as she sat back in her chair fixing him with a neutral look. I trust you're enjoying your first few weeks at Kuo. Please just call me Harry, the dark-haired god said with a slight smile. As for how I am liking Kuo, well, it is school, so it is alright, I suppose. So you have not been causing any trouble? Sona said, her lips quirking slightly in amusement. Why me? As if I would ever cause trouble. Harry said as he leisurely strode through the room and threw himself in the chair opposite Sona. Tell me, Harry, have you ever played chess? Sona asked as she gave Harry an evaluating look. Of course, Harry nodded, having played chess when it was first invented. Good, Sona said before turning to her vice president. Tsubaki, if you could set up the chess board it would be appreciated. Of course, Kaichu. The young woman nodded as she got up and retrieved an ornate marble chess board which she laid on the desk between Sona and Harry, before she started to set up the black and white pieces. I always find the fastest way to get to know someone is through competition. Sona said as she fixed Harry with a challenging look. Would you be adverse to my fellow council members watching? Not at all, Harry smiled as he shifted his chair closer to the desk. Shall we begin? Indeed, Sona replied. You have the first move. Harry nodded and moved the king's pawn forward 2 spaces, beginning the game. It started out much like any chess game did, both players using their opening moves. Tell me, Harry, what's your purpose here? Sona said as she played her own move. Do I really need a purpose to come to school? Education is a right, you know. Harry replied casually as he moved his bishop across the board. I would have thought you would have been educated in the church. It is quite strange for you to come to devil territory for an education. Sona shot back at him quickly, even as she moved her own knight to challenge Harry's bishop. Your territory. This is not your territory, nor is it the Grimoire girls. This territory along with the rest of the earth belongs to Yukai and humans, the native species. Your being here is wrong, was Harry's frosty response even as he used his bishop to take Sona's knight and put her on the defensive. That's rather hypocritical, you know. The church and the other religions have all had territory on earth for millennia. But the moment the devils try to take some territory you call it wrong. One would almost think you were being racist against our species. Sona commented calmly, her expression and voice showing none of the venom her words held. The humans established our territories and then invited us. There is a difference. Harry idly replied. Though you have caught on to the main reason I am here, to keep an eye on you devils. You were being rather upfront about all of this. Sona said, finally taking her eyes off the game. Honesty is always the best policy. Harry responded with a serene smile. Bullshit. Sona replied sharply, her language catching the members of her peerage by surprise. You tell half-truths at best. If you say so. Now Sona. What is your plan for Kuo? Harry said, completely unaffected by Sona's accusation. The plan is to live in peace. Sona replied honestly. So this isn't what it looks like, an attempt at invasion and expansion. Harry said, moving his attention back to the game. Do you really think so low of devils to think we would act to upset the truce with such a blatant action? Sona said in amusement upon hearing Harry's theory. Do you really want me to answer that? Harry replied with a smirk. You're not as dumb as you look, Harry. Sona replied before her face hardened. But in all seriousness, this is not an attempt at expansion or invasion. This is an attempt by the Mao to broker a true peace with the other biblical faction. For too long have the devils been separate, that isolation caused mistrust which led to suspicion, which led to fear which finally led to war. This is the Mao's attempt at reducing that isolation and the associated problems. Upon hearing her explanation, Harry stopped to think. He was brought out of his thought process however by Sona speaking once more. Your eye check, by the way. So I am, Harry said looking down, but just wait and see what happens next. In a realm connected yet separate from Earth stood a magnificent golden city that shone with an inhuman splendor and glory. Connected to this city was a large rainbow bridge 12 meters wide that led out toward a dome-shaped station of sorts which stood on the periphery of the massive city. It was from this station the residents of this realm, the divine realm of Asgard, the kingdom of the Norse gods, could traverse all 9 realms of their mythology with impunity, their rule almost unchallenged. Within the dome-shaped station, made of heavy pale-colored stone and inlaid with artistic murals to the Norse gods, stood a black-skinned man wearing intricate yet deadly bronze armor and a large ornate helmet. His misty eyes seemed to glow like stars in the night sky, endless in their depth and knowledge. Truly, the wielder of such eyes must be of unfathomable knowledge and maturity. Arg, I'm bored. The man in the bronze armor, Heimdall said with an exaggerated sigh as he slumped over his 2-handed great sword which he was casually leaning on as he kept his eternal watch. Or maybe not. Heimdall, for that was his name, had stood in this waystation between realms as the eternal guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, the Bifrost, for over 5,000 years. His power was to be able to see everything that was happening in all 9 realms at once. He could look across time and space and was able to detect the approach of most beings within hundreds of miles. Heimdall could sense the life force of Asgardian gods throughout the 9 realms and could willingly focus his senses on certain sensory information and selectively block the rest of it from his consciousness. Otherwise, he would be mentally and physically overwhelmed by the extraordinary amount of input generated by his extremely acute senses. This, for all intents and purpose, meant that absolutely nothing in his domain escaped his ever-watching sight. It was due to this innate power that he possessed that he was chosen as the guardian of the Bifrost, a duty that he for the most part took seriously, him having pledged that he would stand there for as long as needed. With his sight, he could see any attack coming from 1,000 miles away and could keep an eye on the foolish enemies of Asgard. Hell yeah, an orgy! Heimdall exclaimed, his eyes twinkling as he let loose a whistle as he looked at the sight before him, before grimacing slightly as he got a closer look. Quote, actually cancel that, it is a devil's 3-way, 2 guys 1 girl, boo. Still though, look at the tits on her. Bo chica bo wow, ellipsis ... And like the majority of ancient male gods given such a power, just like his Olympian and Norse brethren used it to peep on people. To be fair, you shouldn't judge him. He'd been stuck on this damn bridge for 5,000 years. Peeping was his only stimulation, since no chick with any sense of self-respect would have with a guy where anyone could interrupt them. Therefore, he had to get relief somehow. Heimdall was brought out of his perving by the sound of something approaching. Heimdall's grip on his large 2-handed greatsword tightened as he straightened up, his feet automatically shifting into a defensive stance as a large flying object approached. Heimdall studied the approaching object using all his senses to get the most amount of information he could, his gaze taking in every minute detail he could about the incoming object. The approaching object was a shining gold and black object that was similar in appearance to a shooting star as it shot through the sky. Even from here, Heimdall could feel the intense divine energy radiating from the object, which was so intense to Heimdall's enhanced sight that it felt like he was looking into the sun. Strangely enough, the powerful shining object seemed to slow down. As it did so, the glow around it diminished enough for Heimdall to make out the flickering golden fire that surrounded the object and gave of the intense light. When Heimdall had first seen it, it had moved so fast that it surpassed the laws of physics, traveling at the speed of thought. Now though, as it slowed down, Heimdall was able to get a better look at the thing that was able to approach Asgard without using the Bifrost. Even as he continued watching, he made out more detail, as beneath the golden flames he was able to see something that resembled giant golden wings which were covered in metallic-looking feathers. The flying golden object began to gently slow down as it approached where Heimdall was standing, his bronze greatsword raised in a position which would allow for him to quickly attack whatever it was that was coming for him if it turned hostile. As it approached, the glow dimmed even more as great feathered golden wings unfolded, fully spreading momentarily to an impressive 26-foot wingspan before disappearing with a flash of light. As this was happening, the owner of the wings fell a few feet, landing on the waystation platform without a sound. The first thing that struck Heimdall about this stranger was the colossal amount of power it seemed to possess. The power was so intense that for Heimdall, whose enhanced sight allowed him to see energy in its rawest form, with the being standing so close, it was like momentarily looking into the sun. As his eyes adjusted, Heimdall was able to get a better view of whoever it was. The first thing he saw was ornate golden armor that was forged in a distinct style. It did not take Heimdall long to recognize the flamboyant and over-the-top armor nor the feel of the power that was being exuded. Heimdall almost instantly recognized the approaching figure, despite him having a new face and what almost felt like a taint of humanity within his divine form. God of the Bible, Heimdall said evenly, using the title that the being before him was referred to by the most in the modern age. Harry, for it was Harry, merely gave Heimdall a cheeky smirk as he drew the divine energy he had naturally released when using his true form's wings back into his body, his stance and expression showing that he was completely relaxed and utterly unperturbed by the sword-wielding man before him. Heimdall. There was a beat of silence before Heimdall lowered his sword and let out a booming laugh, taking several steps forward as he did so and pulling Harry into a one-armed embrace as he did so, an embrace which Harry returned unbothered by Heimdall's armor. "I should have known," Heimdall barked out with a smirk on his face as the two men broke apart. "The God of the Bible is dead, my ass. I swear you're like a bad rash, we can never be rid of you." "I take offense to that," Harry replied as he took a step away from Heimdall, a look of mock outrage on his face as he did so. "I'm more like a cool breeze on a hot day, impossible to harm but always there and always welcome." Heimdall just shook his head and gave Harry a punch on the shoulder, a rueful smile spreading across his face as he did so. "Still completely up your own ass, I see. Glad to see some things don't change. So where have you been lurking all this time? You do know you are late, don't you? I mean, I expected you to return at least a century ago." Harry just gave him a cheeky wink before replying. "A god is never late, old boy, nor is he early, instead he arrives precisely when he means to. Besides, you know me, I was just chilling, and watching over millions of faithful followers, trying to maintain the peace, reincarnating as a human without my memories this past generation." It took Heimdall a few seconds to process what Harry had just said, but when he did, the expression on his usually stoic face turned to a look of surprise before he began nodding slowly in a sagely manner. "That must be why I couldn't track you with my sight since the end of the war. You've been passing off as human. It also explains the slight taint of humanity I sensed in you. Your body has still not fully adapted to your divine form." "Yes and no," Harry said with a shrug. "I wanted to know how it felt to be human, so I reincarnated as a human but without my powers or memories. I was born Harry James Potter. It was pretty eye-opening, in a way. But I'm back now, and apparently I got a lot of work backed up and people to catch up with. As for the taint of humanity in me, which by the way is a little harsh, I am slowly adapting, but it is taking longer than I thought, but I am almost at full strength." What he had just said though was not the entire truth, but Harry was going to stick with it to hide the fact he had actually died and been reborn, and that he was still heavily restricted in what he could do, as, if he exerted his fully strength, it would rip his body to pieces and leave him formless. He'd probably tell his friend, Odin, since he knew Odin could be trusted but no one else. Except maybe Poseidon, though he could be notoriously loose-lipped when betting naiads, so it might be best if he didn't tell him quite yet. After all, if it got out he'd been killed and was still vulnerable, it would galvanize his enemies, since that meant he could be killed again, this time permanently. Harry gave Heimdall a sly look. "So how have things been? Still an eternal virgin, or did you finally get laid?" The expression Harry received from Heimdall almost made him burst out laugh. It consisted of a mix of embarrassment and irritation. I see that your time among the humans has not changed you as much as I wished it had. Ha ha, you know I am joking with you, I mean really you need to get a sense of humor. Are you no get laid? Harry replied, his eyes twinkling slightly with his merriment. I have stood watch here on the Bifrost for over 5,000 years, it hardly gives me the chance to go out and meet new people. Heimdall replied somewhat defensively as Harry kept giving him an unnerving grin. Poor Heimdall, Harry replied, his voice laced with sarcasm. Here you are stuck on this little old poor bridge with what amounts to free as you peep on the world. However can the universe be so cruel? Heimdall shrugged and blinked his all-seeing eyes, innocently, even as a slight smile formed on his face. I regret nothing. It's not like there's anything else to do up here. Being able to see all of time and space is not what it's cracked up to be. Heck, a lot of the time it's boring. Their wars are boring. They're as boring. You know, the repetition. As boring. Harry teased with a laugh. Only if you watch Old Boy. I am not a virgin, so stop implying I am, Heimdall protested somewhat too much. Quote, I've had like lots of times. Oh yeah, like who? Harry questioned once again, a smirk on his face as he made the usual stoic guardian act more and more erratic. You wouldn't know them, they are from different realms. Heimdall responded, avoiding eye contact as he did so. Oh really, which realms? Harry asked as he continued to give Heimdall a knowing grin. I would tell you, but it looks like we are about to have company. Heimdall replied, his lips twitching slight like he was trying not to smile. Hey now, you are not getting out of it, duh. Harry began before he was interrupted by a loud shout. Da Audie. Hearing the shout, Harry let out a slight sigh before turning, just in time to catch an armful of a gorgeous, voluptuous blonde-haired female seraph. Oof, said Harry as the air in his lungs left him. Damn it, Gabriel, you're not as light as you used to be. You can't keep doing that. Gabriel looked up from her father's arms with narrowed eyes. Is Daddy saying I'm fat? Harry paled as a dark aura started to surround his daughter, powered by rightful feminine fury. Wanting to calm her before she unleashed it on him, Harry quickly spoke. Of course not. You're the perfect weight. Anyway, didn't I leave you to watch over Rainer and Asia-chan? Gabriel pouted as her aura dissipated. I left Raphael to do that when I heard you were leaving heaven again. You can't go on your own, Daddy. What if something happened to you? Harry sighed at his pseudo-daughter's protectiveness, even if a part of him was touched. I was just visiting Odin like I always did before. I'll be fine. Gabriel just pouted further and hugged him tighter, telling him that she didn't believe him and was not letting him out of her sight. Out of all the angels, Gabriel had been hit by his death the most, having been inconsolable for a century afterwards. Therefore, it was understandable that after his return, she was extra clingy, wanting to make sure he was okay and that the reincarnation didn't have any problems. Sighing and giving it up as a bad job, Harry turned to a smirking Heimdall who was eyeing Gabriel up and down like a well-done steak. Hey, babe, said Heimdall in what he probably thought was a suave tone, as he decided to try and prove Harry wrong. Want me to show some stars? Gabriel blinked in confusion at the male god before pointing over his shoulder. But I see some stars right over there, why would I want to go somewhere else to see them? Heimdall stuttered as Harry broke down laughing at his daughter's innocent response. Despite being millennia old and knowing what it was, Gabriel still didn't understand when people were hitting on her. It was endearing in a way and Harry felt no rush to fix it. That way, he never had to worry about her bringing home a boy even now that angels were allowed to marry. After all, he was trying to increase heaven's population, not smite all male angels in existence for hitting on his first and favorite child. Ha! Fail, Harry replied, sending Heimdall a triumphant look. I'm going to go see that old goat Odin. I'll talk to you later, Heimdall, and I want to hear some names next time. Before you go, Heimdall replied, ignoring Harry's other comments just like he ignored most of the amusing insults the god liked to throw at him, instead getting his attention as he turned serious for a moment, his guard effectively back up. There is something you should know. Harry frowned at Heimdall's tone. A stoic Heimdall was normal, but a serious one, a serious Heimdall however, that was worrying. What is it? I've been keeping a close eye on certain things like your older brother and sister Ophis and Great Red, Heimdall, one of the few in the know about Harry's true origins, said solemnly. I'm sure you know about your of a sister Ophis, little group, right? Harry frowned heavily, not at the insult to his sister because that was true, but at what Heimdall had said. Yeah, but they're clouded by her power, so I can't see them. Why, can you? Yes and no, Heimdall said cryptically. I can't see the group as a whole, but if I know a certain member of the group then I can find that person. But since I don't know many members, it doesn't help much, and the ones I do know don't really interact with the rest. However, one person I do know as a member is someone you should know, Arthur Pendragon, King Arthur's descendant and the current wielder of Excalibur ruler. Harry frowned at the information. He'd been annoyed when he found out one of the Excalibur fragments was missing, meaning he couldn't unite the fragments and regain Excalibur again. He was thinking about gifting it to Neville Longbottom if he passed a number of Harry's tests. He knew that the one who wielded it had left the church about 2 years ago but never got a name, and he could never sense him for some reason. If he was in league with that Ophis, it would explain why he was clouded. She, like Trihexa and Great Red, were his older and more powerful siblings and so could hide things from him quite easily. But if what Heimdall said was true, then maybe he could regain the final fragment after all. Thanks for the info, Heimdall, Harry said gratefully. Is there anything else? Heimdall seemed to hesitate before sighing. There's one other thing. It might just be me being paranoid, but lately there's been people and books going missing. I wouldn't have cared, except all these people and books reference your older Trihexa in some way. I think someone might be trying to find Trihexa's cage. At that, Harry froze completely, his mind going a million miles an hour. Trihexa was the third oldest of the original 4 beings and was the most dangerous, not because of his power, as that was only just greater than Harry's, but because of his nature. Each of the original 4 primordials represented certain domains. Great Red, the eldest and most powerful, represented time and fate. Ophis, the second oldest, represented space, darkness and the void. Harry, the youngest of the 4, represented creation, light and existence. Trihexa, however, the third eldest, he represented chaos. So powerful and unstable was Trihexa's domain that he ended up going mad and forming 4 aspects of himself to rule the domain of chaos. It was this madness and power that truly made him the deadliest of the 4. So much so that it took all of Harry's considerable power and thousands of forbidden seals just to trap him. There was therefore very little reason for someone to want to find Trihexa's cage. He had sealed Trihexa using thousands of seals, and even then, he barely managed it. Any destabilization in the seals could cause it to fail completely. So innocent study was out of the question. That left only one reason. Someone wants to release Trihexa, to release the untamed tide of chaos on universe. Harry said, real fear in his voice as he thought of his brother being released. Are they insane? Heimdall grimaced. I'm thinking yes. However, when I tried to search out for who it was trying to release Trihexa, they were clouded. Harry's widened further and he felt like he was about to have a panic attack. Beside him, Gabriel looked alarmed at the look on her father's face. She, like Michael, knew of his origins, but she had never heard him talk in detail about his siblings. Clouded? Asked Harry in fear. As in, Ophis, group clouded. Heimdall grimaced and nodded. Son of a... Harry yelled in frustration. Are you telling me that that stuck-up Ophis is the one trying to release Trihexa? Possibly, Heimdall said grimly. She does have motivation. She wants to get Great Red out of her realm, the dimensional gap, and Trihexa is the only one who would be able to match, if not overwhelm, the Great Red. She might want to release Trihexa in order to kill Great Red and achieve silence. Silence? She wouldn't get silence. All she would achieve would be war unending, as Trihexa's power runs rampant and corrupts the entire of existence. Harry spat angrily. Ophis hasn't changed at all. A stupid, ignorant child with more power than sense. Ophis. Harry God had never liked her or the rest of his siblings. She was ignorant, petulant and selfish in a way only a child could be. To tell the truth, his enmity with Ophis went deeper than just that. Ophis had been Samael's mother. There had been a time back millennia ago, before humanity, when Harry had fallen for his sister, who back then he saw as the naive infinite dragon god, and from that union, Samael had been born. However, Ophis had found Samael uninteresting and been a bad mother, to say the least. It became worse when his poison's ability was discovered, where she became outright hostile against him. Samael, desperate for his mother's love attention, had been influenced to eat the fruit of knowledge from his garden. As punishment, Harry, in a rage, had sealed him in the deepest part of the underworld, Cocytus. What destroyed any friendliness between Ophis and him, was that the former's actual approval of the act, not because of Samael's actions, but because his curse poison was a threat to her existence. This infuriated Harry, who, despite having been the one to seal him away, had truly loved Samael. Ophis' seeming disregard sparked an argument between them which led to a fight. A fight he won decisively. She may be more powerful, but Harry was more skilled. Ophis never forgave him for defeating her so soundly. Her pride such that she hated everything stronger than her, which was only exasperated by the fact that it was Harry the youngest of the four that defeat her. Since then, any meeting between them had never been positive or ended on a good note. Since then, Harry had hated dragons and SS with a passion, including Great Red, who was almost as much of a colossal dick as Ophis was an absolute. But the question was, would Ophis truly release the one being that would bring about the end of the world just to obtain her silence? Harry sighed to himself. Who was he kidding? Of course she would. The little s didn't care two wits about his world as long as she got what she wanted. The reason she never destroyed the world for her precious silence was because she knew Harry would interfere. However, it appeared that threat was waning. Ophis most probably knew that he was still alive, but appeared that fact he was defeated gave her renewed confidence. Unfortunately, the confidence was somewhat justified because as he was, Harry doubted he would be able to defeat Ophis. His body had not fully adapted to his divinity. Any excessive use of his power would rip his body to pieces and leave him formless. Which for gods was bad, as it would mean he would either fade or become one with his domain, which would mean he would no longer be able to properly interact with the world, and instead he would become just an omnipotent presence no longer able to take physical form. So yes, Harry could see Ophis being behind the plot to release Trihexa. He could very easily see it. Light damn it, Harry groaned in frustration. I should never have left. Things went to hell in my absence. Harry looked up and focused on Heimdall. Heimdall, I need you to do me a favor. Can you tell me where my holy relics are located? I have accounted for some, but many of my Longinuses are hidden from my sight. I have altered the way they function, but I have only so much influence over them whilst they are hidden from me. Heimdall seemed to pause before speaking. The one holding the true Longinus is clouded, meaning he's probably allied with Ophis. The Holy Cross isn't clouded but without a name. It will take me time to find it. As for the Holy Grail. He paused and his eyes narrowed, as if trying to concentrate on something only he could see. I can't tell who wields it, but I can tell that whoever it is a vampire of some kind, probably a Dhampir. They're located in the land of vampires. Harry nodded seriously. Thank you, Heimdall. Can you alert me if any of them appear in your sight? Of course, my friend, said Heimdall seriously, and he was serious despite all Harry's jokes. He was one of Heimdall's few true friends. Harry sighed. Thank you. Looks like this visit to Odin is going to be more serious than I'd hoped. Harry's attention was brought to Gabriel when she tugged on his cloak, looking at him in worry. Daddy, everything's going to be okay, right? Harry's eyes softened and he patted his daughter on the head. Everything will be fine, sweetheart. Trust me. Gabriel seemed to take heart at his words and smiled brightly. Turning back to Heimdall, Harry nodded at him in thanks. Thank you for the warning and information. I'll have to talk to Odin about this. Hopefully, between the two of us we'll be able to avert a disaster. The only problem now is Ophis. The problem was that as childish as Ophis acted, she was still smart. She knew he was alive and had no doubt hypothesized that he was hiding due to his weakened state. He needed an ace, something to make Ophis wary of facing him. Harry grimaced as he realized there was only one or two things in the world that would make Ophis back off short of him regaining his full power. It appeared that after visiting Odin he would need to see Poseidon. Well, there's no hope for it, Harry said with a sigh. He nodded at Heimdall, who seemed to know what he was thinking if the grim look in his eyes was any indication. Thanks again, Heimdall. See you later. After exchanging goodbyes with the guardian of the Bifrost, Harry and Gabriel walked across the rainbow and into Asgard proper, to meet with an old friend. Opening parenthesis -- closing parenthesis. With Rainer and Asia in Kuo. Rainer sighed in boredom as she left yet another class with her charge, Asia. Beside her, Asia was happily chatting away about some inane things she found fascinating. Rainer was only half paying attention, her mind on recent events. Meeting her Holy Father after so many centuries had been shocking to say the least. Not only had she never expected it to happen, but it ended far differently than she thought it would. Sure, he had punished her, those days as a normal human had been extremely uncomfortable and eye-opening, but not as badly as she'd thought. He'd even given her a second chance to prove herself, returning her powers to her and even offering to return her to heaven and his service if she so desired. To tell the truth, the offer was tempting. The only reason she'd fallen was out of love for Azazel, and it had become abundantly clear that he cared nothing for her beyond what he cared for any other of his kin. She'd tried so hard to gain his affection to no avail. After so long, she had become bitter and angry, hating anyone who was happy when she wasn't and taking it out on them. An example had been her sort of kind of ex-boyfriend Issei. She hadn't really needed to be so cruel to him, but in a way, she had wanted him to suffer like she'd suffered with Azazel, being basically strung along only to have his heart broken in the end. Losing God's love and light for a man who didn't even care for her turned her into a bitter, angry harpy. She'd lashed out at everyone, coming to believe that if she'd been stronger, then it would have been him who was trailing after her and not the other way around. That was the reason why she'd been so cruel to Issei on their date and why she'd wanted to take Asia's sacred gear. A mix of bitterness and disdain at their naivety and jealousy at their happiness. They hadn't deserved it, and that was something she had learned in her time around her father. She should probably apologize to the idiot boy at some point, even if he was obnoxious and a devil. He hadn't deserved what she had done to him, and the date he had taken her on hadn't been terrible, per se. He wasn't her type at all, or the type of any self-respecting woman, to tell the truth, but he was at least a halfway decent person if you took away his frustration and grating personality. He had, to be fair, tried his best to make their date nice and memorable despite how obviously inept and inexperienced he was. It was almost endearing in a way, and she was sure that one day he would make a deaf, dumb and blind girl very happy. Of course, that was only if he got rid of his blatant perversity, his lack of other women's privacy, and lack of any other redeeming qualities beyond being an honest person. So she was sure that one day he would be fine if he was neutered. Rainer followed Asia as they went outside for lunch. She almost smiled at the way Asia's face fell when she didn't see God anywhere despite having been told he would be gone. It was unbearably cute, like a kitten who'd been denied her favorite ball of yarn. The time she'd spent around Asia had had an effect on her as well. Rainra found herself being less sarcastic and mean as time passed, at first because she didn't want Asia, and through her God, to be mad at her, and then because she genuinely didn't want to. All this time in this peaceful environment had helped a lot in making her forget her painful past. It was hard to stay bitter and angry when she saw how Asia strived forward despite all the pain and rejection in her life. She still continued forward. The end result was that Rainer was much calmer and genuinely nicer than she had been before. Asia led the two into the shade of a tree to have their lunch. Their father always handmade their lunches, no matter how busy he was. It always made Rainer happy inside every time he gave her lunch, telling her as he did so that he made her sandwich without edges just the way she liked it. It was little things like that that really made Rainer love her father. Love, thought Rainer with a blush. Like I would care what that stupid man thinks. Stupid dog. That's what he is. A stupid dog humping everything he sees. Stupid dog father. Soon, her internal Sunere moment having passed, Rainer turned to Asia, who looked down. Sighing to herself, Rainer turned to the girl. Now what's got you down in the dumps, Asia? Asia tried to smile and wave it off with little success. Nothing, Yuma. I'm just worried about the exam next week. Rainer gave her a deadpanned look. The test is on Italian, and unless you've suddenly developed amnesia, I'm pretty sure you'll pass. Here, Rainer blushed. Plus, father said he was going to give us tutoring sessions if we have any problems. It had been equal parts mortifying as it was heartwarming when the first time she'd come home with AC on a test, he'd taken them both aside and started helping them in the subjects they had trouble with. She had expected him to punish her for failing or something, but instead he had taken her aside and helped her understand the complicated subject known as calculus. He had been patient and hadn't mocked her for not understanding it right away, simply telling her that everyone had their strengths and weaknesses and they shouldn't be ashamed of it. Rainer felt her heart warm and a happy, "Daddy's girl" smile cross her face as she thought about her recent, daddy time. He had been telling the truth when he said he wanted to pamper her, and while he had limits, he was usually willing to do anything she asked, within reason. She still remembered when he'd acquiesced to her shy demand that he take her to the roof of the church and watch the stars with her, holding her like a father would his daughter while they did. Father always had a warm and loving aura. Before now, she had only felt it once, and that was when she was created. Since then she had only felt it twice more, before her fall and then once after. The time after her fall had been the most memorable. His aura radiated anger, pain and hurt at her fall. Despite her having been nothing but a grunt angel at most, he had felt as if her fall had been just as painful as a seraph's would be. Since his return into her life, she had felt it every time he was in the area and found herself basking in it. Her wings symbolized her slow return to the light as they looked lighter with every passing day. She found herself less inclined to cause pain and suffering and more wanting to just enjoy these peaceful days. I know," said Asia bashfully, no doubt also embarrassed at being tutored by the Lord himself. It's Issei. I haven't seen him or the others in almost a week and I'm worried." "Do you think something happened?" Rhaenra bit back her automatic retort of "they could only hope" and decided to be kinder in her response. "I doubt it. The world isn't so lucky." "Hey," she said she would be nicer, not that she would niece. Asia gave her a reproachful look. "Yuma." Rhaenra sighed. Fine. I'm sorry. I'm sure they're fine. Father said that he had heard from Sona that they're training for some big event. Or something, so they're probably somewhere remote doing that. Devil's training tends to destroy the landscape a bit, so they probably went somewhere it wouldn't draw as much attention, but I doubt they are that far from Kuo. After all, even if she is the sister of Sears's Lucifer, there are many dangerous things outside of Kuo, many of which would be more than willing to incite Lucifer's wrath by killing his sister to settle old grudges. Asia seemed to relax slightly when she heard they were close by and safe. She may not know them particularly well, but they had gone out of their way to help her when she was in trouble, so she did still care for them. As she relaxed, Asia turned and sent Rainer a sunny smile in thanks for her words. "I see. Thanks, Yuma." Rainer blushed at the sincerity in her tone, her aura only making it clear that she truly meant what she said. Asia's aura felt similar to her father's, though to a much lesser extent. As his holy maiden, she held a part of his power and radiated it at all times. She had noticed that with the exception of the high-class devils Rias and Sona, the other devils looked uncomfortable around her, as if her very presence caused them some minor pain. It was worse when she prayed, causing them all to fall to their knees in pain if they were close enough to hear it. However, to her, Asia felt warm and full of light. The angel in her was drawn to it, and she felt the corruption that caused her fall lessen every day she was with the girl. She didn't know if it was because she was the holy maiden or her own innocence and naivety being transferred into her aura, but it even affected the people around them. It made them kinder and more willing to help her if she needed it. Rainer herself had taken advantage of it sometimes to get boys to do stuff for them, though less so as time passed. To tell the truth, Asia's aura reminded Rainer of home. Home. Most fallen angels didn't like to think about their former home. Most said they didn't have a home, making a place for themselves either here on Earth or in the underworld, or else moving from place to place like lost nomads. It was painful to think about their former home, especially as it caused them to remember what they'd lost. Rainer still remembered. She remembered the warmth of heaven's light. She remembered flying amongst the clouds with a smile on her face, sometimes racing with her brothers and sisters in good fun. She even remembered their father sometimes joining his angels' games, flying with giant wings of burnished gold. She remembered the feeling of belonging and of being loved by her father. Then she remembered having all that stripped from her with her fall. She remembered having her home's gates barred to her, no longer being welcome. She remembered brothers and sisters she used to playfully race hunt her. But overall, she remembered the loss of purpose and love she'd had as her father's angel. She had transferred all that to Azazel, hoping he could fill the void with his love for her. But he didn't. No matter what she did, she still felt the emptiness and loss she felt the day she first fell. An aching hole in the heart that couldn't be filled by anything else. How does it feel? Asia turned to Rainer, who was looking at Asia with a look of longing on her face. How does it feel to feel father's love all the time? It's been so long since I last felt it. Asia's face turned sympathetic before a bright smile filled her face. It feels as if I'm never alone. As if no matter where I go, he'll be with me and love me. As if before, my life was seen through a gray film and now everything has color and texture. Asia turned to Rainer and gave her the most perfect, beautiful smile she'd ever given anyone. It feels like home. Rainer looked down as she tried to hide her tears. Home. She wanted that. Oh, did she ever? In her heart of hearts. Rainer, the fallen angel, just wanted to go home again. She wanted to feel what Asia feels. She wanted to be surrounded by brothers and sisters and feel her father's love again. She wanted to feel that sense of purpose and righteousness she had felt before her fall. She wanted it all back. Everything she'd lost. Rainer wondered if it was this way for all fallen angels, and the reason so many went crazy was because they realized there was no going back. That they realized they would never feel that same clarity of purpose and peace they had before. That they would always feel confusion and loss, trying to lose themselves in their sin to soothe the ache of loss. And here Rainer was, with a chance to get it all back. And by the heavens, she wanted it. If she had to crawl through a field of razors and apologize to every single person she'd ever wronged, she'd do it. She'd do it for only the slightest promise of being able to go back home. Of being able to no longer have to look over her shoulder for an exorcist or devil wanting to kill her. She would promise to never harm another soul if she could have that again. Rainer froze and her eyebrow twitched as she heard whispers coming from a nearby bush. The owners of said whispers were obviously ogling them as she could feel their nasty, gaze on her body, specifically her chest and bum. Her usual gentle smile turned forced as she felt the two other residents openly ogle both her and her friend, uncaring about their privacy even when they were trying to eat. Rainer saw the kendo club passing by and an idea entered her mind. Murayama, Katase, called Rainer. Said girls turned at her call and walked over with a smile on their faces. Both girls had become friends with her and Asia due to the simple fact that Rainer loved to torment Issei, who both girls loathed for his perversity. Asia, they constantly tried to convince as to Issei's bad qualities with only very limited success. Hey, Yuma, Asia, said Murayama happily. How are you guys doing? Hello, Murayama, Katase, said Asia and Rainer happily, Rainer not actually faking the happiness. She genuinely got along with both girls, being similar to her. Neither being shy about using physical violence to get their point across, especially when it came to the residents. We're just having lunch. Do you want to join us? Both girls agreed and were about to sit before Rainer stopped them. I would love for you guys to join us, but first, Rainer got a wicked look on her face. We have a pair of peeping toms here. The ones in the bush froze, as if trying to hide their presence now would make any difference. They've been watching Asia and me for a while, and to tell the truth I'm feeling kind uncomfortable. I don't want to leave this spot since it's so nice, so how about you help me teach the essay lesson? Murayama and Katase smiled along with her while Asia looked worried. I don't mind moving if you guys feel uncomfortable, said Asia innocently. That seemed to only galvanize the two girls. The idea of naive, innocent Asia being forced to leave just because of these two peepers enraging them. Don't worry yourself, Asia, said Katase as she drew her shinai, which was mirrored by Murayama. This won't take more than a second. Rainer smiled as the S tried to run, only to be caught by the two girls who were empowered by righteous feminine fury. The sounds of the S screams made her more relaxed than she'd felt since her father had stopped coming to class due to work. Hey, she may want to redeem herself and return home, but until then, there was nothing wrong with having a little fun on some S expense. She was even doing them some good by helping them learn that peeping was wrong. It could be considered a civil service. As Asia looked worried at the two boys' screams of pain, Raynor just continued to eat her lunch with a wide smile on her face, the food tasting much better now for some reason. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. With Harry in Asgard. Harry watched as Odin paced back and forth stroking his beard as he did so. He'd been doing so ever since Harry had given him the news the Heimdall had passed on to him. Odin had certainly changed over the years. Once an old, but still fit and muscular old man, Odin was now looked like a simple elderly man with long, gray hair and a matching beard. He wore an eye patch over his missing left eye, and where he once wore heavy and ornate armor similar to what Harry was wearing, he now instead wore simple clothing which consisted of a gray robe, a simple plain white shirt and black trousers. Oh, Harry still felt the power he held, and his mind was still as sharp as ever, but his power was less than it was at his prime. Still powerful, but no longer with the same edge it used to have. But then that might just be because the last time he had seen Odin was in wartime, when the Norse gods truly came alive. Odin, when he had reunited with Harry, had been understandably overjoyed at seeing him again, the two having been close friends before his death. Odin had been surprised when Harry revealed the truth of him having died and been reborn, but had simply said he was glad he was back and left it as is. Then, the happy reunion had turned sour when Harry passed what Heimdall had told him and their conclusion on it. Since then, Odin had been pacing, a frown on his face. Harry was sitting in an armchair with Gabriel hovering behind his right shoulder, while Odin's own bodyguard, a pretty silver-haired Valkyrie named Rosweiss, was standing behind the chair Odin had been sitting in before he started pacing. Both bodyguards looked worried at the tense atmosphere, but not because they were afraid it would dissolve into violence like most meetings between gods, but because anything that worried the two arguably strongest chieftain gods was obviously something to be terrified about. "Are you sure, my friend?" Odin asked, sounding resigned. "Are you absolutely sure?" "Not 100%, but if what Heimdall told me was correct, then the signs are there," Harry said seriously, in God mode at the moment, all of the previous cheer he had shown when first having come to Asgard having evaporated. There was time for fun and games later. Right now, they needed to focus on the matter on hand. Ophis is obsessed with getting rid of Great Red and isn't picky on how to do it. You know how she is better, almost better than anyone. She doesn't care about anything but her precious silence. As long as she has got it, then the world could burn for all she cares. Odin frowned but conceded the point. True, Ophis has always been a problem for all the pantheons. It's bad enough she could destroy most of us single-handedly with only you as a viable counter to her power, but her complete disregard for anything makes it worse. It would be better if she was just evil, at least that way we could expect something like this. This selfish disinterest of hers could actually be worse. Odin turned to Harry with a serious look on his face. "What can we do?" Feeling hopeful that he said, "We," instead of "you," Harry leaned forward. "I sealed Trihexa away in a place that can only be reached in certain ways. There are 66 paths to Trihexa, but only 6 of those are true. The rest are dead ends. Of those 6 paths, 5 are constantly changing, so that if you take one path then no one can take the same path again. The path used will shift to another that used to be a dead end, and the path you used will turn into a dead end. There's only one true path to Trihexa that can be used again and again. I'm guessing that Ophis, if she's trying to release Trihexa, is trying to find this path. Can't she just use one of the other 5 paths?" asked Odin curiously, and if he was honest, slightly confused. Yahweh, or Harry as he was now called, was always an odd one, and this prison of his seemed to reflect that. Harry shook his head. "No. Those paths lead you to Trihexa but won't allow the person to affect anything in the place where Trihexa is sealed. You can only observe the place, not interact with it. If they plan to release Trihexa, then they need to find that true path." "And how can they do that?" asked Odin as he sat back down, a focused look in his soul eye. "You can't just search for the path," said Harry firmly. "It's not a real physical path, but more like your Bifrost. A sort of interconnecting gateway between here and there. The other paths let you send your spirit there but not your physical body. And that path is invisible to even Heimdall's eyes. No, the only ones who can find the path are those that no longer live in the physical plane." To his credit, Odin quickly understood. The dead. How will she get the dead to find it for her? I thought existence was your thing, hers is only space and the void. She can't, Harry replied simply. But one of my Longinus, one of my holy relics can, specifically the Holy Grail. If she finds the possessor and retrieves the Holy Grail, she can use it to connect with the dead of the other worlds and use them to find Trihex's cage. So we need to find the Holy Grail before she can, said Odin thoughtfully. He grimaced before frowning at him. You know, I never liked your idea of sacred gears. That power, especially the Longinus, where we can't control them, is dangerous. Humans have never been fond of us gods after all, and they could easily decide to side with Ophis of their own free will. Harry grimaced at the blunt statement. True, but I really never planned for this. I made them to protect humanity from gods like Zeus, Hades and Loki, who you know would love to subjugate them. I never really thought about them turning on us, and besides I have changed the system slightly, though that was more to stop the devils from using them than humans. Odin harumphed. You always were an optimist. Odin sighed. But I guess there's nothing for it now but to stop Ophis' plans. Odin grimaced as he looked at his old and weakened hands. I'll help you, but I'm not what I used to be. I am a lot weaker than I was in my prime right now. Even that upstart boy Searsex could give me trouble right now, which is all kinds of embarrassing. Harry looked thoughtful for a moment. What if I let you access my followers' prayers and belief? Would that bring you back to full strength? Odin looked surprised at his words before speaking cautiously. It should, but are you sure it's okay? I would be taking some of your own power to do it. Wouldn't you need that to bolster your own so you can match your older siblings? I mean, without the boost in power your followers gave you, Trihexa would have probably beaten you. You would only be taking from the power that I in my current state can't use, Harry said dryly. This body, it has not fully adapted yet, and I don't know when it will fully. The reincarnation trick I did is not a simple piece of magic, not even I know everything about it. Besides, unless I want my body to be ripped apart, any power you take won't affect my current power level as I am now. Odin grimaced as he heard that before replying. Anyway, we can speed up your body's transition. If Ophis turns out to be hostile to us, then you're the only one that can stop her. She could decide to destroy you while you're weak before we can unseal your power, and if that happens, we're screwed. The great red arsehole is too up himself to care about anything but his own desires, and our safety isn't among them. As I said, this realm of magic is new to me and to many others too, I am sure, Harry said dryly. I could ask the Olympians, as they love to take human form and play with the humans, but that was more shape-shifting than anything else, and I know enough about that. And besides, I doubt that old windbag Zeus or most of the other gods in this world will care to help me much. Stuck-up old fossils. Can you blame them? Odin asked dryly. You basically run roughshod over them whenever you wanted, especially the Egyptians. They never did forgive you for basically destroying their pharaoh dynasty with your plagues. Harry sniffed with great dignity. I left my people with them for protection while I dealt with the intruders on their promised lands, and when I get back, they've been end. I asked them nicely and they ignored me and told me to get new followers. So I decided to take matters into my own hands. Harry put on a false look of innocence. Is it my fault all it took to defeat their best was one man? Odin just chuckled. Whatever you say, old friend. Well, at least we have some semblance of a plan, and we've been forewarned with time. It gives us some wiggle room to get things ready. Though I have to ask, what are you planning to do with those devils and fallen angels? I have heard. Harry grimaced before speaking. I was, actually planning on making peace with them. Odin just gave him a blank look before turning to the grey suit-wearing Rosweiss. Can you give us some privacy, please? It will only be for a few minutes. Despite it being said like a question, it was obviously an order, and Rosweiss quickly complied. Gabriel did the same, though much more reluctantly, once Harry asked, sending her father a searching look as she did so. Once they were alone, Odin gave Harry a piercing look. Out with it. Harry merely whistled as he looked away, refusing to meet his best friend's eye. Out with what? I've known you for over 5 millennia, Harry, Odin said, smirking as he said God's new name. Despite how often your followers preached about forgiveness, you were a hypocrite and always slow to forgive. So, out with it. Harry sighed before speaking. I have changed. When I was reborn as a human, it gave me new perspective. Before I was a primordial god of infinite power, I was ancient and was therefore slow to change and somewhat stuck in my ways. But my time as a human, it has altered me, made me better almost. Human existence is just a flicker in our eyes, they shine brightly but quickly fade, as such they are full of the potential, with their lives being so short they need to live life to the fullest while they can. For a while I felt that, in fact I still feel it, and with that came the realization that if I want to bring peace to the faction steps there would need to be compromise. "Oh sweet Bifrost," Odin groaned in slight exasperation, completely ignoring Harry's little monologue in favor of his own conclusion. "Don't tell me one of those female devils has seduced you. Really? I dig deep and share my thoughts, and that is where your mind goes to." "Like you're one to talk anyway," Harry retorted somewhat petulantly as Odin did to him what he had just done to Heimdall, though his tone was softened with the slight smile that was on his face. "It never took a woman more than a wink to seduce you in the old days." Odin coughed in an attempt to hide his embarrassed blush at the reminder of his youthful escapades. "That may be, but that was when I was young. You're much older than me despite how you look, and I doubt you're being controlled by your hormones, so you can't use that as an excuse." Odin looked at his old friend for a second before sighing and leaning back in his chair. "Do you remember my wife Frigga?" Harry cocked an eyebrow. "Is this a trick question? How can I possibly forget the only woman in the world who managed to tame the playboy Odin? You were so infatuated with the chick that you swore off all other women. It was end of our bachelor days, since doing it on my own was just no fun." Odin smiled in remembrance of his youthful adventures with the man before him. "Yes. Well, did you know that Frigga used to be one of the Vanir, who we went to war with and almost wiped out except for a few?" At this Harry looked surprised. "Really? I didn't know that. But if you wiped out her people, how did you end up together?" "Because Frigga was far more forgiving than she had any right to be," said Odin with a fond smile. "But the thing is that when we announced our relationship, it had only been a few years since the war against the Vanir. Naturally, the people were against it. They thought it wrong that one of their enemies became their queen. An insult to everything they fought against." "So what happened?" asked Harry quietly. "How did you end up together?" "Well, at first," continued Odin in remembrance, "I was much like you. I didn't want to rock the boat, as they say, and believed that our having been enemies would ruin any relationship we might have. But," here Odin smiled a smile that Harry remembered he reserved only for his wife. By the light, Odin truly loved that woman. As time passed, we could no longer deny our feelings. I loved her, my friend. I loved her enough that I would have pulled the stars from the sky to make her a necklace if only for one of her smiles. It was rough, at first. But we persevered. Our love persevered. And she gave me 4 boys who I loved dearly, and helped me raise another, who despite our current enmity, I loved just as much." Odin's voice became low and heartbreaking. "She's gone now. Dead these past 3 centuries. I have tried to fill the void she left behind with other women or wine or food, but to no avail. The void she left behind will be my burden to bear for the rest of my days. Yet despite that," said Odin with a fierce tone, "I do not regret a single moment. Not a single day. I would not trade a single moment spent with her for all the power, gold and knowledge in the universe." Harry looked at Odin for a second, a gentle smile on his face before he decided to reply, "That's sweet, Odin, it really is. But there really is no girl this time." "Wait, what? There's no girl?" "So I just said all that, and," Odin replied blankly before continuing, "and it turns out it wasn't a cool reason like for a girl, but instead because you became a you. Or are you going to start singing a ballad about me next?" Harry replied with a bark of laughter. "Ha ha, nope," Odin replied, standing up straight with a grin on his face as he did so. "Now if you'll excuse me, the Valkyries are having a wet t-shirt contest and I've, with great reluctance on my part, have been chosen as judge. I have to go. It would look bad if I was late, wouldn't it?" Harry watched him go with a deadpan look. "Glad to see some things don't change." Harry sighed, thinking about what to do. He stayed still, conflicting thoughts coursing through his head before seemingly coming to a decision. "Screw this, I am going to go meet up with Poseidon," Harry muttered as he sent an amused grin in the direction Odin left as he heard a number of screams and enraged shouts, "Best to disappear before Odin drags him into his Harry twirled on his foot as if he were about to apparate before vanishing from where he stood with a flash of gold light and a loud crack. Arg! Harry gasped as he collapsed to his knees on a hard rocky surface, his travel to Earth having been suddenly stopped. Letting out a slight retching sound, Harry pushed himself into a standing position before looking up at what had stopped him. "Hello, little brother." A smooth silky voice spoke out from just in front of Harry. Looking up, Harry saw the source of the voice. Stood before him was a tall man with long flaming red hair. He was wearing red plate armor and a thick armless trenchcoat made out of some white-colored leather. But the most distinctive thing about him were his eyes, which were completely gold and seemed to swim with colossal amounts of power. The minute he saw him, Harry knew who he was. "Hello, Red, been a long time." On a cold windswept island in the North Sea, a cute young-looking girl wearing a gothic Lolita-made outfit, and who had long black hair that went down to her hips and steely gray eyes, looked up at the sky in curiosity. She had just felt something which she had not felt for many centuries. She had felt the power of Yahweh, her youngest and most tolerable brother. It had only been for a moment, but she had felt it. It was almost like something had momentarily disrupted whatever protective magic he was using, allowing her to sense him. This makes things more difficult. Ophis thought to herself as she continued to look up. She had known he was still alive but had been counting on the fact that he would remain inactive. "Is there anything wrong, milady?" A rich deep voice asked as a large blonde man who was wearing a dark suit and glasses approached her. On his back the man carried a large sword which seemed to radiate with holy energy. "No, nothing at all," Ophis replied in a soft toneless voice before she continued forward, heading in the direction of a towering stone building situated on the island they were on. "Come, I want to be finished in Azkaban as soon as possible. Things are changing, forces long thought dead are stirring, this era is coming to a close." "Ha, nope," Odin replied, standing up straight with a grin on his face as he did so. "Now if you'll excuse me, the Valkyries are having a wet t-shirt contest and I've, with great reluctance on my part, have been chosen as judge. I have to go. It would look bad if I was late, wouldn't it?" Harry watched him go with a deadpan look. "Glad to see some things don't change." Harry sighed, thinking about what to do. He stayed still, conflicting thoughts coursing through his head before seemingly coming to a decision. "Screw this, I am going to go meet up with Poseidon," Harry muttered as he sent an amused grin in the direction Odin left as he heard a number of screams and enraged shouts. "Best to disappear before Odin drags him into his." Harry twirled on his foot as if he were about to apparate before vanishing from where he stood with a flash of gold light and a loud crack. "Arg!" Harry gasped as he collapsed to his knees on a hard rocky surface, his travel to Earth having been suddenly stopped. Letting out a slight retching sound, Harry pushed himself into a standing position before looking up at what had stopped him. "Hello, little brother." A smooth silky voice spoke out from just in front of Harry. Looking up, Harry saw the source of the voice. Stood before him was a tall man with long flaming red hair. He was wearing red plate armor and a thick armless trenchcoat made out of some white-colored leather. But the most distinctive thing about him were his eyes, which were completely gold and seemed to swim with colossal amounts of power. The minute he saw him, Harry knew who he was. "Hello, Red, been a long time." On a cold windswept island in the North Sea, a cute young-looking girl wearing a gothic Lolita-made outfit, and who had long black hair that went down to her hips and steely gray eyes, looked up at the sky in curiosity. She had just felt something which she had not felt for many centuries. She had felt the power of Yahweh, her youngest and most tolerable brother. It had only been for a moment, but she had felt it. It was almost like something had momentarily disrupted whatever protective magic he was using, allowing her to sense him. This makes things more difficult. Ophis thought to herself as she continued to look up. She had known he was still alive but had been counting on the fact that he would remain inactive. "Is there anything wrong, milady?" A rich deep voice asked as a large blonde man who was wearing a dark suit and glasses approached her. On his back the man carried a large sword which seemed to radiate with holy energy. "No, nothing at all," Ophis replied in a soft toneless voice before she continued forward, heading in the direction of a towering stone building situated on the island they were on. "Come, I want to be finished in Azkaban as soon as possible. Things are changing, forces long thought dead are stirring, this era is coming to a close. So to what do I owe the honor, brother?" Harry asked as he finally pushed himself to his feet, taking a look at his brother the Great Red in his humanoid form. What, can I not just see my recently reincarnated brother? Do I really need a reason? Great Red asked as his voice seemed to echo around the rocky area he had dragged them to. You never just do things on a whim. So I will ask again, what do you want? Harry asked again, somewhat harsher this time, as he pushed himself to his feet and started to glare at his older and stronger brother. Ooh, I like the new you, much feistier than before. Red said, his tone mocking as he looked down on his younger brother, his gleaming red eyes taking in the short black hair and glowing green eyes of his brother's new form. Though I have to admit I do find your fascination with these humans somewhat disturbing. And the fact that you would optionally choose to be one, even if for only a short time, disgusting. Red finished with a sneer. Don't you think that is a bit hypocritical, seeing as you're standing before me in a human form of your own? Harry replied through gritted teeth as he tried to keep his temper, something which was especially difficult when facing his older siblings, all of whom seemed to have a natural ability to piss him off. A human form? Don't make me laugh. These forms were ours long before you created those putrid sacks of flesh you call humanity. You modeled them after our forms after all. Red replied, his voice filled with disdain. Then what is your problem with them? Harry asked, a frown on his face as he saw his older brother's disdain. It is what they represent. They represent chaos. They are ever changing and ever moving. They commit acts of unspeakable evil and great good at random. They are the very antithesis of order. They are a blight on everything we stand for and on existence itself, something that is constantly trying to drag everything down to their level. Red said, his eyes glowing a fiery crimson as he spoke, with power rolling off him in waves. Wiping away a trickle of sweat, Harry faced down his brother's irritation, with his own anger and irritation. And again you show your lack of understanding. For one who governs the domains of fate and time, you truly are short-sighted. Be careful, brother, even at the height of your power you were no match for me. As you are now, I could crush you with ease. Like one of your precious humans might crush an ant. Red replied, the power coming from his body disappearing as he easily regained control of his anger. You know Trihexa made a similar claim once, and you know what happened to him, don't you? Harry said with a tight smile, his hands clenching into fists as he prepared himself for anything. As for all of his brother's talk about order, he was many times more unpredictable than humans. All of his siblings were, the first four beings himself included, were all capricious. Yes indeed I do, and what a surprise that was. You alone managed to defeat Trihexa. Though the energy and effort you had to put into defeating Trihexa did leave you so weak that you ended up getting killed by those pathetic devil vermin. Red said, throwing a backhanded comment Harry's way as he turned away from his brother and instead looked out to the distance before speaking again. But did you truly think you were entirely successful in defeat Trihexa? He's defeated. I may not have had the power or the inclination to kill him, but he is defeated all the same. Harry replied, hotly disliking the way this topic was going, especially with the recent news he had received about how Ophis and her group were trying to free him. Defeated, yes, but not vanquished, not entirely. Red continued cryptically, a smirk making its way across his face as he turned to face Harry once more. I sealed him away using thousands of the most forbidden seals that have ever been created. He is gone and he won't return, never. Harry replied, his voice becoming louder as he continued to deny that his insane and unstable brother Trihexa may return. Yes, you did seal him, but not all of him. After all, little brother, you should know, Trihexa's domain of chaos was so powerful and so vast that he became unstable and insane from trying to control it. And that instability led to the creation of Trihexa's four aspects, four separate forms that made up a whole. Red said as his feet lifted off the ground and he began to encircle Harry like a shark would its prey, a vicious smile on his face as he looked down on his annoying little brother. Yes, I know all that. Individually, Trihexa's aspects were not as powerful as when they were combined together into one being. What's your point? Harry demanded irritably as he continued turning his head so he could keep his brother in his vision at all times, even as he circled him, his body hovering several feet of the ground. Yes, and you also know his aspects each had their own personality based on which part of his domain they represented. We had Korn, the chaos god of anger, violence and hate. Then there was Tzeentch, the chaos god of power and change. Next of course was Nurgle, the chaos god of disease, decay and destruction. And finally, perhaps the worst of a bad a lot, there was Slanesh, the chaos god of lust, greed, excess, pain, pleasure, perfection and hedonism. Each of them are incredibly powerful in their own right, more than a match for your little friends Odin and Poseidon. But together, when they became one being, Trihexa, the primordial god of chaos, their power was almost on a par with my own. Red continued with his history lesson, the smirk on his face growing as he saw Harry's rising frustration as Red purposefully stalled and led him on. Yes, and again I know all this. I have met his aspects and I did defeat them. After all, you are not even that much older than me. Harry said, once again his temper rising as he heard Red talk down to him, making it seem like Harry was a child and Red was his patient teacher. Old enough to know better. After all, although it is true that you did defeat Trihexa and did successfully seal him away, you didn't seal all of him. A part of him escaped, one of his aspects slipped away unseen by you, and for all of these centuries it has been waiting, gathering its power and spreading its influence. Red replied, his face almost split apart by the shit-eating grin he was now sporting. I did tell you that your humans were chaotic, didn't I? And this is the reason. You failed, and in your absence you have allowed the rot of chaos to grow like a cancer within the world of man. As he heard that, Harry's face began to pale rapidly, even as his mind raced with thoughts on what he had heard. This is impossible. I would have felt Trihexa's influence at work. This is just Red lying and trying to cause trouble. But Red is able to see everything that is, was or can be, so maybe he is telling the truth. No, since when has he ever shared information on what he has seen? He does not care enough about anything to do that. So why tell me this now? Maybe to just cause trouble. Or maybe because he is trying to trick me into some action that could bring about one of the futures he has seen. You know, I can almost hear the wheels in your mind turning, little brother. Red said mockingly as he came to a stop in front of Harry, his feet once again touching the ground as he towered over Harry's smaller form. But did you think that maybe I am only telling you this now because I know that no matter what you do it won't matter? Shut up, Harry said, his face darkening as he turned to his brother, his features sharpening and taking on a distinctly avian appearance as a ferocious scowl crossed his face. And there I was thinking you were all about happy clappy, peace and love between all. Red said, a mocking smile still on his face as he looked down on Harry, both literally and figuratively. Or maybe this is the real you, all about anger and wrath. Maybe all it took to bring out your true self was to tell you of your failure. Upon hearing that, Harry finally lost his temper and thrust his arm forward at his brother. As he did so, he sent a massive beam of pure holy light flying straight towards the Great Red. He soon followed it up by charging his brother, hoping to catch him off guard, summoning the holy sword Ascalon into his hands as he ran, and with a slight pulse of his power unleashing the sword's full power, even as he propelled himself forward so fast he passed the sound barrier. As he shot towards his brother, his sword thrust forward in a lunge, the blade traveling so fast that to a normal person it would have been invisible. The attack failed. Red had, upon seeing the beam of light coming at him, batted the attack away with his left hand, a contemptuous look on his face, like Harry's attack was nothing. The redirected beam exploded away from the two combatants, vaporizing a mountain in the distance and destroying everything within 10 miles of where it had struck. Red then, with barely a thought, summoned a large golden scythe out of nothing but his own energy before he swung it downwards, the blade of the scythe easily shattering his brother's holy sword into fragments that quickly corroded and rusted after having come in contact with the Great Red's scythe. He had then followed up with a counterattack of his own as he slammed his left fist into his brother's gut, giving him a light tap that caused him to go flying backwards, his body flying 100 meters back, smashing through bedrock before bouncing back into the air as Harry tried to recover. As Harry flew through the air, his chest concaved from the force of his brother's strike, he swiftly healed himself instantly before teleporting away with a flash of golden light. Rapidly appearing behind his brother, his body covered in golden fire, as he appeared he summoned 2 blades made out of his own divine energy in his hands, the twin golden blades that took form of 2 elegant-looking rapiers which he twirled in his hands before he darted forward to attack his brother once again. As soon as Harry's feet touched the ground, he shot towards his brother, his speed so fast he caused the ground below him to shatter and the air around him to boom. As he did this, Red quickly turned to face him, a mocking smirk on his face as he easily twirled the scythe he was holding in his right hand. Ignoring his smirk, Harry instead engaged him, his arms becoming blurs as he wielded his rapiers with expert precision, the thin blades striking at the weaknesses in Red's armor. Within 10 seconds Harry had managed to deal almost 400 strikes on his brother, whilst his brother had been unable to get a single hit in, his overwhelming strength and power no match for Harry's speed and agility. That soon changed, however, as Red's eyes flashed a bright gold and time around the pair seemed to slow to a crawl. Drawing on more of his divine power and using it to negate the effects of his brother's slowing down of time, Harry continued on with the attack, ignoring as he did how the veins beneath his skin had started to glow with golden light and how his skin had started to crack and flake off. Shooting forward once more, Harry went to continue his barrage of lightning-fast strikes on his brother. However, before he could, Red slammed his right foot into the ground and sent out a blast of pure power that destroyed the mountain they were fighting on, and blasted Harry away. Recovering quickly, large golden wings erupted from Harry's back, allowing him to ascend into the air. Thrusting his hand towards his brother again, Harry once more drew on his massive reserves of power. In response to this, a roaring sound was heard as half a dozen city-sized meteors fell from the sky, the roaring masses of rock completely on fire as they headed in the direction of Great Red. Instead of looking concerned, though, the dragon god merely raised hand before sending out 6 small beams of light, each of which upon hitting the meteors atomized them. Turning to look at the flying Harry, the Great Red sent him an unimpressed look. "Well, that was just sad. Were you actually trying with that shit?" With a flap of his wings, Harry descended to the ground, landing easily on his feet before his brother as he did so, flinching slightly as his body was racked by sudden pain. Looking down at himself, he could see the reason for that pain. His arms had gone blackish gray and large cracks had begun to appear on them, cracks that were leaking golden light, his own divine energy. It looked pretty damn horrific. His brother seemed to think so too as he looked at Harry's injuries. "Well, you look like shit. I was barely going 5% and you struggled. It used to be you could easily handle me going at least 75% before you started struggling. You were a lot worse off than I thought you were." Instead of replying, Harry instead concentrated on healing the damage his use of too much power had caused his body. As he did this, the cracks on his arms healed and his skin began to heal up, the tone of the skin returning to how it used to be. Looking up, he decided to respond to Red. "Well, obviously I didn't do too badly. You were bleeding after all." Looking down, Red did indeed see that small spots of golden-colored blood had begun to drip from several points on his armor. The wounds inflicted by Harry when he was twin-wielding swords made of his own divine energy. "Oh well, would you look at that, maybe you aren't entirely pathetic after all." Upon saying that, the Great Red slammed his foot into Harry's chest, knocking him to the ground, and before Harry could get up, he slammed his foot on his chest, pinning him to the ground. "Your weakened little brother, and you know you are. Doubt you could even take on your true form as you are now. And you will need to if you want to face the trials ahead. You and your allies need to be prepared, or everything you have created will be destroyed when Trihexa returns." As he gave his final ominous warning, the Great Red shot up into the sky, his human form peeling away as he did so. Within a few seconds, where once there was a man, there was instead a colossal red dragon. Looking down at the tiny spot that was his brother, the Great Red pondered whether or not to use his full power, something that was only available in this his true form, to aid or to hinder him. It was not much of a choice, as without another glance back he turned in the sky and soared away across his younger sister's domain, the dimensional gap, content to remain ever the neutral party as he had been ever since he first came into being. With a flash of golden light, Harry teleported into his throne room, his feet land noiselessly on the marble floor slabs. With a tried sigh, he approached his throne before collapsing into it. His body felt like its every nerve was on fire. He knew it was foolish trying to fight his older brother, as even at the heights of his power he would have struggled to even pull out a tie. It had, however, been useful though, as it had shown him that his body was not as adapted to his power as he had first thought. Something that was very annoying, as he had been hoping to be close to regaining his full strength. Still, though that certainly did not mean he was weak, he had after all managed to draw blood from the strongest being to have ever existed, which was still an achievement. After all, the two of them had been throwing around so much power that it would make a super devil like Sears Lucifer jealous. Unfortunately though, the consequences of him using that much power before his body was ready was incredibly painful. Even now he could feel a dull throbbing pain in his arms despite having already healed them. Looking off into the distance, Harry began to think about what he had recently found out. Ophis was causing trouble and was looking to release Trihexa. That was bad but not the end of the world, as Harry was already formulating a plan to stop her. It would require him to go to Atlantis, but he was planning on doing that already. In fact, he had been on the way there when his brother had rudely gotten in his way. Thinking of that confrontation also reminded him of the nugget of information the Great Red had decided to share. One of Trihexa's aspects was already free and had been for centuries. Even the thought of it drove horror into Harry's heart. But it also confused him. After all, Trihexa's aspects all had very dark power. He was sure here at least someone would have noticed the corruption of chaos spreading. It was that thought that led Harry to believe that if what he had told was true, the aspect that was free was probably one of the more insidious ones which would rule Slaanesh, who thrived on excess, and Nurgle, who embodied destruction out, as their presence he would have already sensed, as they were hardly the subtlest of beings. Khorne could be ruled out, as although there had been many wars in the centuries Harry had been absent, those wars had come to an end. If Khorne was still walking the earth, there would be constant never-ending war, an example of which would be the Great War between the biblical factions. Harry was sure that the corruptive influence of Khorne had been at work in the underworld during that war. Which only left Tzeentch as the most likely aspect to have escaped, a being who embodied power and change. He was one who could fly under the radar if necessary. Which only made Harry more concerned, as if Tzeentch had escaped being sealed away somehow, then he had had centuries to build a power base and spread his subtle corruption. And he was in the perfect place for it too. As much to Harry's disappointment, humanity always had been prone to greed and corruption. But Trihexa's aspect could wait. Harry could if necessary defeat and kill the Chaos God even in his weakened state, though whether he would survive the attempt as he was now was debatable. Ophis, however, was a more immediate problem. She was stronger than him and her plan had more immediate consequences. It was while Harry was thinking these dark thoughts that the ever-sunny Gabriel burst into the room, a bright smile on her beautiful face as she saw him sitting in his throne. "Daddy, what are you doing here? I thought you were going to visit Uncle Poseidon," Gabriel asked as she approached her father, still smiling, though that smile did fade slightly as she saw the heavy bags under his eyes and the pale color of his skin. "No, I am afraid I ran into a little trouble on the way," Harry replied tiredly before raising a hand to stop her from interrupting him as he continued. "It is nothing for you to worry about, my child. I am in no danger, just a little tired is all." Despite his assurances though, the look of worry on her face did not leave. Instead she asked, "Are you injured, father? Do you need me to get anything for you?" "No, all I need is a bit of rest," Harry responded patiently before his face lit up as a thought occurred to him. "Though there is something you could do to put my troubled mind at ease." "Anything," Gabriel replied imploringly as she approached her father and fell onto her knees just before his throne, taking his hand as she did so and holding it into her chest as she did so. "I need you to send out my angels, as many as can be spared. I want them to go through every inch of the church and all of its holdings, looking for even a wisp of corruption," Harry said as he smiled down at his affectionate daughter. As she heard his command, Gabriel looked up at him with big green eyes, confusion evident as she heard his request. "Corruption, father? Yes, I want them to search for any taint of chaos that might have affected my followers. And if they find any, they are to quarantine anyone involved and find out the source. Tell them they are allowed to use any means necessary." Harry continued, his face tightening at the thought of his flock being infected by the ruinous powers of his brother. "See chaos," Gabriel choked out as flickers of fear filled her eyes. But I thought that Trihexa was defeated. I thought that the threat from chaos was ended. He was defeated, but I worry that a part of his madness still lurks in the dark corners of the world," Harry said, reaching down and gently caressing Gabriel's face as he tried to calm her with a half-truth. "It may just be an old man and his worries. But for my own peace of mind, will you do this for me, Gabriel?" "Of course, father. I will gather the purest and most resilient of your angels and lead them myself. I will root out any corruption on the human world," Gabriel said with fierce determination as she looked up at Harry, a fire burning in her eyes. "Thank you, Gabriel, just be very careful." The ruinous powers of chaos are insidious, they can affect even the purest of souls. Harry replied as he shakily got to his feet, Gabriel rising with him, her soft hands helping to support him. Leaning forward, Harry laid on her forehead, calling on his divine magic as he did so and blessing his daughter with the most powerful protections he could. Protection so powerful even Ophis would have trouble breaking. Collapsing tiredly back onto his seat, Harry gave Gabriel's hand one last gentle squeeze as she helped him get comfortable again. Then once she was assured that Harry was in a comfortable position, she swept from the room, her body vibrating with determination and with her father's protective magic. Turning just before she left, she was able to see Harry giving her one last thankful and encouraging smile. As Harry sat in his throne, let out a contented sigh. If there was one person who he could rely on above all others, it was Gabriel. She would do what he had asked, and Harry very much doubted anything would stop her or those she chose from completing it. Which when she did do would put some of Harry's worries at ease. Once he was assured that the church and the other bastions of his power on earth were not compromised, he could begin a more comprehensive search for his brother's aspect. Leaning back in his chair, Harry began to absorb the power that ran through his throne, letting it flow through him, easing his aches and healing his body more completely. He had spent the last few days confined to his throne, allowing the power to do its work, healing his body and speeding up the process of it adapting to his natural power. It was not convenient as he had been stuck on the chair for days, which had limited his sphere of influence and his ability to interact with the rest of the world, but it was unfortunately necessary. Luckily he had been able to do a few things, contacting Odin for a discussion over what he had learned being one. Suffice to say, seeing the old man almost have a heart attack had put Harry in a much better mood about his own condition. The two of them had come up with many plans in regards to the new information and already had begun to plan how to bind their two pantheons closer in an absolute alliance. Harry had not yet gone to meet with Poseidon yet, as he had decided to try and boost his strength a bit more, just in case Zeus had a temper tantrum and Harry had to give him a royal spanking. Already Harry's body was fully fixed, and not only that, it had started becoming more divine, even now his skin had taken on a golden color, and his blood was speckled with spots of gold. Soon the golden blood of immortality would flow through this body and he would be able to take his divine form at whim, just like Ophis and Great Red. Deciding to turn his mind away from his dark thoughts of his Ed-up family, Harry instead picked up a large silver sphere from its resting place beside his throne. Idly he began to play with it as he thought back on his actions of late. It was indeed true that Harry wanted peace between the factions, more so after hearing the warnings from both Heimdall and the Great Red. He had understood the reasons behind the Great War and had a plan to nullify them so that another wouldn't occur. He was even willing to allow the evil peace system to continue now that he'd assured that sacred gear holders and holy sword wielders would lose them if they were reincarnated as devils, and that for the ones who were already devils and possessed sacred gears, that their power over their gifts would strengthen or weaken depending on their faith in him. Heck, he'd heard that his fallen son, Azazel, had even created artificial sacred gears, something that had caused Harry no little pride. After all, what father wouldn't be proud of their sons following in their footsteps? Sure, they were inferior to Harry's, but they were pretty good for a first attempt. The Fallen could even use their knowledge of artificial sacred gears as a bargaining tool in the hopefully upcoming peace treaty, something that was becoming more urgent with the threat of Trihexa growing. However, Harry's loyalty first and foremost was to heaven, and in making sure it could stand up not only to the other two factions but to the other pantheons. He was also a realist and knew that his return might make the other two factions less eager for a peace treaty. Therefore, he'd been making plans to not only arm heaven to be able to stand up to any of the other pantheons but to completely subjugate and dominate the other two factions if necessary. Which, if an agreement was not reached soon, may indeed be necessary. In his hands was the result of one of those plans, a light element version of a nuclear bomb. The war games that he and Odin had agreed to set up between Heaven and Asgard to help both sides polish their skills for the upcoming conflict had shown him how far Heaven had to go. Angels were so used to their light element giving them the advantage that without it, they were just skilled enough to stand up to the grunts of Asgard's army. It was worse for the newly created angels, who had no battle experience whatsoever. Thankfully, Odin, now back to his full strength thanks to Harry, had agreed to help whip them into shape, it was only a pity Odin couldn't take more of Harry's excess power, but just like how Harry's body couldn't take more power than it was ready for, neither could Odin's. Luckily though, due to Harry's nature as a primordial god, he was born with colossal amounts of power, which meant that when his human body finally adapted he would be able to go all out without reservations. Harry smiled as he remembered the complaints of some angels forced to go through the Asgard training program. Harry felt embarrassed how most of his angels couldn't even run 10 laps without collapsing, much too used to flying wherever they went. And while his brave saints system was a good idea, there was an appalling lack of suitable candidates at the moment. Most exorcists, he was ashamed to say, were little more than grunts relying on the light element's advantage to come out successful in their hunts. Even then, there was an almost 30% fatality rate amongst them during their first few years as exorcists, which thankfully lowered as time passed. Precious few actually reached the level previous generations of exorcists were, and this was mostly because the underworld had basically been poaching their best and brightest. The next generation of exorcists had potential, especially now Harry was back, but it would be years before they would reach it. All this told Harry he needed a more immediate solution to balance out the scales between them and the other factions. After all, he wanted to come from a position of power in any discussions that might be held. That was when he remembered reading about mad, mutually assured destruction while still human, and thought up his current weapon. The light element nuclear bomb was similar to the human one except much more potent. A single one could wipe out the main island of Japan off the map completely. However, while its power was potent, it was its effects that made it a game changer against devils and creatures of darkness. Much like the human nukes bombarded the area with radiation for years to come, the light element nuke did the same, but with, obviously, the light element. Not only that, but the atmosphere around the area the bomb was dropped would imbue the light element, making the very air toxic to devils and outright killing anything weaker than a upper-tier high-class devil and greatly weakening those stronger. It would also have a similar effect on demons born of his brother Trihex's fell power. Harry's plan was that if push came to shove, he would open portals to the underworld and drop thousands of these all over it. Not only would thousands if not millions of devils die from the blasts, but the underworld would become completely uninhabitable for devils for hundreds of years before the light element dissipated from the atmosphere. If necessary, he would also introduce the light element into the atmosphere on Earth, making the human world uninhabitable for devils and weaker servants of chaos as well. This would give the devils nowhere to go as well as greatly weaken their strongest devils, as even a Satan-class devil would be no stronger than a mid-class devil in those conditions. It would also limit the corruptive influences of chaos if there even were any. Either way, it would make them easy pickings to wipe them out. But if he did that, he would pretty much be declaring war on the world. Before his reincarnation as Harry Potter, he probably would have been ecstatic at this plan. A way to destroy the devils with minimal expenditure of energy or loss of life, and furthermore, would make it so whatever devils did survive would die out slowly from the light element poisoning. But now, having been affected by his humanity, he found himself torn. It was strange really. When he had been God before his death, he had been absolute, never wavering, never compromising. But after having spent time as a human, a race known for allowing their emotions to rule them, both good and bad, he had gained a sense of clarity, a sense of compassion. Which as an ancient all-powerful primordial god looking down on his creations he had lacked. It wasn't just the changes in his personality brought about by his time as a human, it was also about the young devils he had briefly at Kuo Academy. The more time he spent with them, the more he saw them as nothing more than slightly strange human teens. It was hard to see them as devils when he saw them laughing with each other or just hanging out like normal teens. Even their contracts were more along the lines of doing household chores than anything. No corrupting the innocent, sacrifices, or even premarital, not that he had a problem with that. The devils were not as corrupt as he had first thought. Clearly the legacy of his son Lucifer was not as tainted by the corruption of chaos as he himself had been. Harry had theorized that that was due to Trihexa being sealed away and his insidious influence being cut off from the devil race. However, upon hearing of how one of his brother's aspects was still free, it led him to believe that maybe the devils had overcome the influence of the ruinous powers. But at the same time there was a concern that hidden in the darkest corners of the underworld his brother's influence still held power. So it was with that in mind that Harry was so conflicted over how to deal with the devils. He wanted peace and he didn't want to wipe them out. But he could not allow them to be overcome by power and dark desires. It was with that in mind that although he really didn't want to destroy them, as much as it pained him, if worse came to worse, he would have to use it. The other pantheons had tolerated the existence of devils for long enough as it was, and if Ophis succeeded or if his worst fears became realized he would have no choice. Harry grimaced at that thought. The pantheons would instantly set aside their differences to wipe out the devils if they caught word of the threat the devils could present before Harry could come to a conclusion. Hopefully, the devils would agree to his plan or else nothing he could do would protect them from the pantheons banding together and wiping them out, as even with his full power the weight of numbers could eventually take him down, and if he fell heaven would soon follow, and he very much doubted they would go out without a fight. No, if that were to happen the supernatural world would never recover and existence would no doubt come to an end. Harry sighed as the bomb in his hands dissipated into golden particles to be stored in his treasury. Deciding that he needs something to entertain him and to keep his thoughts from becoming too melancholy, Harry instead summoned a large mirror-like disc. Calling on his power he imbued the reflective surface with his will, causing multiple different images to flash by, all of which Harry's eyes followed as he tried to find something entertaining on the supernatural media network. Gardening with Demeter, nope. Pimp My Chariot, which was presented by Hephaestus, number. The Hunger Games, a program run by Hell, which was basically her making fun of damned souls, amusing but not today. A devil's rating game, how topical, Harry thought as he switched back a few channels, going past a particularly disturbing program which involved a Shinto god, a number of large squids and a high-security American prison. Settling back on the Underworld TV channel, Harry settled back with an interested look on his face as he saw a person he knew on the screen. Rhys Grimori and her peerage were shown on the screen, the group currently being gathered around a table, discussing strategy for the upcoming rating game. It appeared their training time in the mountains was over and her time to fight a rating game against her possible husband-to-be Phoenix had come. With all the recent goings-on he had kind of forgotten all about it. He had thinking about not actually been to school in a week, instead he had been in Asgard for a bit, then in the dimensional gap for around an hour and then finally in this throne for the rest of the time. Thinking about it he couldn't help but wince as he thought of the dressing down he was probably going to receive from Sona, a girl who he found himself becoming quite fond of. As Harry sat upon the throne of heaven he casually observed Rhea's rating game against Phoenix. It was actually quite tense as at some point she came quite close to winning her freedom from that grilled chicken, or at least at the beginning she did. Soon it just came down to a battle of attrition. As her peerage members were picked off one by one as their injuries got the best of them, leading to them being overwhelmed by Rhys's peerage. Soon enough it was only Issei and an exhausted Rhys left against Rhys, his queen and his bishop. Suffice to say they lost, but it was quite an interesting watch, and the bravery they showed against such overwhelming odds did raise Harry's interest in Rhys Grimori and her peerage. Harry was soon brought out of his thoughts though when the silver-haired Rhys entered his throne room, a calm expression on her face as she crossed the marble floor and approached where he was currently sat. Harry had taken her as his own personal secretary after seeing how much Odin picked on her despite her incredible skill at being a secretary. He had asked Odin to trade her into his employ and he'd accepted, glad to be rid of the cockblocker, as he called her. Though probably Odin was just actually concerned about him, he had not looked as healthy as he was now when Odin had come to heaven at his request. In fact it had been only a few hours after his fight with Great Red, so he probably looked bloody awful. Which was no doubt why Odin had let him have Rhys so that she could look after him and not be duty-bound to obey his orders like his angels were when he told them he didn't need looking after. As for Rhys herself, while she'd been a little put out at being traded at first, she'd grown to be happy about it. Harry never put her down and praised her hard work. Her skills greatly helped him establish some kind of order to his ideas. The most obvious proof of her skills and usefulness had been her helping him organize and run things from his throne. She was able to act on his behalf and where appropriate take the initiative. He had been acting as a go-between, between Harry and his numerous projects. She had Been involved mostly in working with Harry's research and development team, supply information to Gabriel's team on Earth and organizing war games between Heaven and Asgard. It was more work than she had ever had before and she loved it. In her mind, working for Harry sure beat working for Odin, as most of what she did for him was send apology notes for his behavior. Harry was grateful beyond words for Roswice's presence and never failed to tell her so. The girl, used to being degraded by her previous employer, preened and blushed under the praise, her loyalty to him having already supplanted her loyalty to Odin. "Ah, Roswice, any news from Gabriel?" Harry asked as he saw her approach. "Yes, my lord, she has sent a report back that none of her team have found anything yet. They have gone through most of Europe and have gone through the records at the Vatican. She did however come across an obscure reference to the Holy Sword Project, though much of the records have been destroyed. But from what she has found out, a high-ranked cardinal was excommunicated along with a number of exorcists and researchers." Roswice summarized for Harry before it. Seeing his frown, she continued. "She believes that it will need some investigating, but so far it was the first sign of anything that could be potentially chaotic." She then went on to say she will continue her search and give another update later. The Holy Sword Project. I feel like I have heard it referenced before by some of the devils at Kuo, but I did not hear any real information about it," Harry said with a frown on his face as he thought on what this could be. Turning his gaze back to Roswice, he asked, "Was there anything else?" Gabriel said. Yes, my lord," she said. "Well, she said that I should tell her daddy that his little princess misses him lots and lots and lots." Roswice said, an amused look passing across her face. As Harry went to say something, his face looking pained, she continued, "And lots and lots and lots." Giving her a bland look, Harry asked, "Are you finished?" "Yes, my lord," Roswice said, a smirk still on her face. "Is there anything else?" Harry asked. "Yes, my lord," Roswice said politely as she once again gained a serious expression on her face. "I have just received word that we've located the possessor of Excalibur ruler." Harry's eyes narrowed as he heard that before he turned serious. "I see. Then I'll go deal with that soon." "Thank you, Roswice. Do you wish to accompany me in retrieving it? I warn you that the possessor might not be very eager to return my sword to me. It might turn violent." Roswice straightened and set her shoulders. "Of course, my lord. As your secretary and bodyguard, it is my duty to follow you anywhere and protect you from any danger." Harry smiled and thanks before nodding. "All right then. So where did you say Arthur Pendragon was located?" "The last known location was on the island of Azkaban in the North Sea. It is some kind of wizarding prison. This, from what our reports indicate, has recently been invaded by unknown persons, with claims being made that they are part of some radical group called Death Eaters." Roswice continued, her eyes widening in alarm as without warning Harry leapt from his throne, his feet creating cracks on the floor as he alighted and his whole form being wreathed in golden energy. Looking up at the shocked-looking Roswice, Harry gave her a feral smile which caused her cheeks to pink, before stretching his body out, hearing numerous cracks as he stood up for the first time in days. As he finished his stretches, the gold light covering him vanished, leaving him stood casually before his assistant wearing a smart three-piece black suit. As she looked at him, she could see that his skin had a slight golden glow to it and that his eyes seemed to glow with almost unfathomable power. Turning to look at Roswice, Harry again gave her a smile as he felt the power rush through him. He still wasn't up to full strength, but compared to how he was when he first reunited with Odin, he was practically on a whole other level. "So then, Roswice, shall we go?" Harry asked with a smile that hid his concern over what may be going on in magical Britain. The large prison of Azkaban was silent, perhaps for the first time since it was built. There was no sound, there was no wailing and ing from prisoners, there was just nothing. The reason for that would be obvious if you were to take a step inside the dark, forbidding building, because if you did, you would see the pale, slumped-over bodies of prisoners and guards alike. The cold bodies all shared one thing in common, and that was, despite their lack of movement and their death-like appearance, they were all still alive. Or at least alive as one can be without a soul. In the main chamber of Azkaban, a room that was usually used by the human guards to eat in, which was why it was warmer and could almost be considered cozy compared to the harshness of the rest of the prison. Within that chamber there were a number of beings, some of them were human or close to human, an example being of a tall voluptuous dark-haired woman who was wearing rather revealing clothes and who had a pair of black cat ears on her head. There were almost 50 of these people, most of who were looking around the place they found themselves in with uncomfortable expressions on their faces. There were however other things lurking in the room, things that were not at all human. These things floated eerily off the floor, their forms wrapped up in smoke-like black cloaks. Strange skeletal hands seemed to poke out of their cloaks, grasping in the direction of the humans in the room. The most obvious thing about these creatures, however, was the aura they were emitting, an aura of cold, cruel despair, an aura that to the surrounding humans seemed to the hope and happiness from all it touched. Stood prominently before this eclectic group there was a young girl dressed in a Lolita maid outfit. As she looked over the inhabitants of the room, the girl's emotionless gray eyes seemed to glow slightly and her lips began to twitch up into something that could almost be mistaken as a smile. Prepare yourselves, for we have been noticed. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.